tortured and blamed for all of the misactions of everything for years, and then Serpentor coming in, but then Cobra Law and Roadblock being blinded. All that stuff is super dark and kind of creepy as a kid, but as a
and if you think about it, it was going to be even creepier because the original intention was to kill Duke.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And to bring Falcon in.
Which all they did was replace 2 lines of dialogue in that whole movie, which is one is he's fallen into a coma, and the other is you get that fucking, I forget who it is.
Doc. It's Doc at the end.
Yeah, calling in on the radio or whatever.
Duke's going to be okay. Yo, Joe.
Like that's it.
They learned their lesson from killing off Optimus and all the other season 1 Autobots.
Those kids their brain melted when Optimus died, so they're like, "Yeah, we really can do this for Dookie Boy." So
I know.
I mean, it's good stuff, man. It really does hold up, really well.
It's really good, man. I was watching today. I was like, you know what? I've been playing that intro at the beginning of the Geek Chats for a while now, and I was like, you know what? I want to sit down and watch this movie. So I sat about noon today. I sat down and I put the movie on, and I just sat here and I just fucking loved the shit out of it, man.
Oh, it's so good.
There's very few things in that kind of genre of like, things that were made for kids in the 80s, exclusively to sell toys. I can't really think of anything else that's held up like that.
Yeah.
Short of maybe the Transformers movie, which I love the Transformers movie, but I like the G.I. Joe movie better.
Yep.
And that's like it. And most of the cartoons don't hold up for shit for me. Like I can't go back and watch Transformers. I've tried, and I can't do it.
No.
Was never that big of a He-Man fan, but now especially going back and trying to watch it, or Thundercats, or even one of my favorites was Silverhawks at the time. I've gone back and watched some of those shows and just like,
just the caliber of writing, even on the G.I. Joe cartoon show.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it before. The caliber is really good. Like those shows are, not everyone, but there comes about a show like the one where they went into the alternate dimension where the Baroness was the good guy and like Cobra and Destro were in a civil war and all the Joes were dead. And like, that's a super good episode, man.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of the one where Roadblock was having like PTSD dreams. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like his buddies were melting at the carport, and it was Cobra like messing with his brain.
Yeah.
There's 1,000 stories that are really good.
Really? The only other cartoon I can think of from the 80s that I think has held up, and mostly because it honestly was never written as a kid's show, was, and I don't know how many people in here watched it, but Robotech.
Oh.
And because it wasn't, it was a straight rip of a Japanese cartoon that wasn't written for kids, and they ported it in over here, made it kind of its own thing, and they pulled all those stories over. And that is the only other one I can think of that like holds up. Like to this day, I can watch it and still be like, like it's still good. Like it holds up as a kid and as an adult. It's like that in G.I. Joe. And that's it. I'll make the argument because I haven't gone back and watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was pushing closer to the 90s, but still, like, that was pretty good. I liked Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I think they had some decent storylines. It wasn't good the whole way through. There was definitely some fucking episodes that do not hold up for shit. But as a series, G.I. Joe is fucking amazing. Like, it just, every episode is good. The movie's still fucking great.
Until you get when the Dick takes over.
I've never revisited those since the initial watch as I was a kid.
I've never watched the Dick series until I got into the Tubi. I watched some on Tubi and it's like, holy crap, this is awful.
Yeah, I remember seeing
adult eyes too. So.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of them when I was a kid, and even as a kid, I remember not being impressed. I never watched the whole thing as a kid.
Yeah.
I remember one thing that was the most off-putting is the Joes didn't look right.
Yep, they were all off.
They didn't look right because it was a completely different art company that was doing the animation, and even the old characters that were back had like new costumes and shit and didn't look right. And the only good thing about it was I did like Cobra Commander's like armored look.
Yep.
I thought he looked cool, but that was it.
Yep. And you got a lot of slaughter.
Yeah, there was a lot of slaughter in that, which was nice, but it still looked kind of off. It was way more cartoony than the original.
Yep.
The original, you know what I mean? Like
the cartoon was a
movie, and everything looked way more cartoony and less proportion. Less, you know, like the original characters had more normal human proportions and things like that.
Yeah,
it was just a better series all around. So, but anyway, welcome to the Geek Chat, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to just, I don't know, talk about whatever the hell comes up. Mostly a bunch of shit that I've and many of us have watched here in the last 2 weeks now, because last week I didn't do this show. So I am here this week, but we're going to start this one off with a little Star Wars talk, specifically The Mandalorian.
Okay, so help me out. Just like give me a little snippet. I didn't finish it. I got to the part where the scientist guy is in Coruscant and he like almost touches the mountain. So what
happens? That's as far as you got?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, that's only halfway through the episode.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to address something here first, because a lot of people were bitching about this episode, and I think a lot of people are misunderstanding what this episode is, and not getting why this particular story about this scientist is so important. A lot of people are going, "Oh, look, they're doing a whole episode," because it was pretty much the whole episode, except for a few minutes at the beginning and a few minutes at the end where we get Mandalorian and Bo-Katan. The whole episode is about this scientist, which we've seen him before. He's from season 1 and season 2. He's been on the show before. Whole episode is about him and him, you know, being integrated into the New Republic and, you know, thinking, hey, even though what I was doing for the Empire, because they were the Empire, was bad, I think it could be valuable to the New Republic. And I want to figure out a way to convince the New Republic that this can be good. This cloning technology, right? Like, that's the gist of the episode. And for anybody that hasn't seen it, I won't go into the end of what happens at the end of that story. But a lot of people were going, oh, great. They're just throwing this in there to explain how Palpatine came back because he was cloned and all. And I've heard so much hate online surrounding this idea that the only reason this episode exists is because they want to tie this in to the sequel trilogy and how Palpatine came back as a clone and all this shit. Let us not forget, people, this is Dave Filoni writing this shit, who is bringing Grand Admiral Thrawn back. And what is the most famous book series surrounding Grand Admiral Thrawn, where he premiered? What was one of the main themes of that series? Was it cloning?
Yeah. Yes,
it was. Yes, it was. So people who are saying this has anything to do with the sequel series and not Dave Filoni tying this cloning technology into Grand Admiral Thrawn, completely missed the point of everything that has happened in Dave Filoni's Star Wars universe land. Like, this is absolutely tying into Grand Admiral Thrawn, and Grand Admiral Thrawn at some point getting a hold of cloning technology. That's what this story was about. It was setting the stage for that shit. It has nothing to do with the sequels and Palpatine coming back and all that crap that everybody hates. Dave Filoni would never even touch that crap. He knows better. So I don't know why there was all this hate surrounding this, because I saw this everywhere online. Because people, I think
this fits after Empire, right? Or after Jedi, I mean?
After Jedi, yes. And I think what it is there's just a lot of people that have never read the books and don't know anything about Grand Admiral Thrawn and think cloning. The only 2 times clones have ever been in Star Wars is the Clone Wars and when Palpatine came back in that shitty movie. And so they just assume that that's what this must be. It's a story leading up to that. But it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about Grand Admiral Thrawn. We already know he's coming back.
That's the guy that's blue that I've never seen before?
Yeah.
That's from one cartoon?
Yeah. So I wish everybody on the internet would calm their little asses down. Chill your tits, Grandpa, or whoever. I think people just want to be triggered by anything. So they're just looking for shit to get upset about.
Oh, that triggers me.
And it's just like, okay, calm down. That's not what this has anything to do with. This is all about Grand Admiral Thrawn. So, but Duke, yes, you should finish the episode. I actually really liked the episode. I thought it was a very well done episode. And I think it is all building into Thrawn coming back.
Is that girl going to take that sword back from him?
What? From who? What?
The girl who's from Battlestar Galactica going to take back the sword from the dude who can't even carry the sword around hardly?
I don't know.
Like whenever it turns on.
Oh
you
no!
can't
Although
lift it
if
up.
and Duke, did you watch the previous episode? Episode 2?
Yes.
So this was another thing, and because this is what I'm hearing online. Oh, Mandalorian sucks now because it's gone all woke, and they're trying to tie it into the sequels. And the two reasons they give for this is one, the whole explanation I just gave about the whole cloning thing in this last episode, and the previous episode because Bo-Katan was such a badass in that show and saved Din Djarin, and she could somehow magically use the Darksaber like he can't. And again, I will go back to the fact that this is a bunch of fucking morons who never watched Clone Wars and don't have any idea that Bo-Katan is a fucking badass who had the Darksaber for fucking years and knows exactly how to use it.
Girls can't use it, though.
Yes, girls can use it. So I'm seeing a lot of hate for these last 2 episodes of Mandalorian from the crowd that just wants to be upset about everything, when they obviously have no idea the history of these characters or where this stuff is going. Because I'll
I
tell
have
you
an
what,
entirely different complaint about this show, and I'm curious to think if you are going to
well,
just
I just want to
apologize.
say, as far as the previous episode, seeing Bo-Katan kick ass was awesome.
That's the girl from Battlestar Galactica?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
Because she's
So my
a
thing
badass
is,
chick. You
yes.
got to understand, she's from a warrior race. She's a princess from a warrior race that was raised from birth to kick ass.
And she ran most of them, right? Until she lost her sword.
Yes.
She was the boss of them.
Yes.
And they're
She's
kind of
a
like
fucking
Klingons,
badass.
where if they weren't good, then you wouldn't be the boss of them. So here's my thing. 2 things now. The little baby Yoda, I don't like him jumping around and whatever. You're not creeped out by the animatronics or whatever it is. Like, it bugs me. I think they should just leave him be, because every time he jumps around, he seems more like a puppet to me than it's not CGI. You know what I mean? It bothers me. So you're okay with this? You're gonna?
Oh yeah, I love it. I
Yeah.
want to see Grogu doing more Jedi shit.
Yeah.
Like when he goes to the one planet, he jumps out into her hands, like she, out of the thing.
Yeah.
That was like, come on, that looks so fake to me. I didn't like it because in real life he would at least have. Was he supposed to be force jumping,
Yes,
or is
he's
he just jumping?
He's force jumping. Yeah.
Yeah, force jumping to me looks like they're yanking on a string. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather see him have to like actually jump because he's still a baby.
Yeah, but he's control. I mean, that's how he gets around is with the force. So that's.
And then
what-
I'm also triggered by all the spaceships look like female genitalia, and that triggers me.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I think I get pissed off if it's like I didn't like Rey because she had no like training or arc in certain things, but like Bo-Katan, that doesn't bother me because she's awesome.
Yeah.
She's a super good fighter. She's a Mandalorian, or like
She's trained her entire life.
she should grab that Darksaber and give a droid, like a droid spider that's like super old. She should be able to give its business, and that's what she did. So I thought that was way cool. I had no problem with stuff like that. I think it's awesome when it's written correctly and done right.
Yeah.
But also the scene with the TIE interceptors, that was awesome.
Oh yeah,
That was such a good 5-minute battle.
that whole beginning sequence was great.
Yeah. The fact that, these TIE fighters actually gave them a run for their money, and it wasn't just like a real easy thing, and he struggled, and it was all neat. It was shot really well. It was done really well. It was kind of cool to see the Empire still a problem in some areas, some, warlords or however they kind of called them. Because that's what was kind of going on during this time frame is, all these little sectors of resistance were still around, and they still had money, and that was neat, super cool. So
Yep. I loved it, man. So look, I've been very happy
Yeah,
with these first 3 episodes. I've loved every one of them. I will say, I mean, and there was some criticism that I saw about the last episode that I could understand. They're like, oh, well, it was kind of slow and we want more Mandalorian. I get that. That's cool.
not
You know,
every episode's gonna be
Yeah.
jaw-dropping, crazy, amazing.
Exactly.
It's gotta have its flow, and you
Yeah.
gotta have story, and you gotta, I'm okay with some of that. Actually,
Yeah, and I
It's
thought
not
it was
like-
a good story about that character, and since I understand what it's building towards with Thrawn,
well,
I found it very entertaining.
and I have faith in Dave Filoni. Like whatever
Yeah.
he's gonna make me watch, it's for a reason. And
Mhm.
let's remember, like we're still in a world where they cloned Skywalker, man. That's what they did. That could all be in the realm of possibilities.
Yep.
We could have there could be a Skywalker hand found from Bespin, and cloned. Just because Rey ends up with it. Anyways, I just think that's a part of the possibilities.
Talking about the hand from Empire?
Yes.
Yeah, he was
That's neat.
cloned. They
Yeah.
cloned him in the books.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
I
they
thought you
cloned Luke Skywalker. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
And
a-
then
there's
which
a-
one
when
in
it
those
comes to
three
the clone-
movies, those last three that should not be named, was that the clone or the real one?
You mean a Palpatine?
No,
Skywalker.
No,
You mean
Luke
Luke?
Skywalker.
Yeah, no, that was the real Luke.
Well,
What happened to the clone then? Did he die somewhere?
Well,
the
the clones are from the books, which Disney decided they were gonna like pull inspiration from, but not really
Okay.
stick to. So we don't really know.
But that was a
What
part of
they
the throne,
are-
though.
or
well,
not.
that would be a good setup though to get rid of the sequel the mistakes of the sequel trilogy, and have the Luke that died be a
Yeah.
fact.
Clone
That would be
wasted
great.
Luke.
What I think would be even better is since we've got an Ahsoka series coming back, and I forget what the name of that fucking other realm is where you can go back and change time. What was the name of that in Rebels?
Yes, time travel. I don't know what it's called, but time travel fixes everything.
Yeah, because in Rebels, you can time travel through the Force. They show it, they use it. Ahsoka's been there. Ahsoka and Ezra.
Well,
have
that's how Ahsoka is alive. Ezra
Yeah,
saved her.
she was supposed to have died, and Ezra saved her. He pulled her through time and saved her. Otherwise, she would have died. Vader would have killed her.
I'm telling you that's how you fix this. Is that Ahsoka working with Luke in these past few years has changed him.
Yes.
And it's not the same Luke that we would have gotten that we got, because my belief is that Ahsoka did not exist in the current time frame that gave us the horrible trilogy.
Yeah.
So now you have
And Ezra saving her and pulling her through time to where Vader didn't fucking kill her changed everything. Changed everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, because again, and Duke, I know you haven't watched Rebels yet, but I still recommend that you watch it because it's really fucking good. But yeah, I mean, they already gave us that. We know that the Force can help people travel through time. And so that's the easiest way to fucking fix it. And then they just never have to mention the sequels again. Just never mention them.
It's an alternate
Never,
time-
not fucking
timeline
once.
that never happened now.
It didn't happen. It's now the future from where we are now in the Star Wars timeline. It never fucking will happen. And we can just tell all new stories and pretend like they just don't fucking exist.
and
I
I'll
think that's the way you handle it.
almost be okay with it if I know that it's not the real storyline. Like I can enjoy it better. Like, oh, this is just the messed up world.
Yeah.
Like this is
This is a world where everything went to shit.
Yeah, this is Bizarro. This is Bizarro Superman.
What
Yeah.
if they do one where Darth Vader wakes up and he goes, "What? It was all just a dream, and there was never a Jar Jar Binks."
There is some sort of animation. There's a couple things. There's a couple. One I've mentioned it, and I've shared
Without
it
Jar Jar
here.
Binks, the Empire would never exist.
There's another. There's a retelling of if Anakin hadn't turned to the dark side, and it's a really cool offshoot of like a Marvel What If, and it's like I don't know, he doesn't kill Windu, he stays in the temple. Windu and Yoda go to kill Sidious together, and they beat him, and then Obi-Wan and Plo Koon go to kill the Emperor, or go to kill Anakin and save him or something. Anyways, it's super good. So
Wow, what's this on?
I've showed it to you before. We watched it.
We did?
It's that guy.
Is this back when I used to drink?
Let me look it up right now.
Because I don't
Oh,
remember this shit.
Order 66 failed.
Oh yes, no, I never watched it. You sent me the link, and I forgot.
Oh, you never watched it?
I never watched it. Now I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, you sent me the link like 6 months ago or something, and I forgot to fucking watch it.
Oh my gosh,
I need to watch it. Is it on YouTube? Order 66 fail.
I just put it in the side chat. Dude, it's so. As soon as this chat's over, we're watching it.
How long is
together? It's like
8.5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Man, it's so good, and it's done. It's
I'm watching,
animation, but it's done really well. And
I'm watching it.
Star Wars guy.
I'm watching the episode right now, and first off, anybody that says that nothing happened in this episode takes a lot for granted, because there was like a whole big spaceship scene where they're flying around chasing each other above the water at the beginning, and now they're flying around some giant city in a car with a robot driver and stuff. Like, the special effects in a regular old TV show are better than what we used to have in movies. So just watching this alone, even if it was boring as hell, I'm not
dude,
listening.
they definitely they spent a lot of money on the special effects in this episode.
And it's brilliant. Like, it doesn't even look like cheesy or nothing. This is a Star Wars movie.
We haven't been to Coruscant in years.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that this is a fan thing also? I gotcha. So, but the thing is, they were just showing and that's what the real question was. It's a trap guy. Is that a crayfish or a shrimp, or what's that guy?
No, he's. Well, I guess they're kind of. Well,
he's got it, because either way, if he's a crayfish or a shrimp, he can't be in air. So he's got to be some version.
Well, they live underwater. They can breathe air and water.
George Lucas wanted to make someone so ugly that you had to like him because he was a good person or something. Like, wasn't that what he wanted to teach people?
Oh, really? I thought that was one of the cooler looking dudes of all the crazy dudes.
It was because he was the general in 3, and he wanted people to be like, oh, he's so ugly, but man.
What are they, the calamarians?
The Mon Calamari, which
calamari.
I guess at the time he didn't know that would become a favorite dish at Olive Garden, and so nobody would have heard of that shit before. So he just picked that name.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let me catch these couple of super chats here. Josh T says, was it the same cloning technology that made Sylvester Stallone's Judge Dredd? Yes, it was, and that directly ties Judge Dredd into Star Wars.
What?
So there you go. Yeah, Judge Dredd takes place in one of the planets in the Star Wars universe. Long time ago.
What?
Yeah. We got another one here from Dom's Vibrating Bicep. Says, Bo wanted to talk to the manager in a galaxy far, far away. Oh, she was a Karen? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. But yeah, I'm digging Mandalorian so far. I'm loving it. I'm thinking it's great. I'm having a lot of fun. This show at this point has not disappointed me. Like, they're obviously, just like with any TV shows, some episodes are better than others, but I've never disliked any episode of this show.
The only thing that was not surprising with this whole thing is the girl turning on him. It's like, she was super evil in the first two seasons.
Oh yeah.
She's not going to go, oh, I want to be good now. Nobody would have bought that.
Yeah. And I think we're going to find out she works for Grand Admiral Thrawn, and that's who Grand Moff Gideon was working for. Moff Gideon, I guess he wasn't Grand Moff, but that's who Moff Gideon was working for. Was Grand Admiral Thrawn, and I think this has been something that has been planned from the beginning.
Exactly, because that's how Filoni works.
Yeah, well, and we already know Filoni's been very public. He loves Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's his favorite Star Wars villain.
Yeah,
it makes sense too. Why would Moff Gideon want to kill himself too? Who was he afraid of? Luke, or was he afraid of Thrawn?
Thrawn, 100% Thrawn.
Yeah.
He was afraid of Luke. We've talked about that many times, but not in the sense of like, oh, what is this guy gonna do to me?
Yeah,
and
he didn't think Luke was just gonna kill him, right?
Yeah,
like he was afraid that if he got captured, that just as we saw in this last episode, Thrawn has agents everywhere, and Thrawn will get to him.
Well, and he's committed. He was so committed that he was. I think it's not just fear; it's also commitment to the cause.
Yeah,
like he knows that he can't be. He's high up enough where he knows he shouldn't be caught. So he's going to kill himself. I think it's that as well. It's not just the fear. But I think that if this is a Filoni thing, which it is, then we have stuff that's been planned since day one.
Oh,
and I guarantee there's going to be stuff that we look back at and we're like, oh my gosh, they were talking about Thrawn, you know what I mean? Or, things like that for this.
Yep.
And that's just how he kind of operates in this space.
Yep.
What's the origin story of that blue guy that you're always talking about from this book? Like, is he
That's
like a
Thrawn?
Darth Vader? Yeah.
Thrawn is from the Outer Rim. What's the name of his planet? I'm blanking on the name of his planet.
I can't
Where his
remember.
race is from. I can't remember what it's from. But they were
Is it that-
basically.
He's got the force or whatever.
I know there's been kind of a shift, but I think some of the basics have stayed the same between the original books back in the 90s, and then I know they haven't done a new Thrawn trilogy, which I haven't read. Now that it's under Disney control, and they've pulled a lot from that. But essentially, like, Thrawn was this. Well, I don't know what the new version is. I mean, originally he was kind of an outcast among his people, and the Emperor found him and kept him as basically a secret weapon. Found out he was incredibly good at strategy, and he was like the smartest, person that the Emperor had ever run across, and gave him essentially an entire armada, kept out on the edge of space, out in the Outer Rim, where nobody knew he existed. And he didn't show up until once the Emperor died. He shows up and starts just fucking shit up.
And when was he?
I think they tweaked that origin a little bit in the new books.
He's
When is his origin?
post Return of the Jedi. That's his stuff.
Yeah.
All post Return of the Jedi.
Okay, so he isn't even born till after then, or he's just
No, he's just not involved. He doesn't get brought into the picture. He was the
when does he become like the Darth Vader guy? Like, when is he
After the Emperor dies.
No, I mean, like, I guess I'm saying, when does the Emperor decide to give him the fleet and send him off? Like, does that happen during Star Wars?
Earlier. He had found this. He found Thrawn when Thrawn was very young. Realized what a special talent he was. Started
like Clone Wars time, or like
No,
it would have been after.
Rogue
It would
One?
have been after Clone Wars, once the Empire was started.
Okay.
But yeah,
So once Darth Vader is Darth Vader, somewhere in there,
Yeah.
but before Star Wars.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
they could have a Rogue One that's the beginning of that guy?
oh yeah,
Or would
absolutely.
they not bother?
Yeah. They could. Yeah.
Yep.
They could 100% do that. There's plenty of story to tell there. So, but anyway,
One time you guys said there was something like another Star Wars in the beginning of all this. It was hundreds or something, thousands of years before the regular Star Wars that we all know.
Well, with the
like
Bad
Knights of
Batch,
the Old
they
Republic.
established that there's a ancient civilization before everybody.
Are you talking about like the game Knights of the Old Republic that we've talked about before, or just
Oh, I don't
after
remember. I just thought that you guys had said something like this whole thing that we know about is Star Wars was like the third of the empires of that story or something.
Well, yeah, because there was the Old Republic, and then there was. Well, didn't they come up with a new one, the High Republic era?
Yeah, they're doing stuff right now in the High Republic, and that's where that's where Disney's writing their books now, because they can't do anything, new, because they've destroyed everything. I don't know. I'm not going to read any of that.
Well,
crap.
honestly, I'd rather mess around with that unknown area of time than be fucking with shit that we already know. So they created a new era and are like doing stories. Then good, do that. Whatever. Let Dave Filoni keep doing new shit.
Now, the High Republic too. I think they're making everything be Yoda's fault.
Everything be Yoda's fault.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm hoping we get some. Well, I mean, I think. Well, I mean, I feel like from the trailers that we got for season 3 of Mandalorian, there's a chance we might get some Order 66 flashbacks to find out how Grogu survived, and I'm hoping we either get some Mace Windu or some Yoda in there.
They
Well,
have to bring back Windu.
I haven't watched all of season 2 of Clone Wars yet. Not Clone Wars. Bad Batch.
Oh, Bad Batch? I haven't.
They're showing like a lot of the higher ranked clones that was more individual, like the captains and stuff, commanders. A lot of them are having guilt over Order 66.
Season 1 of Bad Batch just so disappointed me. I haven't watched season 2. I haven't watched any of it because season 1 just
Cody shows up and he has guilt over what he did.
Season 1 I thought was such a misstep. Like going from Clone Wars to that, I had such high expectations after that 7th season of Clone Wars, and then that first season of Bad Batch was so disappointing. There was like maybe 2 episodes in the entire 16 episode run.
When they introduced them on Clone Wars, they were super badass, and when they did put them into their own series, they nerfed them.
Yeah, well, because it became all about the fucking what's her name, the little
kid. Yeah.
Omega.
Well, and plus too, they quit using always using stunners now too, and not using actual real weaponry. And
yeah, and I don't know. It felt like a kid's show, which was a big disappointment from Clone Wars. And so I watched every episode of that begrudgingly. And it just, when season 2 came out, I'm just like, I just don't care. I mean, if maybe when the season's all out and I'll binge watch it on like a Saturday or something. I think
season 2 is done.
Is it done now?
Yeah. I started binge watching it, and I went to end up going to bed after the episode had Commander Cody in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just real disappointed with that first season. It was just like it made me lose all interest in season 2. So maybe season 2 would be better. I don't know.
They changed her design too in season 2. She don't a lot better looking design, which is character wise, and she don't seem to be talking as much.
Yeah. We got another super chat from Patrick Pew Pew says, "Do you think Kane is a clone that killed everyone on the bridge in the final episode of season 2?" I've heard a lot of speculation about that she's a clone. That's how she ended up there. Kane, the chick from that last episode, because she was on the bridge when they busted in there and just shot everybody. Now I need to go back and rewatch that episode. I don't remember if you specifically see her get shot. But like the only one I remember left standing after that scene was Gideon. So I don't know. I need to go back and rewatch it because every time I watch it, I guess I don't really pay any attention to her. Although I've seen that episode 100 fucking times because I love that fucking episode. But I never really paid attention to her on the bridge. So I need to go back and watch it again. But she might be a clone. I mean, you know, because they spend a lot of time on that bridge and all you see is bodies laying around and then Gideon. And that's it. So unless she hid out or something, or I don't know. I don't know how else you would explain how she survived that. So maybe she is a clone. She might be. Maybe she's like one of Thrawn's, like maybe there's a bunch of her and he has one of her on every ship, or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah. She could be just complete total puppet.
Yeah. And he's just got a bunch of her running around, all doing different stuff. One is there on Coruscant. One was on Gideon's ship, Well,
it would make a lot of sense, and it would go with the flow, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know, but I'm sure we will find out. I think we're gonna really heavy dive into Thrawn when Ahsoka comes out. Which have they even finished shooting that yet?
Yes. They have
finished filming it. Okay.
My understanding, it's in post-production.
Okay.
That's the last update I read on it, which was not too long ago.
Because I mean, I'm fairly certain that's gonna. I mean, we already know because of the episode of Mandalorian she was in. Like that's what she's doing. She's looking for Thrawn because she wants to find Ezra. So I'm fairly certain we're gonna get Thrawn and Ezra in Ahsoka, which means Duke, you have to watch Rebels before Ahsoka comes out.
Yeah, I have to. Once Mandalorian gets over, I will. I'll dive into that.
Yeah. So
let's too. They dive into with Rebels. You have a lot of Mandalorian lore on that show too.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of Mandalorian stuff on that show.
Bo-Katan is in it too. And...
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Like in it, or like I'm saying, like walks into the scene, or like there's a whole show about her.
She's in multiple episodes. Well, because one of the main characters on the show is Sabine, and she is a Mandalorian. And so there's a lot of Mandalorian stories told in Rebels.
Yeah, but I know that there was a whole bunch of them, but I don't really know who they are because they're just not Boba Fett to me.
Yes, they're not Boba Fett. Boba Fett was not on the show.
But I mean, every time I see one, I'm like, oh, that's not Boba Fett. But
well, he wasn't Clone Wars.
No, but I mean, he wasn't in those shows or whatever. It's just a
Yeah.
bunch of people who are all wearing the same clothes as him.
Yeah.
So I got a question. Let's go to Cloud City. Was that was Jedi? Anyway,
Empire.
we're going to Cloud City, right? We're in Cloud City. What's his face is getting in league with Darth Vader, and he's got a robot butler who's got like the Geordie eye thing on his ears.
Yes.
Lobot.
Okay, is that guy a clone or is that guy a robot?
He's
A human.
he's a human that got. Although I've never really heard it explained for Lobot, because I know a lot of times that was used as like a punishment, almost like turning a person into a slave. They would put that thing on them, and then they could be controlled basically the way that a droid could be. I don't know if that applied to Lobot,
because
if
he
was like-
used his iWatch or whatever, his Apple Watch, and made that guy do stuff, right?
Yeah. So I don't know, but that's traditionally, because we've seen that before.
Because I was wondering, let's say you make a bunch of clones, right? They're essentially pretty close to the same, if not pretty close to the same, right? And then you put one of them deals on them. Are all them clones listening to the same brain now because they all got that headset on?
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Because you were saying about how you put a clone of that girl on each ship. Well, if you put one of them headsets on her, now each of the clones on them ships are talking to each other all the time. And that's sort of like having best of both worlds, because you've got the same clone on all the ships, but it's actually a separate clone on each ship. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what's going on every ship all the time. And when you go from one to the other, it's like your address book is with you all the time. Like, it just, the consciousness or whatever is always there. At least if I was going to be a Star Wars villain, that's what I think I would make my robot butlers drones or clones and then put their headsets on.
Yep.
But somebody, is that me or is it somebody got something music playing?
It's background music, man. You can do that on Steam. You can have background music.
Oh, you're doing that intentionally?
Yeah.
Are we supposed to light incense?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's great. All right, we got another super chat from Josh T. Says, it would be cool if someone did a what if series where it's about a lot of different shows and movies and comics, not just Marvel. Just combine Judge Dredd, Star Wars, or Smallville and Supernatural. Yeah, that's kind of like what Amalgam Comics was back in the day, except that was just between Marvel and DC, where you just combine a bunch of random shit together.
DC had their Elseworlds too back in the day.
Yeah. Elseworlds, What If? Those were always my favorite. So What If, has to this day been my favorite comic of all time. I loved the What If series. It was always awesome to see stuff happening. That it just, there were some of the greatest storylines I ever saw came out of What If comics. What if this amazing or horrible thing happened? Yep. Like there was a great fucking series. They were awesome. I loved them. But yeah, that'd be cool to like combine Star Wars and whatever else or whatever. There's got to be a YouTube channel that does that, right? Like there's a YouTube channel for everything. I feel like somebody's done this already.
Oh, just imagine if the Empire ran into the Vorlons.
Oh Jesus! Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, they've done the whole Star Wars versus Star Trek 1,000 times on the internet. I've heard every side of this argument over and over and over and over again. We've had that discussion on these shows before in the past. My answer still remains the same. The Star Wars universe would kick the shit out of the Star Trek universe. The only piece of technology that the Star Trek universe has up on the Star Wars universe is transporter technology. That's it. That could afford them some tactical advantage in certain situations, but other than that, like if the Empire went up against the Federation would just lose. Without a doubt. They would just get decimated. So
What's faster, warp or hyperdrive?
It's hard to tell because while Star Trek usually tends to get, for the most part, it's very easy to judge how fast warp travel is. Star Wars is a little more fantasy-esque, so sometimes hyperdrive can seem almost instantaneous from one side of the galaxy to the other because they don't really explain it very well. So it's kind of hard to say which one is faster. I would say personally, I think the technology of which one, like taking the speed out of it, but just the form of travel. I feel like warp technology is probably better, just in the sense that you're not. I mean, with hyperspace, you're moving into an alternate plane of existence. You're dipping into an alternate realm, so that you can move faster there than you can in real space. Whereas with warp travel, you don't actually you're not leaving reality. You're not leaving that, space. You're just warping. You're just warping space around you to move quicker. So it's a little bit different technology, or it's a lot different technology, because traveling in hyperspace is a lot closer to space fold technology, almost, just in that you're kind of ripping a hole in space to go in one side and come out the other, except it's not a direct transition. You have to actually travel in that alternate space. So
Now,
I guess it depends.
Star Trek, they're actually enveloping the ship in a warp bubble and bending space-time around the ship.
Yeah. But they stay in actual space when they do it, whereas in Star Wars, you're not. You're going to a different space. You're going to hyperspace, which is a different plane of reality to move quicker. But I don't know. It's hard to see which one's faster. I don't know. It seems like in Star Wars, its travel is much faster. It seems like they can go from one side of the galaxy. Because in Star Trek, just moving from just going from one side of one quadrant of the galaxy to the other can take months at high warp. Whereas
they both are
it seemingly takes days to go from one side of the galaxy to the other. So
they
unless
both have,
the Star Wars galaxy is just ridiculously so much smaller than the Star Trek galaxy, then it seems like travel in Star Wars is much quicker through hyperspace.
Star Trek actually takes place in the Milky Way, too. Star Wars in a galaxy far, far away, that means it's not in the Milky Way at all.
Yeah, but it's just, again, this is why it's kind of hard to compare the two, because we don't know the size of the galaxies. We don't really get a detailed explanation of how fast hyperspace travel is at any point in any of Star Wars lore that I'm aware of. So it's hard to compare the two. Which one's faster? I don't fucking know.
I used to be down with Star Wars.
Plus, you got different modes of transportation in the Star Trek itself. You got regular warp drive, transwarp drive, and other different modes of transformation inside the Star Trek universe itself.
Yeah.
Traveling
makes more sense.
By the way, one of the stupidest things about Star Trek Discovery, if I can just dip in here, we're talking about warp travel real quick, is how the burn somehow wiped out all of fucking warp speed because it blew up all the dilithium crystals, when we know full well that every advanced enough race of space travelers knew full well exactly how the Romulans used black hole technology to power their warp, which means warp speed was not done away with. You could still travel at warp by other means other than dilithium crystals.
The Romulans used the artificial singularity as a power source.
Yeah. So that whole fucking season 3 and 4 of Discovery is fucking stupid. It doesn't make any damn sense. Not to mention the fact that now that I've watched Babylon 5, they totally ripped off the idea of the burn from Babylon 5. 100%. That, name and all. They called it the burn and everything, and it basically did the same fucking thing.
They did it after the fact? Isn't that
the ultimate? Babylon 5 was in the 90s.
That's the ultimate burn.
Discovery came up with the burn back 2 years ago. The burn and blood.
Shock! Discovery writers ripped somebody off.
Yeah, I know, right? Crazy.
The premise of their show was ripped off from a indie game.
Yeah. So anyway, I never knew that about the whole burn thing until I fucking watched Babylon 5 over the last few weeks. Which, by the way, can we talk about that?
Somebody is falling asleep fast.
Not me. Nope.
Oh, that's G-Web's dog.
That's my puppy. That's the background snoring. I have the
dog
background
snoring
on.
Yeah, G-Web's dog snores. Let's talk about Babylon 5 real quick before we get into. I know we were talking about Star Trek, but I want to talk about Babylon 5 since it came up. Because I did watch the whole show. I did try to watch a couple of the movies. I guess if you count the original movie, The Gathering, which was like the pilot movie, then I've watched 3 of the movies. But I watched all 5 seasons of the show. Had never. I mean, I had seen Babylon 5 before, but I never like watched every episode. So I decided a few weeks ago I was going to watch Babylon 5 finally because I'd never seen it. And when I had watched it back in the day, you know, like I didn't watch it consistently enough to really understand a lot about the story and know all the characters and all that kind of stuff, right? So this was at the same time, by the way, for people that are like, "Oh, you just like Star Trek." I was the same way with DS9, and I've still not gone back and rewatched DS9. The DS9 is the only Star Trek show I've never seen every episode of, because it was at this period in my life where I just wasn't watching a lot of TV. So anyway, I go back.
That's Janeway, right?
No,
Deep Space Nine is Cisco and all that stuff.
A Man Called.
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't seen any of that one yet.
So I decided a few weeks ago to start watching Babylon 5. First thing I can say is if you're going to watch Babylon 5, just ignore the fucking movies. They're not that good.
Yep.
They don't add anything to the overall story, and they're kind of pointless. Other than the first movie, because the first movie is the pilot for the series, you do need to watch that one. But that one's actually pretty good. But after watching 5 seasons of Babylon 5, I understand why I have a lot of friends who love this show. It's fucking great. Did
you consider that Babylon 25?
No. I will say it took me a little bit to get into it because when you go back and watch it, and I know, Jared, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. The first couple of seasons, the CGI in it, while great for like 1994, 1995, like don't hold up that great. But I will say by the time season 3 kicks in, it's fucking flawless CGI. And probably better than any other CGI that had come out all the way up from that period of time, all the way up until fucking maybe, the prequels, Star Wars prequels.
Yep.
Like by the 3rd season, they had nailed down the CGI and it was gorgeous.
Plus, they had all the settings and stuff like that. They were using like touch screens in the bridge at the time too.
Yeah. Because the first season especially, but a little bit in the second season, like it really feels like a 1993, 1994 TV show. But, its story's still fantastic, characters still fantastic, but that goes away rather quickly. The show's actually really fucking good. I really, really enjoyed it. For anybody that hasn't watched it yet and you like sci-fi shows, it's definitely a must-watch. It's a great story. They did a lot of really cool things. I will say, the 5th season, because they, thought they were going to get canceled and didn't know they were going to get a 5th season, feels a little added on, like, because they had basically wrapped up the entire show at the end of season 4 and then realized they got a 5th season through a different network and then like kind of had to come up with new stories. And so it felt a little tacked on, but it was still really good. And I still really loved the finale of season 5. I thought that was a great finale for all the characters. Getting to see everybody come back, you're getting to see what happened to all the characters. Anyway, I won't spoil it for.
Yeah, you just spoiled it for everybody.
Anybody who hasn't watched it, but it's a really good show. A really good show.
Did you say that they laid it down and knew it was going to be 4 seasons and had a big overall plot, or it's just all individual?
So what happened?
We were planning on doing. I'm sorry, man. If you want to go ahead and answer.
No, you know more about this show than I do. Please.
Season 4 was actually season 4 and 5 of the original story. He wrote it out to be 5 seasons only, and they thought they were getting canceled at season 4, which they actually kind of were. So they combined seasons 4 and season 5 together. That's why a lot of the stories seem a little bit rushed. They're still good stories. They're finishing everything up, but at the end of season 4, you can actually stop watching because that is the end of the original story. The season 5 is when Ted Turner got the show renewed, and a lot of the actors are gone because they went and got the jobs. Some of the ones did stay, but the story was an add-on story.
And I will say, even though season 4 was quote-unquote rushed, it's still the best season.
Oh, absolutely, hands down.
It's still the best season. Like,
You get the-
it is
you get the
such a
conclusion of
satisfying
Shadow
season
War.
to watch.
Yeah.
It's so good. Even though they did cram 2 seasons worth of story into 1 season, like it's still the best season by far. They did a really good job with it. So, but yeah, I love the show, man. I'm glad I finally got the chance to watch it from beginning to end. I now know all the characters, like fucking Night Strike. You know, used to come on the show all the time and talk about how Babylon 5 was the greatest sci-fi show of all time. And
I
I
thought
was
you were going
always
to say Night Strike starred in that show. I was like, what?
yeah, Night Strike started the show.
Man, it gets hard too when what happens to Marcus.
What?
What happens to Marcus kind of hits hard too.
Oh yeah, right there at the end too. But Night Strike used to always talk about how this was his favorite sci-fi show, you know, of all time and all this stuff, and I was always just kind of like, all right, cool, but I didn't know, and now I understand. I wouldn't sit here and say it's my favorite sci-fi show of all time. Is it like in the top 10 probably best sci-fi shows that have ever been on TV? Oh hell yeah, it definitely is. Like it's
Top
really
10?
fucking good. It's in the top 10 sci-fi shows on television. Yes. So, and for me, that's high praise because I've watched all of them.
If you think about it too, like the episode where Tosh leaves his suit and everybody sees angels.
Yeah.
Londo was probably one of the first people to see the true form of Vorlon. He didn't see an angel. Only the races that the Vorlons had met before saw the mental image of an angel.
Yeah.
Well, they never dealt with the Centauri.
It's really good, man. There's a lot of mythology and lore and world building, universe building, and all kinds of cool stuff in there. The fact that it's one big cohesive story from beginning to end is great because I love that type of television. That going back to something I was talking about earlier, at an early age, Robotech ruined me for episodic television. I've always loved bigger, overarching stories because I grew up watching Robotech in the early 80s when I was a little kid. And I've always loved those types of stories. And Babylon 5 was created from its inception to be one big fucking story where every episode played into a larger story.
I quit baseball for that show.
I didn't. Honda quit baseball for fucking X-Men, but you know, another great show. But yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought they did a good job. I'm definitely glad
they didn't eliminate religion in their future either. It was still there, and they respected everybody's different religions.
Yeah, it was great, man. Like it felt very, you know, and it was intended to be, but it felt much more realistic than Star Trek, you know. Yeah. And in many ways, it felt much more realistic in the sense of who the characters were. It felt much more realistic in that this seems like a much more you know, realistic option for what the future of humanity might be like and all that kind of stuff. It was very well done, man. I'm really glad I got a chance to finally watch it, and I had a lot of fun, man. It was a really, really good show. Really good show. And I'm also really glad
I had a question about it
that they replaced Sinclair with Sheridan. No offense to that dude who played Sinclair, but like he is nowhere near the actor that Bruce Boxleitner is.
And I like the little twist they worked on putting to with Sinclair too. It's like he became.
Yeah, they did a great. I love how he goes back and he becomes like I forget his name now. I'm blanking on his name, but
he's Valen.
Valen, there you go. And yeah, they did great with his character. I'm just glad that we only had him for one season and we got.
And they connected too, like from the early seasons too, when Babylon 4 shows up and displaced in time, and it circled back. It was really good.
Yep.
So I have a question about the robots on this show. What's the robot situation on this show?
There are no robots on this show.
Oh, come on. What do you mean?
No.
The closest thing you could say about anything is the Vorlon ships are sentient.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's no robots on the show.
It's fake. It sounds like a fake ass show to me.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I give it 2 thumbs up. Very, very happy with the show, and highly recommend it. And very glad I got to finish it up. All right, to move from one sci-fi to another sci-fi to another sci-fi, I want to talk about Picard here. So, didn't do a show last week, so we're going to talk about the last 2 episodes of Picard. Fucking great. God damn, this is the Star Trek show I've been waiting for since Enterprise ended, by the way. Like, I know I've said this multiple times since the show has started. This show's really fucking good. And if you are a Star Trek fan, and even if you have hated modern Star Trek, for the love of God, it is holy, watch third season of Star Trek Picard. It's fucking great. Like, it's really, really.
If I watch that show and it isn't good, so help me.
What?
I watched the beginning of it. I didn't like season 1. It was like, all right, but
no, I know, that's what I'm saying. If you don't like anything new Star Trek, skip all of it and go straight to Picard season 3.
All right.
It is basically a continuation of the Next Generation series and the Next Generation movies. You don't have to have watched anything else in between there. You don't have to
here's from the problem I have with Star Trek is that you don't need to watch anything else. Like, nothing about Star Trek. Every time they make a new Star Trek, they're just like, forget it. I mean, they keep some things, but essentially, let's just start over and do whatever we want, which is okay sometimes, but I get kind of sick of it because I can't keep track anymore which Star Treks are which. But
this is just a good show. And if you liked the original Next Generation, this is perfect. It's perfect. It's like it's bringing.
Dude, I liked Generation at the time, but now that there's so many more options, it's okay. It's better than some things, but it's not my thing. If I had nothing else to do, I'm gonna watch.
I still love Star Trek Next Generation. So I think it's still the most popular Star Trek show that has ever existed.
Yeah.
By a lot. Like, it's the only one that got its own movies and shit. It had 4 theatrical movies, like it's by far the most popular one. But yeah, I'm not going to go too much into story because I know we're only on episode 5, I think.
I would love to see a movie master.
That's not a dog. Yeah, that's definitely Duke has left the building. Fucking hell. I guess that's what happens when you're a Marine in Iraq and you can just fucking sleep through anything. You just get used to it. But yeah,
next team got better when they got rid of Wesley.
Oh yeah, Wesley was fucking horrible. Hella horrible. And I'm so glad he's not in the season. But I won't go into the details of the story or anything like that because, we're only 5 episodes in, and I know a lot of people want to watch this show, and some people just are waiting for, like, the whole season to come out. So I'm not going to go into story details or any of that shit. But I'm telling you, this show is fucking great. I'm loving every goddamn minute of it. It is a great story. Okay, slight spoiler, okay, for anybody. If you like Next Generation and if you like DS9, fucking changelings are back. Shit's going down in the Federation. And our original TNG crew is at the center of this. That's all you need to fucking know, man. This shit is great.
Ooh.
It's just great, good, classic Star Trek.
It'd be kind of cool if they bring back Avery Brooks near the end or something other.
There's been rumors specifically about him that he might make an appearance. Dude, I'm telling you, every episode has had somebody like I'm not gonna. I don't think this. I won't spoil anything. I'll just say this last episode, like, they've been bringing people who you've seen before in every episode, and this last episode had fucking Rolaren in it, and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, what's she been doing? Like, yeah, she showed up in this last episode.
Who's she? Who's that?
Rolaren from TNG. Long story. Anyway, she was a character on a couple of seasons of Next
She's
Generation.
a Bajoran. She was basically supposed to be on Deep Space Nine, but
yeah, she was supposed to be Kira. They gonna have her.
Yeah, Kira ended up being her replacement.
Yeah,
which I'm glad because Nene Visitor was excellent in the show.
Oh yeah, she did a great job. I think she's a better character than Rolaren was.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but yeah, Rolaren shows up in this last episode. Like, it's just been good episode after good episode after good episode. I'm very happy with this season. Every single episode's been fantastic, and I highly recommend people go out and check it out because it's fucking phenomenal. So there you go. Just leave it at that.
I've been thinking about signing up for the Paramount Plus anyway because Tulsa King.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Tulsa King's fucking great. I love that show too. I love all those fucking what's his face shows. I'm blanking on his name. The guy that writes all those shows.
Tyler Sheridan.
Tyler Sheridan. There you go. Is it Tyler or Taylor? Whatever.
Oh, it was Tyler.
Tyler Sheridan. Yeah.
Something like that.
Like all his shows have been phenomenal. 1883, 1923, Yellowstone, Mayor of Kingstown, Tulsa King. You know, like he's just knocking it out of the park. Like he's just making really, really, really good shit.
And it gets good actors too, like
yeah,
for all those roles too.
Yeah. So these are fucking great shows. Paramount Plus is like quickly becoming one of my favorite streaming services. They've got a lot of good shit on there. I mean, I watch all the Tyler Sheridan stuff. Tyler, fuck, I don't remember. I already forgot from 3 seconds ago. The Picard is on there. There's a show on there called Evil. I don't know if anybody's watched that. It's about to come out with its 4th season, I think, this summer. That show's great. Me and my wife have watched the first 3 seasons. That's a great show. For anybody that hasn't seen it, it's got I'm blanking on the guy's name. The guy, is it the hell's his name? The guy that played Luke Cage in the Netflix series.
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Michael Coulter, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, he's on it. He plays a guy who's on his way to becoming a priest, but he works for the Catholic Church, trying to find out if all these cases of people saying they were possessed or a house has demons or whatever it is, he's the guy they send in there to find out whether or not it's legit, whether it's real possession or whether it's somebody who's mentally ill or whether it's just fake or whatever. And the show is based around him, and he kind of hooks up with this psychologist who totally doesn't believe in religion or the supernatural or any of that. And he hires her to like work on his team, and they go around together, him being a believer, her being a non-believer, trying to figure out if all these things that the Catholic Church gets all these reports of are real or not. And it's really good. Some people may find it offensive. If you're very religious, you might find it offensive. Although I'll be honest, I don't know how, because it sticks very close to a lot of Catholic lore and things. But I've heard some Catholics find the show very offensive. I'm like, well, it's not, because it's not saying that Catholicism or the Bible is BS. In fact, quite the opposite. Like, I don't know why you're offended, but okay. But it's a really good show. Yeah, I'm just saying, there's a lot of good shows on Paramount Plus. And I remember we first got, and Paramount Plus has been one of those things we'll like get for a few months and then cancel, and then get for a few months when a new show comes on and then cancel. But we first got it when it was, what was it called first? CBS All Access, I think.
Oh,
yeah. They changed the name to Paramount Plus. But then we found out if you have a Walmart account, you get Paramount Plus for free. So you pay like $100 a year and you can get groceries from Walmart delivered to your house whenever you want for free. And you can order online and all that shit. So my wife got one of those about a year ago. And one of the things they offer is if you have that Walmart, I don't know what the fuck they call it, Walmart Plus, I don't fucking know. Whatever it is, if you have that, you get Paramount Plus for free.
Okay, you just convinced me to sign up for Walmart.
Yeah, whatever that Walmart thing, I don't know what it's called, but we have it, and it's like $100 a year, and we got Paramount Plus for free.
Well, that's the only reason. That's one of the reasons you keep like Amazon Prime. You get your shipping,
you get all your shipping for free. Yeah,
and you get TV.
Yeah, and that's and I think that's what Walmart's doing. They're trying to compete with Amazon. That's exactly what they're doing. They just don't have their own streaming service, so they hooked up with Paramount Plus, and they're like, and So anyway, but yeah, so I'm really digging Paramount Plus. They've had a lot of cool shit, man. So, let's see. I got other things to talk about here. Duke's asleep now. I was going to talk about the Last of Us finale with him because he was very excited about this.
Great fucking episode.
He's already passed out, so we're just going to have to talk about it without him. And maybe at some point he'll wake up and say, Daryl Dixon. I don't know. But Anyway, Last of Us season finale last week. Without giving any spoiler shit away on it, although I mean it was in the video game, right? Like, I don't feel like there was really much spoilery shit in it. I will say it was a really, really good episode. It just didn't feel like a season finale to me. Like, it felt like a really good episode, but like, I don't know, the oomph of like, oh, here's this great cliffhanger or something, I don't know, like, seemed to be missing from the end. You know, like there was a thing there that was kind of left unresolved at the end of the episode, but it was
in the new kind of woke writing, it's unfair to have the last episode be better than the other episodes, so all the episodes are exactly the same.
Well, no, they weren't, and this was definitely one of the better episodes. It just didn't feel like a season finale. I guess that was my only complaint, I guess, about it. The episode itself was good, and dude, the whole like 5-minute, 10-minute scene, whatever it was, of Joel going through the hospital, just
Dude,
like
that was fucking awesome.
slaughtering everybody to get to Ellie, was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
So well done.
Thanks for the spoiler.
So realistically done as well, because unlike complaints that we on the Never Enough Ammo side of things, if you're watching on Geek Fusion, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But on the Never Enough Ammo channel, things we have complained about many, many times on TV shows, whether it be Walking Dead or whatever, is that the gunplay and the way people handle themselves in gunfights is not very realistic. In this, it was 100% realistic. He was going through room by room, mowing people down. He would run out of ammo. He would grab the person's gun and then move on to the next person, then grab another gun, then move on to the next person. Like, it was so like what a real person would do in that scenario.
That's one of the reasons I like about the Punisher Warzone movie with Ray Stevenson.
Yeah.
He actually went through Special Forces training to know how to do it properly.
I love that movie, by the way.
Oh, it's the best.
Warzone is such an not just an underrated movie, but so few people have actually seen that movie.
Yeah.
Like, and it's such a damn good Punisher movie.
It's probably one of the best Punisher movie ever made.
Is that the one with Ray Stevenson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that movie's fucking great.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. But no, like that, like the whole scene, the whole like 10-minute gunplay scene of him trying to get to Ellie was just so perfectly done and realistic, as he was like running out of ammo as you would, and then having to take guys out and get their guns and then move on to the next, area to fucking keep trying to get to her. And just, and also like, it was so, I think they spent the entire season from the very first scene all the way up to his conversation with Ellie right before they got to the hospital, perfectly laying out what kind of mental state he was in because of everything that had happened to him, starting with his daughter dying and then getting to the point to, that he was with Ellie and viewing her as a surrogate daughter. And you just instantly, the minute she was in trouble, like, he just didn't give a fuck. It didn't matter if somebody was surrendering to him. Bang, they're dead. Like, he didn't give a fuck anybody. He was going to put any and everybody down that could get between him and Ellie because of the shit he has been through since the day he lost his daughter. And they explained that so well without having to explain it, just by watching his character throughout the season up to the point to where we see him do that. It's just like, yeah, he will, he lost his daughter. He's found a surrogate, kind of a replacement in his mind for her. And he will do anything to keep her alive and with him. And doesn't give a fuck whether it's the right thing to do, whether it's the wrong thing to do, whether he has to kill people. Anything that could get between him and that goal is dead.
Well, do you think he did the right thing, given the without giving anything away, and the circumstances of why he did what he did?
Do I think he did the right thing? I can't say I think he did the right thing. I think he did exactly what I would have done in that situation. I don't know if that's the right thing, but I could certainly see myself being in that same fucking place mentally in that situation. Yeah. And so I had all the sympathy in the world for him. I was rooting for him, and I was rooting for the outcome that he got.
Yep, so was I.
So, you can debate whether or not it was the right thing to do, but I completely understand why he did it, and I wanted him to do it. I wanted him to fucking get what he wanted in that moment, And so I think they accomplished that really fucking well in this episode. It was a really, really well done episode. So far, the only episode I haven't liked in this whole show was the stupid fucking mall episode, which was just
that was fucking pointless
shit episode. But you could honestly just skip that episode altogether. Like, you literally don't have to watch a single second of that episode. I think that's episode 6 or 7. I can't remember if that's 6 or 7, whatever that one is.
I think it's 7 because 8 was the one where she had a fight,
yeah. So it's 7. You can literally just completely skip episode 7 altogether. It does not add anything to the fucking story, period, at all. And it's a shitty episode anyway, so why watch it? I would just say watch 1 through 6, then go directly to 8 and 9. So, and you can just move right on. Now, I do want to say, I want to throw this out there, because I've seen this consistently since the first episode premiered. This is the greatest show on television. No, it's fucking not. It is not the greatest show on television. It's not even the greatest show that's out right now. Okay?
Which
is it
that?
Really good? Yeah, it was a really good show. I really did enjoy it. It is not the greatest show on television. Okay? Like, there are still better shows on right fucking now. Right? Mandalorian is better. Yellowstone is better. For All Mankind is better. House of the Dragon is better. There are several shows that are much better than this. It is still a good show that I liked and enjoyed. Glad I watched it, except for that one fucking episode. So, I thought it was overall a good season of television. I liked it. There's a lot of cool stuff in it. Good story. I've heard a lot of people that watched or that played the game also loved it. So I'm guessing it's fairly faithful to the game, because people who played the game seem to be fans of the show. I don't know. I never played the fucking game, so I don't know. But it was a good show. It was a good show. It was not a great show, but it was a good show, and it did have some really good. It did have some great moments. So I can throw that out there. It had some great moments, but overall, it was a good show and one that I really enjoyed watching. So take that for what you will. I don't know what else to say about that, but I liked it, and I'm looking forward to season 2. So, there you go, for whatever that's worth. Goddamn, I got 2 weeks worth of shit I watched to catch up on here. Let's see. Let's try to burn through some of the movies that I watched in the last couple of weeks that I wanted to talk about. Okay, that new Guy Ritchie movie. What the fuck is it called? Operation Buttfucker? I don't know. Whatever the fuck that movie's called with Jason Statham. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Not a clue.
It's at the movies right now, but it also showed up online, which is where I watch a lot of my shit. Operation something. Thank you, Dom, in the chat says Operation Fortune. Yes, Operation Fortune, the new Guy Ritchie movie just came out. Man, was I looking forward to this movie, because I will tell you what, one of my favorite movies in the last 10 years is The Gentleman. I don't know if everybody in here has seen that movie or not. I fucking love that movie. That's a movie I can watch over and over and over again. I think
which one?
The Gentleman.
Oh yeah.
Matthew McConaughey and all that. Anyway, I fucking love it. And I'm not the biggest fan of Guy Ritchie. He's been real hit or miss for me. But The Gentleman is one of my favorite modern movies. So Operation Fortune comes out. It's got like an all-star cast. I'm like, all right, let's check this out. This movie fucking sucks. Okay? Operation Fortune is fucking stupid. I sat through most of this movie just playing on my fucking phone. This movie was not good. Okay? Like, it's just not good. Hey, your mileage may vary. I don't know. You may love it. Cool, if you do. This movie bored the shit out of me. I didn't care about any characters in this movie. The story was not compelling at all. The action was okay, which in a Jason Statham movie is criminal. The action should be on point and perfect. This movie's just not good. I cannot recommend this movie. It's not worth watching. And I watched it for free, and I didn't think it was worth watching. I felt like I wasted 2 hours of my life. So take that for what you will. If you want to watch it, if you're a huge Guy Ritchie fan, go out, watch the movie. Cool. All right, whatever.
Well, streaming services is on for free.
Yeah. So, I mean, watch it, whatever. But I cannot recommend this movie because it was just, it just wasn't good. It just wasn't good. So that's my opinion on that one. The other one I watched a bunch of fuckers. Luther. So I don't know if any of you guys in here have watched the Luther series. I think it was 5.
Oh, I've been meaning to watch the movie. I love the series.
Yeah, love the series. So the movie came out on Netflix this last week. I forget what it's called. Luther something. I don't know. It's got a name. 2-hour movie.
This is Superman Luther?
No, not at all. This is about a British detective.
Idris Elba, or probably pronounce the
Idris Elba. Idris Elba. And I like him as an actor. I pretty much love him in whatever he's in. And I love the Luther series. Watch this movie. It's a little slow at the start, but it's a really, really good movie. It builds a little bit because if you watch the series and know where the series ended, his character is not in a great place. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody that hadn't watched the show and wants to, but like there's a little bit of a transition there to kind of get into the meat of the story. They did bring in Andy Serkis as the bad guy, as the main bad guy of the movie. He does a phenomenal fucking job as the main bad guy. Like I said, it's a little slow to start, but overall, fucking great movie. Certainly, if you like Luther, you're gonna love the movie because it's even though it's a movie and not a series, it still feels like the show, and they did a great job. So. Yeah, Jared, if you like the series, definitely watch the movie because you'll like it. Other movie I watched this week, Cocaine Bear. I watched Cocaine Bear.
I did too. Jesus, man.
That movie, the best way I can describe this movie, it's a lot of fun. It's not a great movie. Okay?
No.
It's not a great movie, but it is a fun movie.
It's got moments, though.
Yeah, it's definitely worth watching. If you just want to have like a fun 2 hours watching ridiculous shit, watch this movie. I'm not going to sit here and like sit there and say it's just really well done. There's plenty of cheesy shit in this movie. There's plenty of ridiculous stuff that doesn't make any damn sense. All of that. But it's fun. And ultimately, sometimes that's all you want out of a movie. And I had fun watching this movie. So
yeah.
That one... Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. You watched it, so it was just fun. It wasn't great, but it was fun, and sometimes that's all. Sometimes that's all you need. You can smile for a couple hours watching a movie. You walk away happy. Hey, man, what more can you ask for? That's what this movie did. So that was definitely a good one that I enjoyed. And then,
I tell you that the scene at the ranger station with the ranger and the teenagers, man. Woo. Yeah. That was fucking crazy. I wasn't expecting that part. Yeah, you know the part I'm talking about, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And honestly, it was one of those movies where when I watched the trailer, I was going into it going, man, I bet they put all the best shit in the trailer. No, they didn't actually. Like they didn't. Some of the most fun, crazy shit that happened was not in the trailer at all. So that was because a lot of times with those types of movies, they just put all the good shit in the trailer and then. There's not really anything better that happens in the movie that you haven't already seen. This movie wasn't like that, so I like that one a lot.
It's in the trailer, so I'm not giving nothing away though. But that part, when he goes down one tree and goes up the other tree, and then does what he needs to do, and then he jumps down and he fucking does a bump off the dude's leg.
Yeah. I mean, they don't show the whole thing in the trailer because it gets pretty fucking gory, but they do show a little bit of it in the trailer.
Yeah, that's why I just said what I said, the way I did it, so I wouldn't give much away. But that was great.
Yeah, it's a fun movie, man. What more can you ask for that? All right, last night, me and my wife finally sat down and watched the movie The Whale. That Brendan Fraser won the fucking Academy Award.
Yeah, I've thought about watching it, but then again, I'm just like,
I'm not gonna spoil this movie at all. Okay, I will say as a movie, it was okay. It was all right. It was a fairly small story about one guy trying to reconnect with his daughter. You know, the story wasn't anything crazy. There's certainly a few, you know, there's some shock value stuff in the movie. The movie's okay. But Brendan Fraser was fucking phenomenal. Like, I don't give a shit about the Academy Awards. I can't remember the last time I watched the Oscars. But goddamn did he deserve to win that. Holy shit, was he good. And I am not even going to pretend like there is a scene, the last scene of that movie, the last 10 minutes is all one scene.
Are you spoiling it?
No. I will just say this. I fucking teared up like a little bitch at the end of this fucking movie.
oh shit.
What's this movie about? Some guy getting fat?
Yes, that's exactly what it's about.
He
Like-
eats all of McDonald's.
And it's exclusively because of Brendan Fraser's acting in this fucking movie. Like, holy shit. This movie is okay, but Brendan Fraser's fucking phenomenal in this movie. Like, for real. It is also an incredibly fucking depressing movie.
Is it a real movie, or is it? I mean, is it a movie, or is it fiction? Is it not fiction?
It's fiction.
Okay.
So if you don't like depressing movies, don't watch this movie. It is incredibly fucking depressing. But Brendan Fraser fucking, if he could get like 5 Oscars for that shit, he should have gotten it. Because holy shit, does he, like, he gives a performance that I've not seen in a very, very long time. Like, he gives the level of performance that you usually reserve for, you know, like a fucking Denzel Washington or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In an okay movie. So, you know, if you like Brendan Fraser, which I've liked Brendan Fraser since fucking Encino Man, and I know now he's like the internet darling because everybody likes him now all of a sudden. I've always liked Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
If you like Brendan Fraser, go watch the movie. If, however, you don't give a shit about Brendan Fraser or you don't like depressing movies, don't watch it. It's fine. But
I plan on watching it. I've just been kind of hesitant because just the previews, it didn't look like it was a movie I wanted to see.
Like, and I'm not, that wasn't a joke, but it's a heavy movie. It's depressing. But if for no other reason than Brendan Fraser's performance, like, it's worth watching for that alone. Again,
yeah, definitely. I mean,
like Brendan Fraser. So,
Which was it the other day we were talking about all the great movies that he's been in, and then he kind of got blacklisted for a while, and he just didn't get to do anything but kind of shit movies. But even that, he made those still good, like Free Vengeance.
Oh yeah,
Was it like a B movie,
like,
but it was good?
Watching this is like watching the Brendan Fraser that could have been. Okay, so I don't know how many people remember the movie School Ties. It was like the movie he did right after Encino Man, I think. Or he had done Encino Man, Airheads, then he did School Ties, which was a very serious movie that took place in the 1950s, where he's a Jewish guy that goes to this new
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And he was really, really good. Like, he was doing really good dramatic acting in that fucking movie. But then it's like that just never happened again because he's doing mummy movies and George of the Jungle and all this other shit, right? It's like he never got a chance to do like serious acting again. This is that fucking chance.
Okay.
And he fucking does an amazing job. Again. Oh, go ahead.
Wasn't he in a TV series or something not too long ago, like a couple years ago?
He's been on Doom Patrol.
Yeah.
Well, no, he was on something else where I think he was like in a mental institution or something. It was like a serial killer or killed somebody. I don't remember. But he kind of played like he had some sugar in his tank.
That I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, I have to look it up. I can't remember.
Yeah.
My problem with that guy, every time I watch that guy, he's always in a comedy and he's always super skinny.
Yes. Not this time. It's not a comedy. It's not super skinny.
No, they actually put him in a fat suit, didn't they?
Oh yeah,
Or did he gain all that weight?
I saw some of the.
Oh, I thought it was
No,
one of those deals
no,
where he
no,
got
no,
fat.
dude.
I thought
He
it-
is
I thought it-
so fucking huge in this movie. He's like, this is like a 650-pound dude. This is a dude who can't walk. You know,
Yeah,
so
easily,
it's, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like he just got fat for the show.
yeah, but like, but I've seen a behind the scenes thing of him like getting in the suit, and the suit is so huge, and you know he's gained weight, right? Like
Yes.
he's
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
pretty big dude, but this suit makes him look fucking tiny. Now I think he has lost weight in the last couple of years. He started losing weight because he's starting to, you know, act again and do stuff that he hadn't gotten to do for a while. So he's starting to lose weight again. So he's gotten thinner. But this suit is so huge, and I saw some behind the scenes stuff where it was like it's so big and so heavy. Like he had a hard time moving in the suit, which of course was great because it adds to the performance. But yeah, dude, it's like again really good performance by him. Just for that alone, it's worth watching. And like I said, I'm not afraid to admit I teared up like a little bitch at the end of that movie. So he does such a great fucking job. So, you know, I overall I liked it. I'm glad I watched it because of his performance in it. But don't expect the movie itself, like the story, to be some great fantastic thing, because it's okay. It's not bad, but it's okay. So
A good performance can make a bad story really good.
yeah, and that's what happened here. Because I don't think, I mean, I can't see, now that I've watched it, I can't see somebody else having made that movie good. You know?
Did it have the redhead from Stranger Things in it?
Yeah, she plays his daughter.
Yeah.
She's the daughter he's trying to reconnect with because he's dying. He's dying and he's trying to reconnect with his daughter before he dies. And yeah, that's kind of the point of the movie.
Well,
So-
no, he definitely spoiled it.
Well, it's literally in every trailer, but let me get
Isn't
this.
she isn't she the one that was in that Godzilla movie and she only did like the one thing, like oh my god or whatever, like the whole movie she just did like the one reaction to Godzilla doing stuff.
No, that was the other chick from Stranger Things.
Oh, okay.
Super Chat from Calvin Republic says, I thought The Last of Us was pretty mediocre. I liked it, you know, but to each their own.
I liked it too. I mean, it had its slow moments. Had some, you
Oh, it
know,
definitely did.
especially, you know, I would say like half of it was kind of slow, and especially that one season, that episode of the mall was fucking pointless. It shouldn't have been in existence. But those last couple episodes, man, were great. And then that one was like half the episode where the big ass fucking clicker and all the other ones came out of the fucking ground.
I was down to talk to my doctor.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I get pop-ups here on my screen.
I was down to talk to my doctor.
What the fuck? I clicked on something over here and it's fucking... Anyway.
But yeah, that scene where those clickers came out of the ground and that big fucking giant clicker came out, dude, that was a great fucking episode too. At least that half.
Yep. It was good, man. It was good. There was some good stuff in there. All right, I'm going to go into some toy geekness here for a minute. I got a couple things this week on pre-orders that I wanted to show the audience here. Well, for those that give a shit. Jared, Corey, you guys will be interested in this. So first of all, I finally got my fucking Hell Witch in.
No, finally.
By the
Jeez.
way, this thing came in a obviously reused, torn to shit, big bad toy store box that had my address and everything handwritten in marker on it.
From
What?
From
Loose
Loose Collector?
Collector?
Yes. I still have the box.
That's crazy.
And
Like-
remember I told you 2 Fridays ago, I sent them an email saying, hey, what's going on with my order? I ordered this
Yeah.
back in September,
Right, yeah.
October. Why don't I have it yet? So about a week later, they sent me a message like, and I don't know who it was, but it was a very informal email. Oh yeah, well, I'll get with the people in the warehouse and try and figure out what's going on. And then I never heard anything back from him again until this fucking thing showed up in a Big Bad Toy Store box, with my address handwritten on it.
That's
Like,
fucking random.
What's the return address on it? Was it like a U.S.?
I don't remember. I'll go look it. Hold on.
Maybe they had somebody from here ship it to you.
Maybe. I don't know. Hold on.
Wait, he's doing 900 bucks.
So it says, I'm not going to show my personal information on here, but like handwritten in marker from Executive Replicas, 32 McCall Plaza, Newburgh, Kentucky. I don't know. I can't even read that. Somebody with sloppy handwriting. I'm pretty sure that's Kentucky. KY? Yeah.
So they got somebody in the States to send you one.
So that's,
Sounds like it.
that's where this came from. All handwritten shit on a tore to shit. I don't know if you can see that. Obviously,
Yeah.
they ripped stickers off of it to shove it in a Big Bad Toy Store box and send it to me. And I was like, okay. All right. But I got it. It was new. It's still in the box. I'm going to do a video on it.
Check the knees. I had issue with mine. I actually took 2 of mine to make one good one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't opened it up yet. I was going to open it up on camera, do a video of it. And
The first one came with 2 left legs. The second one, the left knee broke. So I actually where I had extra left legs, I was able to take 2 of them, and they actually sent me the second one for free to fix the issue of the first one. So I actually had extra parts.
Jesus.
Wow. But then I got the pre-order I've been waiting on the longest. I ordered this back in August. I have been waiting on this thing. I have been excited about it since it was first announced, and I was able to pre-order it. I finally got it. I haven't opened it up yet because, again, I'm going to open it up on camera, do a video of it. But I got in my Marvel Select Apocalypse.
Oh, nice. I missed out on that one.
And
That thing sold out fast.
just in the package, he looks fucking awesome.
Dude, that looks badass.
Huge. He looks like he's at least about 11 inches tall. I'm going to measure him to be sure, but like, he's fucking huge. And I don't have a good light in here right now, but
Plus you got it on the smallest screen possible you ever heard of.
yeah, exactly. I know. But he looks fucking awesome. Like, this is old school, like, what is it? X Factor #6, I think, version of Apocalypse, the original version of Apocalypse. So I pre-ordered this thing literally the minute it went on pre-order at Diamond Select. Like, as soon as I found out, because remember it was at when did they show it off? It wasn't Comic-Con. What was the show they did this summer? Was it Comic-Con? I can't remember if it was Comic-Con. Anyway, it showed up at one of the conventions. I can't remember if it was Comic-Con or something else in July of last year. And then they're like, it's going on order. I can't remember what day it was, but like, August, whatever the fuck. And like, I remember like waiting, and it's like, okay, it goes on sale at 9 a.m. And I fucking ordered that motherfucker. And it originally was announced that it was going to get released in October. And I was like, cool, okay, I only got to wait a couple months till it shows up. Well, we're now fucking March of the next year. But at least it finally showed up. I was very, very happy to get that fucking thing.
You might want to turn off the super chat. We can actually see your call a little better.
Oh, there we go. Well, here, look. Here, let me turn this light on. There, turn that light on there. You can actually see this fucker.
Oh, there we go. Oh, he's got a ton of accessories.
Yeah. He's got more back behind it. He's got his gun and everything back there, the claws, the mace, extra hands, and he looks fucking great. And he's huge.
Even at that size, he still works with Marvel Legends.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. And I mean, look, like,
he's one of those characters that can change his size, too, so.
So this is the new Captain America compared to him.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
So, Yeah. So he's huge. Love it. So I can't wait to open that one up. I'll be very, very happy about that. So I'm just glad I finally fucking got him in, because damn, I feel like I've been waiting forever for this dude to show up. That's the longest I've ever waited for a pre-order.
Well, you act like we all know how long that's been. How long has that been?
Since last August.
Oh, okay.
I got some stuff from the warehouse sale.
Oh, what'd you get? I didn't order anything from them.
You
got a modular war machine.
Yep, basically Capcom Player 2.
Yeah.
I love the modular armor. That's one of my favorites. I haven't opened him up, and I'll be reviewing him on the channel. It's using the new updated chest too, where you put all those effects on it from the.
Oh, that's cool.
Retro card.
That modular Iron Man that we got here, was it last year? No, it was 2021, I think, when we got the modular Iron Man. That's one of my favorite Iron Man figures in the last.
I've been waiting for that forever in Marvel Legends.
Because I mean, to me, it wasn't just the one from the comics. It's also the one. Remember the Iron Man TV show in the 90s? The modular armor too. Like, I just wish he would have come with like a mulleted head sculpt.
The retro card one does have the mullet head sculpt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was part of the warehouse sale too. I got the Morph in the Betamax box, even though they have a VHS box. Because it's too big for a VHS. So I was hesitant to get this one. I wouldn't have bought it at full price because I never was the biggest Morph fan, but hey, it was on sale during the warehouse sale. I grabbed one. Plus, he's a little big on this body. He's on the Vulcan body. And I got finally on sale. I thought it was worth down to a price that's reasonable. I got the Mojo World set. Comes in like the TV box. And we get that's got the better long shot, the better paint at Mojo, and the updated Dazzler with the better body. Plus, they try to claim that as a figure, and it's a statue.
Yeah. That's not even as good as Spider-Ham.
Yeah, this has zero articulation. It's out of scale. I got this stuff here is not from the sale, but got these from Chosen Prime. I'm a big Masterpiece Transformers collector, and I got a third-party Masterpiece Cliff Jumper.
Cliff Jumper.
His toys.
I love Cliff Jumper. He was always my favorite. Him and
Casey.
Trailbreaker.
Yep. I got both of them. I actually got Trailbreaker last year from this same company, Fans Toys. Their stuff is better than the official stuff. Lots of die cast, great engineering, good looking bots. And the transformations are super clean. And I like what they're doing here. They make the vehicle modes look like the penny racers, like on the cartoon. Some of the people, previous people that did in the past, when they did a Masterpiece Cliff Jumper, they made the vehicle mode look like a real Porsche. It's like, that's cool and all, but that's not the way you should look. You should like the stylized vehicle. And I got the DNA Designs upgrade kit for the Minosaur. You get all the stuff to make Minosaur bigger and more armor, more weapons. And one last piece I got. I got this not too long ago. Ordered from Bombus B. I got the import figure. Milk Tea Girl. It just looks a hyper articulated female action figure. I've seen a lot of people like getting it in reviews and stuff. People were raving about it. It's like, hey, I'll pick one up. They actually got like a model kit too for the weapons. You actually put the weapons together.
Cool. You're giving Corey ideas. He just got back into figure collecting.
Well, Must Be is like a great site to get stuff too. This came from China. I got it in a week.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it's like the shipping was like $10, and I got it within a week. And that's the only place that still had it in stock. But that's all I got.
Well, I don't have anything new, but I have my own morph. I've had him for fucking ever, man. I got a whole bunch of them on the wall. I use them as wallpaper on one of my walls. But that's the only. Well, I've got that crap. What was that? That crappy morph. What's that one that came out part of the Bone Breaker wave? Was that morph or yeah? That was no.
That's you got the Age of Apocalypse. The Age of Apocalypse one. The came with
the Age of Apocalypse one is the one I'm thinking of.
Sugar Man.
Wait. Yeah, I've got that one. The only morph I have in 6-inch scale, but
yeah, this is kind of more along the lines like Hell Witch style, like, but the little. Oh, are you gonna censor your Hell Witch when you do the review?
Fuck no. Why?
I'm just curious. Some people like try to hide the. For those that don't know, she has an alternate chest piece. That's bare chest.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I was looking at this thing just preemptively, and because I did open the package and put her back in so I can show the package on video. But like I will say,
it's nothing but lies.
the only thing I don't like about this is for some reason there's such a huge gap between the chest piece and the torso that doesn't do anything. Like it looks like they tried to put it there for the purpose of articulation, except for the fact that if you move her at all, it pushes her chest piece off because it's just held on by those 3 magnets. So
I had to do a little adjustments on mine. They're like screwing the magnets in just a little bit, and well, actually, one of my torsos was missing.
At the bottom, it sticks out so far. There's a big ass gap down there that. Like again, if that was at the sacrifice of like, okay, she can get into some crazy poses, but if you try to bend her over to take advantage of that gap, the chest piece pops off anyway. So I'd almost just rather them not have the gap and then take away from the articulation because it doesn't do anything anyway. But
I'll be right back. I got the one that's broken in pieces. So I can show you how she's built.
This is the size of a G.I. Joe or bigger?
6-inch. So it's big. Yeah, it's bigger than G.I. Joe.
What is G.I. Joe?
G.I. Joe's 3 1/4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, Xanatos dropped in a super chat, said Magula. The fuck does Magula mean? Thank you, Xanatos. I just don't know what you're talking about. Xanatos, didn't I send you a link?
I thought that meant Maglula.
Now there's an L missing.
One thing, just be careful with that diaphragm joint. That is a tiny ball joint.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that is small.
The comparison, this is a Marvel Legends, how big and robust this is. And this is teeny tiny. You could put too much torque on that and snap that. Yeah, I got her apart. Went and took her apart to have eventually use it for custom. Yeah, you can actually screw these screws in, adjust them a little bit to get the fit a little better.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good when you're looking straight on, but when you tilt it down, you see this huge ass gap between her tits and her fucking torso. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah.
But Superbad out there in the chat says, I'm looking for a fig to do a custom on. Any suggestions for a beginner figure to customize? Well, depends on what you're going to turn it into. But I know McFarlane figures are really easy to customize and kit bash.
G.I. Joes as well. They're easy to take apart and swap parts around.
Yeah. So but G.I. Joe, yeah. It depends on what size you're doing, and it depends on what kind of figure you're going to make.
And heat is your friend.
Yes, definitely heat is your friend. And by the way, can I just say, use a fucking blow dryer.
Yeah.
That hot water shit takes so long and doesn't last very long. Like I see all these videos on YouTube of how to pop parts off and do this and do that, and they're sitting there soaking their figure in water for like 20 minutes. And I'm like, okay, get a blow dryer and you can do it in 30 seconds. You're not going to melt the plastic. Like, I don't know why people seem to be opposed to fucking using a blow dryer to do shit.
don't use a heat gun. It's easy to you can melt your
Yeah,
teeth in.
heat gun. No, a heat gun is way too much.
Yeah.
Blow dryer.
I've seen people on these channels use like toy channels and stuff using heat guns. Like, hell no.
Oh, no. I wouldn't use a heat gun on any. Yeah, you will. I've used a heat gun. We used to when I worked at John Deere. We had to use heat guns on shit. Those fuckers are made to like heat up bolts and shit to the point that you can crack them when they get stuck because of rust. Like those are not made to use on fucking plastic. Like no.
The only time I use like heat gun and stuff was when I'm doing stuff like this. I'm bending styrene to make shapes. To get it hot enough, malleable enough to bend it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's got the plastic. This is plastic just as hard as on a figure. I was able to melt it and make it malleable to bend it into this shape. This was a flat piece of plastic.
Yeah, and all you're trying to do when you're modifying or kit bashing something is just get it hot enough to where you can pull things apart, not fucking reshape them.
Yeah.
So blow dryers are your friend. So.
Especially if when you're putting them back together. If you want to use the hot water, taking apart is you can, but never put a painted figure in hot water.
No. Well, anyway, super bad. Let me know what kind of figure you're looking at doing, and I can give you better recommendations on what type of. Like, I know you do a lot of like Mad Max stuff, like end of the world type shit. Honestly, I mean, just
what about going to like a dollar store and getting those cheap ones and then playing with those because there's nothing to lose. They cost like
and also too, check out eBay and look at action figure lots
or a thrift store maybe.
You can get some
honestly,
people sell like parts and like pieces, right?
Yeah. Yep. But honestly, if I was just starting again and like I'd want to start kit bashing and just making some of my own cool figures that aren't, other characters, but like, making my own little just cool characters, Mad Max style characters or whatever, I would probably, if I was doing it all over again, I would just stick to McFarlane stuff because it's so easy to swap parts. There's, you can pop off arms and legs and torsos and head. Like it's so much easier than anything Hasbro puts out. It's basically all interchangeable. Sometimes you get some different diameter peg, neck pegs and things like that, but pretty easy to fix that. So if I was going to just do some kit bashing and put together some cool figure, and especially with McFarlane, because you can find, there's a lot of McFarlane figures that are cheap as shit, man. There's shit on clearance all over the place.
Oh yeah, they produce so much McFarlane stuff. It's easy to get stuff clearance.
And there's just on Amazon right now. You can go pick up McFarlane figures for like different ones. You can pull the legs off of this one and the arms off of this one and all that kind of stuff. These are like $10 figures.
I just had it in my hand. This is 2 McFarlane figures. It's a Marvel Legends hands. It's a Joker criminal upper body and the Mortal Kombat Joker lower body.
Oh, nice.
So I got the pinstripe legs. The hands are from Marvel Legends. Those were just a heat and pop swap from the little figure group.
That's awesome, man.
I just got to finish painting the head and put a cape on him. He's done. Oh, and he lights up.
That is awesome. I'm actually thinking about getting rid of a bunch of my McFarlane stuff.
Oh, and speaking of customizing too,
on the whatnot,
we'll be customizing tomorrow night too.
Yes.
Over on the Collector Express channel.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting rid of a bunch of my McFarlane stuff and just focusing on certain characters. Because at a certain point, like I like McFarlane stuff, and so I just started buying stuff, a few years ago. And then I look at my collection sometimes, and I'm just like, yeah, that's cool, but I don't give a shit about most of these figures. And I'm thinking about just narrowing, like selling a bunch of that stuff, like on Whatnot, and just kind of starting over and focusing just on some of the characters I actually like. Which, honestly, when it comes to DC, is mostly like Superman and the Joker, are like probably my 2 favorite DC characters.
Or if you actually ever mix people in their iconic costumes and put a Defend of Big 7 together, Justice League.
Yeah, like I would do that. Yeah, if we had like like I still don't really have like the closest thing I have to a classic Superman, for instance, is that Page Puncher Superman. And it's still not classic, but like I put him on my Justice League shelf because,
and that just ticks me off too. Is like he'll make 50 Batman bodies, but he keeps using that damn Bizarro body for Superman.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, it worked for Bizarro because he's a twisted, mangled character. When you start making a regular Superman out of it, it looks wrong.
Yeah. Well, and it's to the point, like even with Wonder Woman, right? Like, so I've got my Aquaman, right? Is the DC Collectibles Essentials because he hasn't done a proper Aquaman yet.
Yep. The only
and
the closest thing we got to a regular Wonder Woman is the movie Wonder Woman.
Yeah. And at this point, I'm about to get. I think I'm going to sell a bunch of these and probably get that that DC Collectibles Essentials Wonder Woman that they've got, and just have that be there because it's 7-inch scale, you know. And like I don't know, I think you know I like a lot of these figures, and I'll probably keep some of the Batman figures and the Superman figures and a couple of Joker figures that I have. I'll keep some of them.
The Speeding Bullets Batman Superman hybrid figure, to me, sculpt wise, that's one of his best ones.
I think that's one I'll probably keep.
Plus, I got a detachment to that story too. I love that story.
Yeah. But I think I'm going to get rid of a bunch of them just because, like, I don't know. I don't know.
I was playing on the 3D printer.
Like, there's a lot of cool figures there, but like, I mean, I've got Zod. I just don't give a shit, you know. Like, you know, Ink and some of these other figures, and like they're cool. I don't know why. I have like, you know, 20, 30 versions of Batman. Why? Half of them I don't give a shit about. Why do I have all of them? I don't fucking know. So I think I'm just gonna get rid of a bunch of them.
That's pretty cool. I was looking at the chat. Like when you see like the little link thing, those are people commenting on my channel.
Yep.
Speaking of figures, I did get some stuff in last week that I was going to show on last week's Geek Chat. That
show me the shit. We were talking about that, and then couldn't do my chat last week.
Well, shame on you. That's it. You're fired.
So I was printing these things out when I was testing out my printer, just sticking things together.
Oh, cool.
Do people buy stuff that's like, you know, basically not bendable?
Yeah, people buy figurines. You make them smaller, people buy them for board gaming. Yeah,
that's what I thought these might be interesting for. I just took some army dudes and stuck pumpkin heads on them because I got the printer like right around Halloween time.
Mm-hmm.
Just put them on like eBay or Etsy or what?
Either one of those would be. Etsy would probably be good.
Okay.
eBay, you got the crazy fees now.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on, let me see these. Okay, so you got your Vampire Batman.
Got the big ass fucking Hulk. That dude's massive and huge. I mean, weapon.
I love that goddamn.
Is taller than the Batman. And got my Venom in.
Dude, that's my favorite Venom figure right there. That's my favorite one in my collection.
Yeah.
Why is he backwards? What the fuck?
Just to have him stand up back there.
Oh, okay.
And then here's the Gambit.
Oh, with the custom head and shit?
Yeah. Let's see if I can. Can you see the cigarette in his mouth?
Yep.
And it came with his regular head.
Yeah, that's the one with the regular. That's the one I have. I've got that version of Gambit without the custom head.
But then I got, I haven't taken him out of the box yet, but there's the Morbius with the Build-A-Figure Venom pool.
Oh, nice. That way he's getting hard to get.
Yeah, I've tracked down a couple of them on Whatnot, but they're so damn expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Doctor Strange, the astral form. Got his little fucking genie cup. And where's one more? Oh, yeah. Ghost Spider with the Venom Pool Build-A-Figure.
Oh, nice.
Just haven't taken them out yet.
See, I've got her, but I picked her up at a shop out of the package, so I didn't get the fucking Build-A-Figure piece.
Yeah, the price tags on both of these is not what I paid for, so I got them at a pretty damn good discount.
Nice.
And then I picked up that too. Venom #1 foil comic, full
Laser
cover.
Protector. Yep. Man, I kind of miss when. I mean, I know the '90s was kind of a shit show for comics, but I did kind of miss some of the hologram covers and foil covers and shit like that. They were pretty cool, man.
Better than modern comics.
Because I mean, because when they first started coming out, we had never seen anything like that before. Remember when all the Spider-Man, they did that 1 month where all the Spider-Man comics had the hologram cover on them? Dude, that was awesome. I love that shit. That was great.
People give the '90s books a hard time, but better than anything they're doing right now.
And then what was it? Was it Valiant that was doing the chromium covers?
Oh yeah, the Valiant had those beautiful covers.
Yeah.
The color inside the books look weird as shit. Look like pastel watercolors, but
oh yeah,
the covers were awesome.
Although, what's his name? Barry Windsor Smith. I love his art. I fucking love Barry Windsor Smith's art. Like the stuff he was doing for Conan. Remember his early when he was on Conan back in the '80s, like before he started doing X-Men and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Was some of the best comic artwork I've ever seen. And then, and I'm not knocking the dude or anything, but what
did you say his name was again?
He definitely obviously didn't care as much when he started doing Valiant. It was still good art. Don't get me wrong. I still liked it, but you could definitely see he wasn't putting his all into it the way he had previously on some of the stuff he had worked on. Because he's an amazing artist. Barry Windsor Smith is an amazing artist. So
who is it?
Barry Windsor Smith.
Oh, I saw something really got me tempted to order on Amazon. You can get Chuck Disc. Marvel no longer has got the license for Conan, and Chuck Dixon just did a graphic novel Conan, and it's available on Amazon for $12.99.
Oh shit! Oh, that's cool.
He's a well-established comic book artist, and for years he's been at Bane. Yeah.
I remember he did that whole Nightfall. Fuck.
Oh,
how many months was that Nightfall storyline?
Oh yeah, that went for a while. Sector 2813 over my channel. Look at Ron Lim on Silver Surfer. Loved his art.
Oh, dude, Ron Lim did fucking great.
Yeah.
I've got somewhere. I think it's up there somewhere. I got Silver Surfer number 50, the foil cover that Ron Lim did.
I'm sitting here piddling around with the old Toy Biz Silver Surfer. I'm fixing all the loose joints with some Kiki, and I'm going to hit up some silver and some clear coat, and I'm going to use this for the chroming tutorial when I do it.
Oh, nice. I still think though my favorite artist is still Walt Simonson. I love his art. He did some of the coolest. I mean, his Thor and Fantastic Four back in the '80s is.
You should go to a page or something that's got examples of all these, because I don't know what any of the samples are. What styles are. I guess. Do they have such a thing, like some kind of an index where you can see some examples from these people?
I mean, I can pull some of it up.
I wonder if Wikipedia would. I've tried looking because it's one of the prompts you give to the computer AI stuff. Do it in the style of this person or something.
I always like Gary Frank's artwork too.
I've seen it say Silver Age, Gold Age, the different describe the different comics that way.
I've never played with the AI artwork stuff.
It's addictive. Be careful.
Yeah, back when Walt Simonson used to do X Factor. He did this one. Is it? Fuck, I can't remember which one it was. Fantastic. Fantastic Four 343. I can't remember. No, it's not 340. If you type in Walt Simonson Fantastic Four, it's one of the ones that pops up. It's my favorite comic book cover of all time. This is my favorite comic book cover of all time. Yeah, it was 343. I don't know what it is about this pretty simple cover, just the 4 team members there. You know, background just says Nuke Busters on it, and it's just a Fantastic Four, all with huge ass fucking guns.
Who's the 5th guy in the trench coat?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
Damn him some big ass guns.
Yeah.
Especially that one Reed's holding. That's bigger than the one the Thing's got.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, man. The first time I remember seeing this cover when I was a kid and just thought it was the coolest looking fucking comic cover ever. I love this fucking thing. Yeah. And then some of the stuff he did for Thor was awesome. He basically created Beta Ray Bill.
Yeah. Well, you got another super chat.
Oh, we do got another super chat here. Dom says Scream 6 was great. Can't wait to see The Covenant. What's The Covenant? I know Scream 6. I've heard Scream 6 is actually really good. But what's The Covenant?
No clue.
I don't know what that is. Like Aliens Covenant? I don't know. Yeah, but I love Walt Simonson's art. Yeah, but Barry Windsor Smith. Look at some Conan artwork. Did I misspell it? Maybe I misspelled his name. Yeah, some of the shit he did on Conan was fucking awesome. Like, he didn't do stuff like this for Valiant.
Okay, who's this? This looks like that French guy.
This is Barry Windsor Smith.
Oh, okay. So the French guy is, the Valiant is the French thing I'm thinking of?
No, Valiant is a different comic book company that Barry Windsor Smith ended up working for.
Okay.
But he never... I don't know. I just feel like I feel like he didn't do as good a work for them as he did when he was doing like Conan and shit. But he did great artwork. And then another one was
for Valiant. Did he do Torok?
Yeah, because he did all of them at first. I think they kind of branched out, but at first it was all Barry Windsor Smith. He was doing all the books at first.
Oh, okay.
And then Art Adams is another one. I love Art Adams because I fell into Art Adams' work on Long Shot when I was a kid. I got that Long Shot miniseries. I thought he had just fucking great artwork. And then my all-time favorite Spider-Man artist is Eric Larson. Yeah, that's my favorite Spider-Man artist right there. I know a lot of people are like, well, what about McFarlane? No, fuck McFarlane. Eric Larson, personal favorite Spider-Man artist. Fucking love his shit. The way he drew Venom was so much better than the way McFarlane drew Venom. I don't know. A lot of people will disagree.
So the guy who did Spawn worked at Marvel?
Yeah. The guy who did Spawn worked at Marvel first. He worked at DC. He worked at Marvel.
Oh, I probably knew that.
He got a name for himself. I mean, he was already a good artist, but he had been doing a bunch of stuff. But he got a big name for himself doing Spider-Man.
And his deal was that he didn't like not being able to be in creative control. So when
so he went and started Image Comics and created Spawn and did all that other stuff.
Yeah, the Image was basically founded by some the hot artists at the time.
Wasn't his whole thing that he made those Star Wars dolls like right off for Spawn, and everybody was nuts over them as collectors things, like way before anybody else was doing it? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, because basically, I think it was only about a year, or was it 2 years? A year.
I remember being
2 years
in high school. People had those dolls in packages. And we're like, I'm not taking it out of there. It's a collector's doll.
Within 2 years, it may have even been a year of him leaving Marvel and starting Image Comics. He had come out with what was at the time called Todd Toys, which eventually became McFarlane Toys. He was honestly, for the time, he was doing great shit. Like, the types of characters and stuff he was.
I mean, I
out.
didn't like it. It wasn't my thing, but I liked that he was doing stuff that was different than like, here's another comic book, buy it. Shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, he was doing really, really cool stuff. But
Movie Maniacs, those were really good.
He was doing all the stuff nobody else would do, and you know, these other companies were like, you know, not realizing this was stuff people wanted in action figures, you know. And so he's like, well, if they're not going to do it, I'll fucking do it. And he was doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Now, I do think he stuck to his whole, like, he went through a phase there for about 10 years, honestly, where basically everything he did was slightly articulated statues, which looked great, but, you know, I don't give a shit about statues that, you know, barely fucking move.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, back then, everybody was just leaving them on the shelf, though. That was like the style of the time or whatever.
He refused to do any articulation because he thought it was stupid, breaks the sculpt up, and fought it for years. And finally, he broke down when he did the what was his first articulated figure when it first left? It wasn't the DC stuff. He tried his own stuff for a while.
Wasn't it Halo? Wasn't it? He did Halo for a little while, right?
I think maybe, yeah.
Because he did a couple of waves of some Halo stuff back in the day. That was, and that may not have been the first, but that's the first like well articulated shit I remember him making.
Did he do Mortal Kombat first, or he did or DC? I think he did Mortal Kombat first.
I think he did have Mortal Kombat first, yeah.
Oh, I did get something else. It reminded me.
Oh, Dom says The Covenant is a Guy Ritchie film with Jake Gyllenhaal as a soldier in Afghanistan rescuing an interpreter. Yes, actually, I do know what you're talking about. I did see the trailer for that movie. And yes, it actually does look really good. Although after watching Operation Fortune by Guy Ritchie, I have less faith now in Guy Ritchie movies because that movie wasn't good.
What's some other Guy Ritchie movies?
I got the Spawn with the
the one with him on the throne. Yeah.
Yep. The figure looks fantastic. He just don't have much of a cape. It's just meant for sit down. And I'm thinking about getting one of those. Contact my friend Don, who he just recently bought a articulated cape and put that on him.
Yeah, because that's a better figure than that one I've got.
Yeah, I got the one you got. I haven't even opened it yet.
Yeah, I was really.
This is down to $30 on Amazon right now.
Yeah, I was really, really excited about that Spawn figure when it came out. Not that one, but the one I've got. And so disappointed when I opened that motherfucker up. Like, it's not a good figure.
So I figured I'd get that one just to be a good Spawn figure. Put a new cape on it.
Yeah. Is that
That is the classified Mindbender. I got a temporary classified series Mindbender. I got a temporary coat on them right now.
isn't that Nick Fury's cape or Spider-Man Noir? Or I don't know. It's all the same.
Oh yeah, it's the Fury jacket. The jacket cape thing it comes with is garbage. It actually stained the shoulders. I had to sand them down and smooth them out because it stained the shoulders. The Winter Nuke wouldn't even take it off. Well, I got a little bit right there on the back of his head. Yeah, see.
Yeah.
Let me take that off.
By the way, I said this in fuck was it? I was on one of the G.I. Joe Facebook pages. This was from like a year ago. And I got a bunch of shit in the comment section for saying that Dr. Mindbender was gay. And like people started like freaking out in the comment section. And I had to post, I was like, he's a dude with the handlebar mustache, shaved head, wears a monocle, tight purple spandex pants, and a codpiece and fucking suspenders. How are you surprised that he was gay? I don't know. I thought it was funny. A lot of people on the G.I. Joe page did not think that was funny. I'm not saying you shouldn't buy him or like he's not a good character. I'm just saying, how are you surprised that he's gay?
Yeah, it's kind of there. Harker Customs is going to start making soft goods capes, wired capes, jackets over for my vendor to replace that horrible thing that Hasbro made.
What is that?
Sandpaper over Mike. So I'm looking forward to getting that replacement jacket from Harker.
Yeah.
Is there anybody making like clothes for those things that are made out of fabric but in scale?
That's what I just said, that people make custom soft goods.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to get a custom soft goods cape for that spawn, and I'm getting a new jacket for this Mind Benders.
Oh, what does Tim have? Oh, it's the Ecto 1.
Oh, nice.
Oh, is that one of those Jada toys?
I'm not sure who it was. It's diecast. It came from Walmart.
I think that's the Jada toys.
Oh, yeah.
Ecto 1, which are really nice.
It's really cool.
Yeah, those things are fucking great.
Hood pops up. The front door's open.
I mean, and honestly, like,
That door opens.
like even if it costs twice as much, I wish they would do some like 1/18 scale size vehicles with that level of detail. Even if you paid twice as much for them, because damn, they make some cool shit.
Oh, yeah. I wish they would do bigger scale stuff.
And obviously, I mean, they want to get into like 1/12 scale stuff. You know, they've had the Universal Monsters. They had they're coming out with Street Fighter. So I'm hoping they start doing some, cool 1/12 scale vehicles, or like I said, even if they just did 1/18 scale vehicles, like, I'd throw them up there with my fucking GI Joes or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Are you getting that Batmobile from McFarlane?
yeah, I pre-ordered it.
That's $60 for a 22-inch long Batmobile.
Yeah.
It's great. And Hasbro wanted $350 for a smaller car.
Mm-hmm. Just because it had light up features on it. Like, no.
Ramen Toys is doing a more accurate charger in 4 different flavors. And it's going to have lights and sound for $175.
Nope. Oh, I can't wait to get the fucking General Lee.
Oh, I'm so glad they decided to listen to you got to make the taillights look right for the General Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. That's the one I'm most excited about. I want to get the General Lee. So
man, that's not dye. That was something embedded into the plastic. I'm picking it out, and it's actually coming out in like chunks. We're on the back of his head, and that's Hasbro quality control right there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a contaminant in the mold when they ran it.
That's nice.
And it's nasty looking, whatever it is. I'm gonna have to just like cut it out and sculpt over it. It's like, hell, it might be coronavirus. But if you don't hear from me next week.
Oh, Superbad says they do a 1/18 scale Ecto 1. Jada Toys does a 1/18 scale. Well, Superbad would know because that's the stuff he collects. He does cars and stuff.
Oh, nice.
I didn't know they were doing
a good job too.
I didn't know they did anything 1/18 scale. That's cool. I'll have to look that up. I wonder how much it costs. I don't know. Ledley says Marvel should make a trans Spider-Man who shoots rainbow webbing and glitter bombs.
They did.
They what? They did?
In a wheelchair too.
What?
Yeah.
See, this is why I'm glad I don't read comics anymore.
When parody is actual reality.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's fucking ridiculous.
I just went and looked, and that Ecto 1 is
what
a
happened to remember when they were going to do a new version of
New Warriors?
Yeah, New Warriors.
Safe Space.
Yeah, all those fucking whatever dumbass fucking heroes, and then they never came out with it, right?
Yeah, there's too much. Like it was right before the lockdown and all that stuff, and they just got freaking annihilated with people making fun of them for it.
I mean, I remember seeing that, and I remember the first time I saw it, I thought it was a fucking joke. Like I thought somebody was making fun of Marvel, and then, oh wait, no, that's fucking real. What kind of joke is that shit? Like we get a whole fucking conversation about fucking woke ass bullshit ruining fucking shit. Like I don't understand, and I never will, and I guess it's not for me to understand why they have to just try and ruin shit that's already existing. And then when they do want to make something new, it can't just be a good character for the sake of a good character. It has to be pushing a fucking political agenda. Arguably, in my opinion, the greatest and most perfectly done, what I call replacement character, which is whenever they come out with a new version of a character, right? Which they've done many, many times throughout all of comics history, right?
Wally West.
For me, it's fucking Miles Morales. I think that is the greatest replacement character that has ever come out. And they just made a good fucking character. That's it.
They did. Yep.
They just made a good character.
6 different ways.
They wrote good fucking stories. They gave him a cool costume. They made him a character that was very likable. You know, they had him be the replacement Spider-Man in the Ultimate Universe, and he just became popular because he was well written. He had good stories. He was a good fucking character. And he's been extremely successful for the last 20 fucking years because of it. And nobody gave a shit that he was, you know, half black, half Puerto Rican. Nobody cared. Nobody gives a shit. Like, it's just because he was a good fucking character. And when they just make a good character, shit works out well. You know? And I don't know why they fight so hard against that. Like, just make good characters. People are not opposed to new characters coming in and, you know.
Don't they explain that? They explain why they don't. They said it's too hard.
Oh, it's too hard. Only every fucking comic book creator for the last 90 years has had to do it. Oh, no. We can't be expected to do the same thing everybody that came before us did. That's too hard. Fuck you. Stupid shit.
Because people don't like our original characters, so we just change ones that exist.
And I don't think it's just that, though. Honestly, it may be part that, but I also think it's because they want to do away with what came before. They don't like
actually admitted with the Revelations He-Man series.
Yeah,
that was their justification in making King Grayskull black, because people don't like new characters.
Which is bullshit, first of all, and second, I don't think it's because it's too hard. I think it's because they don't like the fact that these old characters exist. You've got all these new creators coming up that resent what came before them, that resent that these things exist, and would rather just change the pre-existing thing other than add something new.
Mm-hmm.
And so not only that, so they can say to me, oh, it's too hard. No, you just don't like what came before. Yep. So you'd rather erase it.
Well, it's like we was talking about Chuck Dixon that made Bane. They killed off Bane so they can replace him with his daughter. If they didn't like Bane existed, let's give Batman a female villain. Let's kill off Bane and make Bane his daughter.
Yeah. And again, I go back to this. This is one of the many reasons I'm glad I don't really read comics anymore. There's like a handful of graphic novels that I still pick up, and that's it. You know, I don't read new comic books anymore. You know, I tried to get back into them back in I'd say around the between 2010 and 2012. I started picking up comic books again. It was right before the whole DC Rebirth stuff happened. Was it Rebirth?
Rebirth was in 2012.
2012. Yeah, so it was right before then, because when Rebirth happened, I was still buying comics, and I bought all the first run of, the new Justice League and the 2 new Superman. They did new versions of Action Comics and Superman, and I will say the best thing to come out of that, and I'm not even a Batman fan, was Snyder's Batman run with Court of Owls was actually really, really good. That was well done. Scott Snyder.
One of the biggest mistakes they did during the New 52 reboot, doing something they should have never done. They restarted Action and Detective Comics to #1.
Yeah.
They went back in Legacy, redid it, but they screwed up. When they redid the numbers. They got the numbers wrong when they brought them back to the original numbers. They miscounted.
How the fuck, there was one person that had that job to go, okay, just count from where we left off to now and then give us that number, and that person fucked that one job up.
Yep.
What number? So I don't know, man. I'm sure there's still a lot of good comics out there, and I don't want to trash comic books as a whole, because I'm sure there's a lot of good books out there and a lot of good creators out there making cool stuff. But honestly, I collected Walking Dead, which has been done now for a while. So
right now it's more your indie books or self-owned books are doing better.
Well, my favorite comic out right now is Saga. I don't know if you've ever read Saga. It's trippy as shit. It's a weird fucking very adult comic book. It's not like fucking porn or anything, but it's a very hard R comic book, and it's just this weird, trippy, sci-fi fucking fantasy kind of thing, and I enjoy it. And it's not mainstream. It's not in any other universe. It's just its own little fucking thing. It's Image Comics. I forget who the creator is. I'm blanking off the top of my. Is it Brian K. Vaughan? I think it's Brian K. Vaughan. Who does it? If I'm remembering right. And that's good. And that's my favorite comic right now, and I don't know. I feel like if I picked up a fucking, some of my old favorite comics, like some X-Men comics or some Spider-Man comics or whatever, I would just be severely disappointed. And I fucking still read comics halfway into the 90s when some of the shit that was coming out was utterly fucking ridiculous. And yet still some of the stuff I've read today is so much worse than that insane period of time in comics.
Oh yeah.
So because it's so boring and lame, or because they're going in directions that are weird?
They basically have no editors anymore.
Have no what?
No editors anymore.
Oh, they just do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because it used to be, and you could see, like Marvel, for instance, you could tell an era of Marvel by picking up a comic book because there was a feel to it. And you could tell whether it was like the Stan Lee era or Jim Shooter era or whatever. Like you could feel the era of the comics, even the Joe Quesada era of Marvel Comics, right? There was a feel to these things because the editor is the guy that sets the direction for the company. Okay, these are the types of stories we want to tell. These are the types of things we're willing to allow our characters to do and not do, and directions we're willing to let them go. And that editor comes in and sets the pace for the whole fucking company, and you can kind of feel that when you're reading comic books of any particular era with any particular editor, when you're going from, like in Marvel, from X-Men to Spider-Man to Avengers, and you can see there's some common themes and threads, and it feels cohesive. And when there's not an editor there doing the fucking job, and it just fucking falls apart.
And they don't have anybody doing the historians either, like keeping up with continuity in the books either.
Yeah.
So the people just they're basically all writing standalone stories. There's no cohesion to anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's why I started getting out of comics. I mean, like I said, I got back briefly into comics for a couple of years in like 2010 to 2012-ish, or maybe it was 2013 before I stopped. I don't remember. And the longer it went on, the more the shit I was reading was just trash.
Yep.
Like, and not even like, you know, outwardly offensive, but just like
you just get done reading the whole thing and you're like, what the hell? It's
just are
boring.
not interesting. Like all of a sudden, they're writing stories about my favorite comic book character. You know, well, my two favorites are Captain America and Spider-Man, and I'm just not interested. Like, I just am reading a story out of obligation, not because I give a rat's ass about the character anymore, because they're just so benign and boring. And like I'm just like, why am I reading this shit?
Like the adventures of the remote control batteries go out and then they decide to just make sandwiches.
Yes. Something like that. Yes. It's just like, yeah.
And the artists, the current artists too, a lot of them too, they hire the cheapest artists they can right now, so they don't know how to do dynamic paneling. And there's no action, no feel of action to the artwork.
It's like a bunch of thumbnails that make no rhyme or reason.
Well, that's actually one of the things that he said that was kind of maybe I remember too. I talked to a old school artist, phenomenal artist. He invented to Miles O'Hare, like the Spider-Man 2099, Rick Lenardi. And what they'll do, they'll pay him like to make a little thumbnail book, like a little flip book of a comic, like something like this, and just sketch out like a quick comic. They don't pay much for that, so they'll take that from him and hire a new artist that has hardly any experience and take that thumbnail book and make a comic out of it.
So they just hire glorified tracers.
Kinda, yeah. So they don't have to figure out that they're in any kind of panel work either, but you're losing a lot too from a thumbnail book. You don't get any all the subtle details and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they're on the good artists, paying them pennies to come up with a comic and hiring a newbie for pittance to draw the full book.
Well, it seems to me that and again, because I haven't been reading comics a lot in the last 10 years. But what little I've picked up on here and there, especially in Marvel and DC, it seems to me because the two, I mean, let's be honest, like the two most important parts of any comic book are the writer and the artist, right? Mm-hmm. Pretty simple shit. It's not hard to figure that out. It's pretty self-explanatory. And it seems like you either have a lot of writers that either don't care, aren't good writers, or are trying to push some alternative agenda onto a character where it doesn't belong.
Or all the above.
Or all the above, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, and I will say, I agree with you. The comics that I have picked up in the last 10 years, and granted, it's not been a lot, the art hasn't done anything for me. Yep. And I'm not as familiar with all the modern artists as I am with the ones from the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. Okay. So there may be some phenomenal artists out there right now.
Yep.
But I can say out of the comic books I've picked up, especially in Marvel and DC, I've not seen any art that's blown me away or has captured my attention the way the stuff I used to read did. And so if you aren't fulfilling your end with the writing and the art, what's the fucking point of the comic book? Yep. You know?
Well, it's like one of the things that gets me too, like when I understand why people are upset when they race swap or gender swap characters and stuff like that. People, it's just a fictional character. But it's a visual media. We know it's not like you're reading a book, then there's no pictures. We grew up knowing what these characters look like. We've been reading some of these characters for over 80 years. The character's been around for 80 years. It's well established what they look like. It's very understandable when people get upset when they hire somebody that looks nothing like the character.
Yeah.
They do this like a whole common argument, like, well, it's a fictional character. They can look like anything you want. No, it's established what they look like.
Yeah. Oh, and another thing that pisses me off, and this applies to all the shit, whether it's doing the race swaps or the gender swaps in live action versions, whether it's all the replacement characters coming out in comic books, all this shit. There seems to be this new generation of comic readers and comic writers specifically. I'm sure there's artists as well, but I've noticed it with comic writers and this new generation of comic readers who feel the need through, whether if it's readers, it's, people posting stupid shit online and having dumbass opinions that are pointless, or whether it's comic writers that are, using their stories to do this, but they're preaching all this negative in connotation towards previous comic book readers and what they wanted, and previous writers and what they wrote, and previous artists and what they drew, with no context of who the fuck they're talking to.
Yep.
Okay? Because as a hardcore, from the day I was born, fucking geek ass nerd, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It was people like me and you and all of us who grew up reading comics and watching Star Wars and Star Trek and into everything part of the quote-unquote geek culture that were the first ones to get on board with black superheroes, with females kicking ass, with all this shit. And now you want to come and preach to us that, oh, we're just, we just don't understand, and you just fucking like all your old white heroes, and you're racist, sexist, homophobic, fucking like motherfucker.
I couldn't believe they did that with Star Trek.
Because I cheered when fucking Sarah Connor kicked ass, and when Ripley fucking kicked ass, and when fucking Princess Leia had to save Han and Chewie and Luke because their fucking rescue went wrong. I grew up with this shit. I grew up with Black Panther and Storm and all these other characters.
Monica Rambeau.
I wasn't upset about Captain Marvel in the movies being Carol Danvers because it was the woman. I was pissed off because it wasn't Monica Rambeau, because that's who it should have fucking been.
Yep.
Right? And these little fucking twat, cunty, little fucking preachy, woke assholes want to sit there and preach to us, what, you just don't like it because you're fucking just sexist. No, fuck you. Because before you were even a fucking cum stain in your fucking daddy's underwear, I was reading about these characters and was fucking reading about characters who were black and female and who kicked ass and who were heroes and who were fucking awesome. And now you come along, your little 20-something-year-old fucking woke bitch ass, and want to preach to me that because I don't like these new characters, which suck, it must be because I'm racist, sexist, or homophobic. No, it's because they fucking suck. And you preaching to me when you have no idea that it was people like me enjoying the content that people who created that content back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, creating that type of content for me to enjoy, are the reason you can sit there on your little fucking soapbox and preach about this shit. Don't come preaching to old school geeks about shit. I grew up on fucking Star Trek, 1960s Star Trek, fucking with the first black kiss on television, right? The first white black kiss on television.
Oh, and they went after Star Trek fans too.
Yeah, and Gene Roddenberry doing stories about, well, these people are all, white on their left and black on their right, and these people are all black on their left and white on their right. Why do they hate each other? Making commentary about racism and shit. I grew up with that shit, so you little twats need to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and stop preaching to me like I'm the racist, sexist, homophobic one, when I grew up enjoying all this shit and all this culture. And if it wasn't for me, people like me fucking paying to enjoy that type of shit, your little bitch ass wouldn't have a fucking job today. And that shit pisses me off. So they want to come along and change shit. And then the minute you say, oh, that sucks, why did you change this character? Oh, you're just a fucking racist. No, motherfucker, I'm not racist. But there is a history here.
I don't get that upset about it, but Steve is saying something there. I don't agree with that either, because it wasn't as though there wasn't racism and now all of a sudden they're pushing it. There was definitely racism, and there's a whole generation of people that were willing to allow that to pass so that the country could move forward. And now it's as though people who don't appreciate that or take that for granted are willing to throw that more than sacrifice like that opportunity that generation gave the future. That's disrespectful as shit to like a lot of effort that a lot of people did. And it wasn't like because anybody asked them, that was just because they knew it was the right thing to do to get us past all that. So it's devious that they want to go back to creating riffs and stuff that are not natural. They have to create them. That's the thing. It's not as though they're taking off something and it's going back to some tendency. It was really weird at the time, and when they finally got rid of that shit, it went to the natural state, everybody being chill.
Yeah. I don't know. I just get tired of being preached to.
Yeah,
no, I would imagine, because it's taking a lot for granted. It's somebody who's sitting in the air conditioning yelling at you for fucking like blah blah blah, and they don't realize that somebody else is paying the electric and somebody else made the air conditioner, and the natural state of things isn't them being
they come along now as a bunch of little fucking assholes, acting like, oh, we now know we're gonna be the fucking the people that start the fire that finally change shit. Bitch, shut up. People have been doing this since the 1960s. I grew up in this shit in geek culture.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? You coming along now and pretend like, oh, you're the first generation who realized that there was racism and fucking want to promote, all these characters or this ideology. Shut the fuck up. You're just ruining the shit that made your ability to stand up there in a soapbox possible. Sit down, shut up. Not everybody is a racist, sexist, homophobe. In fact, most people aren't. And just because you want to fucking sit there and bitch because people don't like your character doesn't make everybody who doesn't like your fucking character or your iteration of a character fucking a racist, sexist, homophobe. It means you wrote a shitty fucking character for political reasons, not for any good goddamn reasons that make sense for the character or the fucking story.
I think some of this too, from talking to people, and I guess not so much about comic books, but about guns and other stuff, I guess, is that I don't think they either understand what it's like to have a disagreement, or I don't want to say debate, because it's not like I went to some debate class or something, but I understood that you can have a disagreement, you can go back and forth, and then you can be like, okay, now let's go, punch out and go back to whatever else we were doing. But it seems like there's a lot of inability to have a misunderstanding or like a difference of opinion on stuff. They got they take it to an extreme, or they get really upset, and I don't know if that's just a youth thing, or if it's just that they haven't. I don't know. Like I say, we didn't have debate classes in school or nothing, but you can't
even have an opinion.
You were allowed to disagree. Exactly. You could have two different opinions, and they'd be like, okay, well, sit down, have your different opinions, but shut up about it. Now I don't think they're allowed to have two different opinions, right?
Yeah, it's like, dude, you like, I can't, again, when they made Carol Danvers the first Captain Marvel we were gonna see in the movies, like I was like, well, this is kind of fucking stupid. She was the third Captain Marvel. Like, if you're gonna do a female Captain Marvel, do Monica Rambeau.
And it wasn't enough to do that. They also made Marvel a woman.
Yeah, and it's like, why? What was the fucking point of that? Did it add to the story? No, it didn't. She was in the movie for less than 5 fucking minutes, and nobody gave a shit about her character. Why did you have to change Marvel? Why did you have to do that? It didn't make any fucking sense. And they make these stupid decisions to placate fucking woke bullshit little activist assholes in their fucking teens and 20s who think they fucking know everything when they don't know shit. And if you dare disagree with it, well, you must be a fucking racist or a sexist or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, no, Buttercup, shut the fuck up. Fucking hell. I mean, You're preaching to people that grew up with all this shit. All this shit you purport to be fucking fighting for, like we grew up with it. It was already here. It's like when Jennifer, what the fuck is the name of that fucking Hunger Games chick?
Jennifer Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence came out a few months ago talking about how Hunger Games was the first time a woman got to be an action star in a movie. I'm like, are you fucking retarded? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, she had to retract that shit quick.
Like she's like, look at me. I managed to make this franchise where a woman could be the main star and kick ass. It's like, bitch, when you were a fucking infant, I was watching fucking Buffy on television kick ass. You know, I grew up with Princess Leia. I grew up with
Xena.
all the X-Men characters. Yeah, Xena, fucking Ripley, Sarah Connor. Like, shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what you're talking about. And then if somebody, and then of course, if anybody speaks out against anything she says, oh, that's just because you're sexist. No, it's because you're a fucking moron. That's why I said what I said. You're a fucking moron.
It's just trying to start shit at when there is no reason to start other than placating to the bullshit.
Yeah. It's like these people come into the world and become actors or directors or writers or comic artists or comic writers or whatever, and it's like they have no knowledge of any fucking thing that happened before them. And if you say anything to criticize them, their only go-to is racist, sexist, homophobic. That's it. Everything is racist, sexist, homophobic. Because they can't handle that you actually disagree or that they might have created a shitty character. Mm-hmm. So it can't be because of that, because they're not wrong. So it's got to be because something's wrong with you for not liking it.
You can even go back further with the Charlie's Angels.
Yeah. Like, we are the nerds and geeks that grew up with this shit. Stop lecturing us.
Yeah.
Okay? You're a bunch of little fucking twats. All right? Shut the fuck up. And half the people bitching obviously never read a fucking comic book in their fucking life.
They'll Google something other than like somebody's wrong take, and they'll look. See, I was right. No, you Googled somebody who didn't even read the book either.
Yeah, like it's so fucking infuriating, and I get it, and because I was complaining earlier tonight, about the people that, like for instance with Mandalorian, people just automatically with 2 episodes of Mandalorian, right? One episode they were complaining because Bo-Katan kicked ass and throughout one episode and saved Din Djarin, right? And the other episode they're complaining because they think this clone stuff is building up to somehow justify the shitty sequels, right? Well, the reason, and I don't like that shit either because they're wrong. That shit's wrong. We talked about that already. But the reason they act like that is because the other side is so goddamn triggered all the time. And so pushing their agenda all the fucking time that now everybody on the other side of the aisle on all these issues just automatically, every time something happens, they think, well, there must be some woke agenda behind this because they've been trained to think that way because they're so used to being called racist, sexist, homophobes, anytime they don't fucking like something, that they automatically just think that everything that they don't understand must have a woke agenda behind it.
Oh, one of the new ones. They're the fat black April O'Neil.
Yes. Dude, I got so much shit on a Facebook post for this because I can't remember. It was what's the name of that? There's a big Facebook page that posted some shit. Mother of all nerds or something like that. One of the big Facebook pages that has like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people following them.
They don't know if perms was a thing.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing was they posted a picture. This is the new April O'Neil, and they posted it next to the old April, right? And everybody, there was a whole fucking blah 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 whatever going on in the comment section, and a lot of people saying this April looks fucking stupid, blah blah blah, and everybody's like, you're just a racist. And first of all, I don't give a flying fuck if they want to change April to black. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. I don't think
Nickelodeon cartoon she's a
character. I left a comment saying, all y'all in here fucking calling everybody else racist for not liking this character don't get the fucking point. It's not that April O'Neil is black. It's that April O'Neil went from being the quote-unquote hot reporter that even the turtles had a crush on to a goddamn troll-looking thing that looks like she should live under a bridge. Holy shit, did I get called the most racist piece of shit in the whole world in that fucking Facebook stream.
And you're just mad because you can't fap to her.
What does she look like now?
She looks like a fucking troll. She does happen to be black.
The internet. We got the internet.
Happens to be black. They made the new April O'Neil black. I don't give a shit that she's black. Okay, April O'Neil, whether it's the original Mirage comics or whatever, the movies, all that, she was supposed to be a pretty hot looking chick. They turned her into like this fucking 4'9" looking troll bitch. Okay.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. Like, do a screen capture. I haven't seen it. I just got done watching a new cartoon movie, and it was not as bad as it could have been for being a brand new. What's the newest one? I don't even know what they call it.
There's a new movie coming out. Let me find a picture of her.
It's Seth Rogen involved, so yeah.
Yeah. So, for instance, this is like a picture of April O'Neil. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
We can't see it.
This is. Fuck. Never mind. Hold on.
The screen can help.
Oh, it looks like Spider-Man. Holy shit!
Sorry, I got too many I got too many fucking.
Man, that doesn't look like April at
Run
all.
this
Wow.
fucking show better, or what the fuck, man? Holy crap! That looks like some kind of weird 3D looking thing.
So just for instance, this is April O'Neil. Okay, that most people grew up with. This is the new April O'Neil. She looks like about a 4'9" troll. Okay?
That's fucking funny.
I don't give a shit that she's black. I don't care. She's supposed to be the quote-unquote hot reporter.
Well, that's the one I seen over there with the more of the cartoon over on the left, and she didn't look all weird or nothing. She just
Like this one? Yeah, this is an older series.
Okay.
This is an old. Like, I don't give a shit about that.
She wasn't old. She was younger, like the
she's
same
supposed to
age
be like,
as the
she's supposed
turtles.
to be like a college age reporter, so she's supposed to be younger or whatever. Cool, good. Don't care. But
yeah, making her not. I don't know. I guess they can change it around. They made a girl turtle for a while.
Yeah, and that's fine. But if you're going to fucking sit there and create this little troll-like looking fucking character like this, don't be surprised when people are like, "What the fuck happened to April?" It's not.
You don't get to go,
racist.
"Oh, it's because of this or that or the other." It's like you changed about 1,000 fucking things about the character.
Yeah. This does not even come across as even the same character, but that's supposed to be the same character as all of these. I'm like, no, sorry. April O'Neil in live action, cartoon, or comic book has always been portrayed as
whatever that second one from the right is, it looks like a little kid, unless it was like the adventures of the less than teenage turtles, then that one shouldn't be in there either.
It's a young kid.
That's a young version of it. Okay. But yeah, look, I mean, here's her with her movie version. I mean, come on. Like, seriously, you cannot go from that to this and then fucking not expect people to fucking go, yo, what the fuck happened to April? You know what I mean? And it's not racist because it has nothing to do with her being black.
All right, well, hold on. Have you seen the Velma show?
The new one? No, because I've heard
I think there's only one. It's the girl from...
Yeah, the girl from The Office. I know who you're talking about.
Office, yeah. No, is it The Office? No, it's Parks and Rec, right?
She's been from a bunch of other shit too, but I know her from The Office, yes.
What was she
I know
on
what
The
it
Office?
is. I have not watched it because I've heard it's horrible.
Fucking I couldn't watch. I was like, oh, I'm going to watch this. And it's fucking horrible, dude. Like, it's like, oh.
Well, the problem is, too, everybody knew it was going to be bad, so they went to go see the train wreck, and then the ratings were good because people were hate watching, and they renewed it for a second season.
There's no way. I mean, unless you're you just don't like yourself, you're not going to watch more than a little bit of that. It was just hard to watch. It was bad.
They renewed it for a second season, though.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to think some of these things are tax write-offs or something. You know, they need to throw some money away so I don't have to pay taxes. And they fund
it's just so annoying that we've gotten to the point to where you cannot criticize anything without being called a racist or a sexist or whatever.
It's so funny too. These people defend the corporations over the fans.
Oh yeah. Which is hilarious coming from, and I'm not trying to get too political here, but let's be honest, we already kind of fucking have. Like, this is coming from the political left, who used to hate corporations.
Mm-hmm.
They used to be very much against corporations, but now seemingly they do everything they can to fucking defend them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know when the fuck that happened. Probably around the same time that the left went from wanting secure borders to being for open borders, because that my entire life growing up, right up until about 2012-ish, used to be the left that wanted secure borders. You know, because they were all in the pocket of big union who didn't want competing labor, cheap
Until
labor
NAFTA, right?
border. So I guess maybe it was
That's
the
the name
same time around there that when the left all of a sudden stopped wanting closed borders for job security here in the country, they also stopped giving a shit about corporations and started being on the side of the corporations, I guess. I don't fucking know. But either way, it's stupid. It's not,
You know when it
not
happens
the
is when you
political left
start.
I grew up with.
It's when you invest in the corporations and you own a share of the corporations, then you have more of an interest in how the.
Oh, well, yeah, it's all money. Again, I'm not trying to get too political on a geek chat, but yeah, it's just crazy that that it is now the political left that is defending corporations. And
Okay,
doing
so
all
let
the
me ask
great
this.
shit they're doing.
You're watching a lot of looking at a lot of these, what I'm going to call superhero. You don't even really look at fantasy comics. And then I was always into, what are they called? Alt comics or whatever. Are there
Indie
political comics?
Oh yeah, of course there are. Yeah.
Have you ever looked at those? I mean, there was kind of like sarcastic political stuff back in the day, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of that out there. I mean, I'm sure I've read some of it. I mean, again, it's been a long time since I've read comics, so I'm drawing a blank on anything specific. But you know, yeah, there's always been political commentary in comics.
I guess that's true.
So, I mean, comics have just been a reflection of everything else that's going on in society. Most of geek culture is. That's kind of one of the things that and that kind of goes into what I was saying about, you know, we kind of grew up with this shit. That was one of the things about most of geek culture, whether it was comic books, sci-fi, fantasy. Like, you would see more, I guess, what people today would consider progressive themes and characters there when you wouldn't see them anywhere else. When you didn't see a female hero kicking ass on primetime television, you know, or a black superhero at the movies, you would see it in sci-fi and in comic books and things like that, right? Because those things, even going back again to the 1960s Star Trek, was always ahead of the curve on those things.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up in that. And so now, again, for them to come along and act like just now they're reinventing this idea of, you know, representation and all this shit. Fuck no, you didn't. And don't fucking judge the rest of us because we don't like some shitty thing you did. Not because the person was black or the character was a female.
Well, it's like
you created something shitty.
Discovery. They started that from right off the get-go when people didn't like it. The show was so stupid it made my brain hurt. Couldn't get past the pilot.
But what happened? Oh, you don't like it because she's a black woman. No, it didn't have shit to do with that. That's not the fucking problem, Buttercup. I mean, holy shit.
It was like, remember how much shit people got because they hated the fucking
Worf is one of
remake
my
of
favorite
Ghostbusters?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched that movie. That movie was a steaming pile of shit.
It was fucking horrible, but people gave us so much shit for not liking it because, oh, it has women in it now.
It's like, you know, that's not why I didn't like it.
The movie didn't even have a script. They let them ad-lib the entire damn thing.
And what's funny about it is, like, that movie got made because of Bridesmaids, okay? Let's be honest here. That movie and the people that starred in that movie became famous because of the movie Bridesmaids, which was
pretty good.
Hilarious movie that I love. Right?
I never thought about it that way, but it is sort of, they already knew how to act or whatever, and they just
they got all the same actors from that movie and put them in fucking Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I mean, it's not Ghostbusters. I don't care that much, but it was all right.
But like, here's the thing: like, you can't sit there and tell me that I'm sexist because I didn't like 2016 Ghostbusters when
Well, I think
I loved Bridesmaids. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like those actresses.
Yep.
I like the comedy, like everything. You just made a shitty movie.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have watched the movie if it was called Groomsmen because you're sexist.
Because I'm sexist. That's what it is. I hate men. That's what it is. I'm a man hater.
Yeah, you
But
are.
it did ruin. I could see people saying that it ruined Ghostbusters because it didn't. There was nothing about Ghostbusters other than they used that shell or whatever, but they didn't pay any like homage and they just ruined it. Yeah, so they could have made like a movie parody of it and called it something else, and it would have been cooler than trying to tread on it, I guess.
Oh, they did recently too. If that movie Bros is like everybody's just homophobic because they didn't want to go see that movie. No, I don't want to see a romantic comedy about gay dudes.
Well, and here's the thing, and I'll be honest, I tried watching that movie. I didn't pay for it. I found it online. I tried watching that movie. I got about 20 minutes in. It was a god awful fucking movie. Had nothing to do with it being about gay people. It was a horrible fucking movie. Like, it was not. There was not I get 20 minutes into a comedy movie and I haven't so much as smirked once. There was nothing funny in that whole movie at all. So
the fact that they put money into it was the comedy part.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just a bad movie. Not everybody's homophobic, and just because we don't want to watch a shitty movie doesn't make people fucking homophobic. But that's the go-to now, because you don't have any argument for you created a shitty thing, so you just have to hurl accusations at people. Like, well, I made this thing, and you just don't like it because I'm gay, or you're fucking homophobic, or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, no, you just made a shitty thing. Accept it and move on. Make something better next time. Don't sit there and bitch about it. That dude fucking bitched about it on Twitter. And the funny thing was, before the movie even came out, he was preemptively fucking saying, if you don't like this movie, you're homophobic. He was putting tweets out on Twitter saying, oh, I'm sure all the homophobic people won't like this, but that's what we should expect from people who are homophobic. So, if you want to have a good time and you're not a homophobe or a Trump supporter, fucking go watch this movie. But if you don't, I know why you didn't want to see this movie. Like, he was tweeting that shit out before the movie came out, which tells me he knew it was dog shit. He knew it was a horrible fucking movie before he put it out. And he was just trying to preemptively be like, well, if I say this now, then maybe people won't say anything bad about it. Like, no, you made a shitty movie, dude.
What movie is it again?
That what's the, Bros? Is it called
Bros? I think.
Yeah, it was a movie that came out the end of last year.
Well, they named it with a name. It's like most people wouldn't even realize it's a gay romantic comedy. It's like.
I feel like people that don't watch my videos are against little puppies. They're puppyists.
That's true. They're puppy phobic. They're puppy haters. Yeah.
Well, those people can go straight to hell if you don't like puppies.
I don't know, man. How the fuck did we get into this conversation? I don't even remember. Doesn't matter.
It started going off because of the comics started getting crazy, I guess.
I think it started.
Or they were giving you shit in some forum about the comics.
I think it started with the Captain Marvel being Brie Larson being a cunt.
Oh yeah. And
she was being a prima donna and walked off the set, that thing, and all this shit. And
yeah, fuck all that stupid shit. Whatever. I don't know, man. It's
Matt,
bullshit.
They raped and killed Willow.
What?
They raped Willow to death.
Dude, you are such a fucking snowflake. You know that?
What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
because they filled it with your woke bullshit that you love so much.
That was such a benign fucking bullshit series, and you take it so fucking seriously.
They raped it to death. It could have been so great.
Dude, the original movie wasn't even that great. It was okay
great
for a fantasy movie.
Oh, shh. Just shh.
Here's what I think. And somebody was actually asking me about this the other day because somebody brought this up. Oh, did you hear they canceled Willow season 2? And I was like, yeah, I heard about it. And they're like, well, didn't you like that show? I was like, well, yeah, I found it entertaining, but I don't really give enough of a shit to care whether they made a season.
I never even.
And somebody was saying, wait, doesn't Honda love the first movie? And I was like, well, I think the way that me and Honda feel about this movie are directly related to our age. Because when that movie came out, you were 8, I was 13. And you probably latched onto that movie much more than I did. And so you have that movie on a pedestal in your head higher than I do. I like the movie, but I don't like that movie as much as you do. So when that new show came out, it didn't offend me as much as it offended you because I care less about that movie.
They soiled
I don't
the
even think I've
name
seen the
Matt
movie,
Mardigan.
movie so.
Look, the movie was a good, fun, like 1988 or whatever fucking year it was, fantasy movie. It was fun. I've watched it since then. I like it. It's fun. And the TV series was not great, but it did not offend me. Like I was like, okay, whatever. It's kind of stupid fun, but whatever. You know, I got a little bit of enjoyment out of it, and I was like, all right, cool. And then they
What was
canceled.
good about Willow, the original movie, was that it was dark. It was grungy. It was something that was like, you know, you could tell the evil dudes were evil for evil reasons, and the good guys were good. You know, like that. It was that kind of movie.
No, it wasn't.
And yes, it was. And they turned it in to a steamy pile of fucking woke bullshit that they fucking pass around like a fucking fart and smell each other's farts because they fucking love it. And you sit there and be like, "Oh, it was good. It was entertaining."
Yeah, sorry if you don't like it. I don't give a shit that you don't like it. Why did you give a shit that I got what 4 hours?
Because everything wrong with society today is your fault, Matt.
No. It's just like you loving that fucking Dune movie when I was like, you know that Dune movie was a piece of shit, right? And you're like, no,
You're talking about the new Dune?
No, the old one from 1984.
Oh, I
and
like
you know that was a piece of shit movie, right?
It wasn't great, but they knew at the time they weren't going to be able to do what they wanted.
I don't see. Here's the thing: I don't give a shit that Honda doesn't like that show. For some reason, he's overly sensitive that I didn't hate it.
Here's what I think about Dune. If you read Dune, it was like a phone book, and then you watch the movie, and then somebody came along who only seen Star Wars, and they were like, "I don't like Dune." They're like, "Fuck you, because you watched this, you read this whole fucking phone book, and you know all about the movie, and you got a movie out of that phone book that you read."
Isn't it like 3 phone books?
Oh, yeah,
that's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
No, I just like I said, I don't give a shit about Willow either way. Like they canceled it, I'm like, okay, and like I don't care. Like it was okay. Like I didn't hate it, but it wasn't like a great show.
Honda, what do you feel about Beastmaster, Honda?
Yeah, I don't care one way or another.
See, Beastmaster was more like our Willow for you. Like, I'll take.
Yeah, I like Beastmaster better than I like Willow.
Same here.
No, I'm just saying it was more like when I was.
Yeah, but I think that's because
like,
it is
that age or whatever.
I think it's directly related to age, though.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I seen Beastmaster
like
for the first time, I was like, "Holy shit! You can get a bird to look through your eyes or whatever."
Yeah. See, when you guys are like, "I like Beastmaster," what I hear is, "Tell me you're gay without saying you're gay."
No, when you're 7 years old and you're like, "Oh, I can see through a bird and I can go around seeing through birds." That's all you remember from Beastmaster, dude. If you remember anything else, then you're talking about what you remember. I remember the birds, and then you got ferrets that do what you want.
Beastmaster, you do get that Tanya, what's her name? In the
Oh, that's true too.
Oh yeah,
taking a bath.
You can ride around on the
Tawny
lion or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Was it Tawny Katane or what? No, it wasn't Tawny Katane. It was the redhead. I know who you're talking about.
But to be honest, it was a little weird that the guy was like always wearing like a bathing suit all the time. If the guy would have worn like a jacket
dude, to this day though, I still
remember.
remember the first time I watched that movie as a kid, and he was at the very beginning. A cow gives birth to him. I was freaked the fuck out.
That scene freaked me out as a kid too.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Freaked me the fuck out. That's like the opening scene to the movie.
Yeah,
I probably blanked it out or something. I just don't even remember that.
That is a disturbing.
Bring up a cover of it.
It is. That's a fucked up, disturbing scene. But I mean, it sticks with you. And then you're like,
the only thing I remember is the bird and the ferrets doing what you want. Because how cool would it be to be able to just have ferrets go do your bidding like little monkeys?
When you got the ferrets to steal her clothes.
Can you bring up the show?
Another movie that I feel very much the same way about as I do Beastmaster is Lady Hawk. You remember Lady Hawk?
Oh yeah.
Fucking love
Rutger
that.
Hauer.
That was Sean Connery?
No, it was Rutger Hauer and Michelle Pfeiffer, and it was Matthew Broderick before anybody knew who the fuck he was.
So what if they came out with a Beastmaster TV show today that was all like woke and cucked and shitty?
That would probably offend me way more than Willow.
Yeah, well, you know, therefore, by your logic, it's the exact same thing, though, right?
Well, they didn't have a
No, that would be worse, Honda, because it would have been Beastmaster.
Yeah, it would have been like a better movie that they ruined.
They did have a TV series of Beastmaster.
Huh?
Oh, wait, back in the Xena days, right?
There was a TV series for Beastmaster.
Yeah, it was like late 90s or something.
Late 90s, early 2000s, something like that.
There was, yeah, it was, yeah. I remember what you're talking about. I think I watched 1 or 2 episodes, and I was just like, no.
That was like Honda. They ruined Beastmaster.
Like, no, this is really fucking bad. Because it was during that era, like after Hercules and Xena had come out, and all these companies started trying to make syndicated fucking fantasy shows.
Yeah, they had all that foam rocks.
Did you watch all their sequels to Beastmaster?
I think I watched the second one. I don't remember much about it.
The third one, he comes to the present.
Oh, really? Fuck, I don't think I've seen that one. Yeah, that I don't know. Super chat from Calhoun Republic says, I agree with Honda. Everything wrong with society is your fault.
And I will elaborate as to why that's true.
To like a lot, you do seem to like a lot of crappy shows and movies, though. I do, absolutely.
Yes, that's exactly why that's true. It's
There's
people like you, Matt, who perpetuate these shitty shows by watching them.
Like, I at least admit that I like shitty stuff. I'm not trying to claim it's good.
Yeah, and you're.
I grew up watching
by the way, though,
but if you didn't,
I don't give near enough credit for the shit I truly fucking hate. By the way, because people overlook the fact that I hate a lot of shit. We just sat here tonight and talked about how that new Guy Ritchie movie sucks fucking balls. Okay. Or the fact that I hated Dune before it was cool to hate Dune. Or fucking Terminator 3 Rise of Machines is a piece of shit garbage movie. Or all the other things I fucking hate. I don't get credit for hating. I'll just pick the things that I like that you don't like and say I like everything. I hate a whole lot of shit. Y'all just don't ever want to talk about the shit that I fucking hate.
I hate the cinematic masterpiece.
That Rise of Machines, I hated that when I first saw it.
I feel like you're the reason why we have so much. You're the reason why we have so much to hate, Matt. Because you keep liking things.
She used a computer virus to take over a hydraulic crane.
Oh, Terminator 3 Rise of Machines is a fucking piece of shit movie.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty stupid too.
But they did get the beginning of Drones, that like little tiny version of the robot from the future.
Kevin Smith's space show that was Andromeda. In the chat,
Kevin Smith. Kevin Sorbo. You said Kevin Smith. I was like, what? Kevin Smith did a space show?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Kevin Sorbo's Andromeda series.
Yeah, Andromeda. I liked it.
Andromeda. That was a good show.
That was a good show. I liked that one.
Yeah, I liked it too.
I have a question for Honda.
Yeah.
Does the Diet Ranch dressing have cilantro in
it?
Only if you don't like it.
All right. Super Chat Calvin Public says meant to say you do like a lot. Yes, I got that. Then Tara says, someone put my cast iron skillet in the sink. I need inspiration. Haven't found a medieval punishment that's appropriate. Also, Xena means girl. I didn't know Xena means girl. But if somebody put your cast iron skillet in the sink, I would beat them with said cast iron skillet.
Oh.
That's not just put them on a stretching rack.
I can tell you, like the person to blame for our generation liking shitty movies, Rhonda Shear, Up All Night on USA.
That's true. That is true. I watched a lot of that dog shit.
And that's when we were watching Beastmaster.
But I also grew up liking a lot of the what's his face? What's the name of that movie company that did Toxic Crusader or Toxic Avenger? And all that shit?
I can't remember what's
the name of that fucking movie company. That's where James Gunn got his start doing shitty movies for them.
Trauma?
Trauma. Yes, Trauma. I used to watch all the Trauma shit.
Same here. Well, that stuff was trauma movies were on up all night.
Yeah, exactly.
See, like we all grew up watching Mystery Science Theater 3000, right? Like
No.
the
Well,
dudes
no, I was
making
in,
fun
like,
of old
college
shitty
already.
movies, and all you can see is their outline.
No.
And you know who Matt was in that series? The guy in the back of the theater wishing that they would stop telling so many jokes so he could follow the fucking storyline.
No. You know, I've never watched Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it was
you
like
love the
when I was in
movie so much. Because it doesn't make sense that people would make fun of them.
I don't know what any of the movies are, but why do you get so offended that I like shit? I don't understand.
I just think it's fun to fuck with you.
I like things that you don't.
The movies on Mystery Science Theater were
I can feel the anger at like the back of your skull, just like ah!
Another good thing too is the Full Moon Entertainment movies.
Oh, dude, I love those. Remember the what was the one with all the little mini dinosaurs?
Oh,
I'm blanking on this shit. And then Full Moon did all the. Oh, you remember the Trancers movies?
Trancers, Puppet Masters.
Trancers was fucking awesome.
Demonic Dolls. They didn't have the crossover. Trancer versus Doll Man versus the Demonic Dolls.
Yeah, it was Puppet Masters.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that shit was great. Trancers was one of my favorites. I have Trancers on DVD. I have all 4 of them. There was 4 of those fucking movies.
Did you ever watch the
they
Warlock
made a
movie?
new woke Trancers.
No, it's not that kind of Trancers. A different kind of Trancers.
Did y'all ever watch Warlock movie?
Oh yeah, Warlock's great. Although, well, I've only seen the first one. I know they did several sequels, but I've only seen the first one.
Yeah, they did like I want to say 3 or 4 of them.
The
Another super chat from Josh T says, "Why is the waiter debating movies right now and not getting my unsweetened tea and diet ranch?" Fuck you. First of all, fuck you for liking unsweetened tea. That's disgusting.
Un-American.
But unsweetened tea is just uncalled for.
Yep.
Josh, you're from far enough south. You shouldn't like unsweetened tea. It's not right, man. Shit's not right.
I'll tell you what, that boy is right.
That boy is right.
Hashtag ban of that.
4 out of 5 dentists.
I gotta go get some water. Don't get me kicked off YouTube. I'll be right back.
I think if we haven't got kicked off yet for the rants tonight, I think we're safe. Check them out. Chat. Gilbert Godfrey, yeah, that was up on it's like the late night stuff too on USA. The bird people from the Beastmaster were wild. Oh yeah, they'd eat the people and leave nothing but bones.
I'm trying to remember what that is. I was trying to get Matt to bring up a picture of it because I can't because I'm on my phone. That just sounds familiar, but I can't place it.
No, they're basically saved the day at the end of the movie. They're a bird or bat or some kind of like wild, like they're very vampiric like.
Exciting chat here, boys.
You know what the fuck? He left his asshole is like shitty elevator music going.
Yeah, right.
Is that his new thing? That's you don't hear him farting all the time.
Pretty much, yeah.
I get focused on what I'm working on and I stop talking.
Yeah, this music kind of makes you want to fall asleep.
Oh, do I need to change up the music?
Damn, Honda, I can't believe you said that. I hope Matt doesn't get banned now.
I hope he does.
Up like that.
There we go. I'll wake you up.
That's a little loud.
Is that loud?
70s porn music.
Wait.
Yeah, it's a tad loud.
I expect to see a giant bush now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Each music is different, so I can't tell. Like, even if I leave them on the same fucking volume, they can all be different. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. If that one's too loud, let me know.
They're gonna still show up as copyright or whatever when you show.
No, because this is all license-free music that I got from YouTube.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm using the same stuff. I've used the same stuff, and I quit using it because then I keep getting tags. So I just wanted to use it.
Oh, I haven't gotten any yet.
I mean, they don't do nothing. They just put the tag at the bottom and go, "This is from YouTube's license-free music." I don't know. It doesn't really. It's just I don't like it down there. So.
Have y'all seen the very short teaser for Deadpool 3? Where it's his head in like a bag or something, and he talks about y'all want a teaser? We can't afford a teaser. We don't make that kind of money. What are you expecting Samuel Jackson in his saucy number leather outfit and eye patch to be in?
Oh, yeah.
So I guess it's kind of like, I guess it's kind of like saying, hey, Sam Jackson's going to be in the third one.
By the way, that movie is going to make so motherfucking much money.
Yep.
I mean, holy shit. That movie could just be okay, and it will make a fuck ton of money.
It'll probably be the highest grossing movie since Endgame for Marvel.
Oh, 100%.
Hopefully it's super woke, and then Matt can tell us why it's good.
It was actually pretty good.
Look at how triggered he is.
I know, right? Do you know when it's supposed to come out?
I think it's like 2024 sometime.
Jesus, man. Come out this year. Fuck. We've been waiting, like 3 years now?
Yeah.
Well, I know some stuff. If they stay true with The Last of Us, they stay true to the game, there's going to be some upset people.
Yeah, I haven't heard, like, and I've told people, because I know people who play the game, and they're like, dude, like, it's going to get bad next season. And I was like, just don't tell me. That's fine. They're like, no, bad shit, whatever. I'm like, and the way people are talking about it, I'm like, well, I guess Joel dies. I don't fucking know. It's the only thing I can think of, because they're like.
Honestly, I haven't played the second game. I have the first one. I just never got into playing the second one, so I couldn't tell you anything about it.
I don't know what the fuck happens, but the way people are acting about what is going to happen in the second season based on the game, I'm like, well, I guess Joel dies. That's the only thing I can think of that's as bad as people are portraying this horrible thing that's going to happen that's going to piss off the fans. I'm like, oh,
I'm going to have to get the second one just to play it before season 2 comes out.
Like, it's like, look, leave the dude alone. He's making Disney money, right? Like, he came in, he's going to do a season, maybe a little bit of season 2, kill off his character and move on. I don't give a shit. Whatever. Like, who gives a fuck? Like, I don't care. I care way more about Mandalorian than I do fucking Last of Us. Like, so I don't give a shit. As long as he doesn't fucking die off in Mandalorian, I'm fine. Like, go ahead.
Pedro Pascal has been doing a lot of shit lately.
Oh, yeah.
He's been blowing up. I know he's been in shit that in the past, because I just watched a movie that he was in. I was like, fuck, I didn't even know he was in it.
Well, I got watching my cousin. She loves the Equalizer movies with Denzel Washington.
Denzel? Yeah, I love those movies.
The second movie, didn't realize until rewatching it. It's like, he's the big bad guy.
That's what it was. Yeah, that was Equalizer 2 that Pedro Pascal was in. I didn't know. That's what it was.
We're getting Equalizer 3 this year.
Are we?
Yeah, there's a third one coming out this year.
I hope they go back to more like the original formula, the first movie.
Yeah, the first movie was definitely better.
I hope this one's more woke than the last one.
It might be. And I'll love every minute of it.
They should recast Denzel as a lady.
Well, I did on the TV series.
I know.
Oh, didn't they do a TV series with like Queen Latifah or something?
Yep.
Yeah, I've never watched it. Is it any good? Does anybody watch it?
I haven't. It was like,
I think I did actually. I can't remember.
I don't.
I heard it was bad. I heard the TV show was bad. Not because she was in it. It was
kind of like Murder, She Wrote with her. You know, so it's like it's okay, but it's like Murder, She Wrote. It's like I'm not used to watching Queen Latifah go around being like Murder, She Wrote.
I think
I mean, in fairness, that's basically what the original show was like.
No, I know, but I mean, she's just Queen Latifah, so it's like she's just like if it was some other person, then fine, but not like somebody from the whole '80s running around trying to be hardcore rap or whatever that was.
I wish the second Equalizer was more like the first, or set up like the end of the first movie where it was going to be helping more people. Making his former team be the bad guys is kind of cliche.
Yeah, but it was done. It was still a good movie. I mean, it wasn't better than the first one. But
I have to say though, Denzel getting older, he looks better with no hair.
Yeah.
What other good movies are coming out this year? I know Shazam came out this weekend. I'm not going to go to the movies to see that, so I'll wait till I can stream that somewhere. I know John Wick comes out next week, right? John Wick 4. I do want to see that one.
And the actor that plays the
Lance Reddick.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah, is he in it very much like he was the third one, where he had more of a badass role?
I'm not sure. Although
no clue.
Yeah,
it's not out yet, so I don't know.
Well, I haven't seen any trailers, is why I'm asking.
Yeah, he has been absent from the trailers, but I would assume he would be in it if his health was fine when they're shooting.
Well, apparently everything I've read for the last couple of days is he just was perfectly healthy and
Suddenly died of natural causes.
Yeah, just died suddenly of natural causes. I'm sure there's nothing more about it that we need to know. So I'm sure everything's fine.
Natural causes.
Yeah.
Yes, natural causes.
Nothing to see there.
Yeah, it's perfectly normal for somebody who just turned 60 years old, who's, if you've ever seen the dude, in really good shape, especially for his age, to just drop dead of natural causes.
Oh yeah, he trained just like Keanu Reeves did with Terran Tactical to play in that movie.
I'm sure there's nothing suspicious about it at all. It's perfectly normal for somebody like that to just drop fucking dead. So, yeah, don't worry about it. I can't tell where this is coming from. Somebody in the chat is asking. I don't know. That's either coming from G-Webs or Jared's fucking stream. Anyone watch Picard season 3? Yes, I have. It's fucking phenomenal.
That's from my stream.
Okay.
I shut mine off.
Okay, can I disagree with you on this again?
What?
Yeah, jeez.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Here we go.
My complaint is not that deep. So you can deal with this quickly. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
And I know what you're going to say before you even fucking argue back, and that's fine too.
Okay.
But the way that Riker fought against Picard like a little fucking bitch who can't take a fucking order, who has no trust in the captain that he served with for how many fucking years, that he knew for how many fucking years, and he's gonna be a little bitch like that when he disagrees with the course of action. And the course of action, by the way, that he wanted to take was like, oh, well, let's just do nothing and die, because taking a chance isn't what we ever did ever as the crew of the Enterprise. No, we never took chances. It was so completely out of character that it was off-putting to me.
Well, they're both equal rank now, though, too. And he just lost a child, so.
Well,
was...
and no,
that's what I knew you were going to say. It was, oh, he just lost a child, therefore, blah, 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 blah.
Hold on. First of all, you're 100% right. It was very out of character, and it was very noticeable, and it felt weird to see Riker respond to Picard like that.
Like a bitch. Say it how it is.
He did. He responded like a fucking bitch. That being said, Jared is right. That's why they put those scenes in the beginning of the episode to explain Riker had changed to become overly cautious to the point to where he was not the same person he used to be. He was so scared of losing anybody that he would do something out of character like that. And I think that was the point of it.
Yeah.
You're right. He was acting like a little fucking bitch.
Then he reaffirmed himself later on in the episode.
Yeah.
He regained his confidence.
That was my complaint. I don't care what happened to him in his personal life. I don't think that Captain Riker, even better, with years more experience, in spite of the fact that he had a child that he lost, would suddenly be like that. I did not buy it. I do not buy it. I will not buy it. I don't care.
And you're saying that when he sees his friends that he went through all these adventures and risked death and came back from death's door all these times, that he's going to then turn into a coward as soon as he sees those people again?
Well, the thing you got to think about, too, with this series these are not the Picard and Riker we grew up watching. They reset the timelines.
Well, okay, but it wasn't just that he was a coward. He turned into a child. He was lashing out. He was like yelling. He was having temper tantrums, like a little girl who you took her toy away. Not in character. I've never seen Riker
and
ever even close to that.
And like I said, I think they did that on purpose to try and put some conflict in that episode between them, because if you didn't have the conflict, that episode wouldn't have played out the way it did. But I think it was very out of character for Riker. And I think that was the point, was to have Riker do something out of character and then to put something in there to explain why he was acting like that. Whether it worked or not, that's up for debate. But I think they did it on purpose. They did it intentionally. They weren't doing it to try and fucking say, like, rewrite Riker's character. They were just trying to show him in a moment of fucking doubt and weakness react because of the shit he had just gone through. And then he snaps back out of it and goes back to his old self.
Question.
That's what that was. So I understand what you're saying, but it didn't like piss me off or anything. It was just like, oh, okay. I was kind of like, okay, I see what they did there. Whatever. Okay, we've moved on.
Question. Why they've been romanticizing the Enterprise D in this series, do you think we'll see restored D at the end of the series?
I have one more complaint to you. Sorry, answer that question though.
A restored D? I would love to see that, because I feel like, since they've already said this is it, like there's no more Picard after this, we will have moved on from these characters. This is kind of the ending for all these characters. I have to believe we're going to see an Enterprise in this show before the end. I don't know when it's going to come.
Only the drive section blew up. They could salvage the saucer section.
Yeah.
And I could totally see them wanting to do that during the Dominion War when they was needing ships, and they could have used that saucer section for anything and to help build a ship during the Dominion War.
Okay, other complaint about Picard, and I know what your response to this is going to be before I even say what I'm going to say, so that's fine. Also, the captain of the I don't know his name, like the other captain.
Oh, the douchebag.
What? Okay, first of all, what a fucking douchebag, right? Can you name another besides maybe, and this is a stretch, that the one fucking admiral that Picard always had to deal with, the girl who'd like come in and like give ridiculous orders and fuck everything
up. Remember O'Brien's former captain that showed up that one time?
Okay, so there are very, very few examples.
Yeah, very few. Yeah.
Of captains in being like fucking irrational and cunty and petty and fucking. But that's how he was, and it's like, I feel like the writers of this show are intentionally using extreme parts of character, injecting them into people who are in the show, right? Like characters who they're writing for, so that they can like lazily add dynamic drama to the storyline.
Well, it's
like rather than actually having some like dynamic drama that's well thought out and like balanced and done well, they're just like, well, if we just turn the captain into a cunt, then it's going to make everything difficult.
It doesn't even make sense too with him still being upset with Battle Wolf 359. That was already told in Deep Space Nine with Sisko. That was already hashed out, like where Sisko lost his wife and his one of his crew and stuff, and he resented.
Well, as far as that goes, like it's perfectly believable that there are a whole lot of people out there that fucking hate Picard because of that.
But
and this just happens to be one of them. The fact that he's
nearly 40 years since that happened in their timeline.
Yeah, it has. It's been a long fucking time. So, yeah, no, he's a fucking douchebag. Although I do think what they're doing, and I don't know how far you've gotten if you've watched the newest episode or not, but like what they're doing is starting with a douchebag, and I am 100% certain by the end,
right,
he's going to be on
he's
their
gonna
side.
have a character arc. Yeah.
So
I'm the only one that likes the douchebag captain.
Oh, I think he's a great character.
Right? Yeah,
He's
I kind of like.
clearly a douchebag. Yeah. I mean, I personally think he adds some fun to it. Because first of all, that actor I've seen in a lot of stuff, and I think he's a really good actor. And I like him as an actor, and I think that's all he does is play douchebags, play assholes. And he does it really, really well.
They're trying to have like a Captain House, like House MD.
Yeah.
Kind of what I feel like they're going for, and I don't feel like they're not knocking it out of the park.
It doesn't bother me that much, but he's definitely a fucking douchebag.
You got a new super chat.
Oh, I do. Calendar Republic says, so wait, the show is alternate universe Trek? Well, no, it's not alternate universe Trek. No.
But y'all said it was a different timeline, though.
Yep. Season 2, they reset the timeline.
Hey, Honda, this character that you don't like because it's angry or whatever, would you feel better about the character if over the course of the season he raised some awareness about how global warming is the real problem?
If there was like an episode where they showed that Section 31 was behind the chemtrails, and he was like a douchebag, like did something, I'd be okay with it.
It's entirely possible too, when they reset the timeline, Picard's no longer an android, because they have not mentioned at all that he's an android since.
Well, yeah. They said, he mentions it once, and he's like, when his son's basically like, "Aren't you mostly positronic now?" But that's all he says. So here's what I heard from the.
Did you just spoil it for us? We haven't even watched this thing. You just told us you're passionately telling us to watch this thing, and then you just spoil it.
Hold on. What's the guy's name? Who's the showrunner for season 3? He was not the one that did season 1 or 2. He's from Star Trek Enterprise, and I think he used to be a writer on Voyager and DS9, and I'm blanking on his name, but he's the one that they brought in to take over Picard season 3. And he's an old school Star Trek writer who's now the showrunner for season 3, and I'm blanking on his name. Anyway, he did an interview where he said, he's like, I want this season to be a starting point where people do not have to watch season 1 or 2 to see the resolutions of these characters they've loved for their entire lives.
Oh, that's cool.
What that told me was, without him saying it, that's him saying season 1 and 2 sucked, and we're going to pretend like they don't exist.
Pretty much.
So I don't think that the resetting of the timeline or anything is going to play into any of this. I think they're ignoring that. I think they're going to pretend like none of that shit fucking happened. And
it should.
And so, yeah, I think where this is just, him trying to come back and be like, let's just write a story with characters and give them a good send-off and pretend like the rest of this shit that nobody likes.
I haven't seen any of this, but were they trying to, it sounds like, were they trying to play like Doctor Who or something, or play off of the Doctor Who stuff or something?
Oh, see, in season 2? No, it was
the stuff that you don't like. It sounds like it's just
weird. No, I mean, look, I didn't hate season 1. I actually kind of liked it. It didn't really feel like Next Generation, but I was like, okay, it was a fun adventure with Borg and fucking shit, whatever. Season 2 sucked. Season 2 was fucking horrible.
I skipped all of season 2. I just watched.
Yeah, there's no reason to watch season 2 at all. I would make the case that season 1 was kind of fun and had some cool stuff in there about Borg and androids, as far as data and stuff like that. And there was some cool stuff in it that I liked. Season 2 is absolutely just sucks and is boring and is not good. And
their medical capabilities, though, from Next Generation to Picard, has went way downhill. Because the Borg, when they unborg the Borg, they're all scarred up and mangled and disfigured and you can make them look like human and next Voyager and well, Picard was a Borg.
That's true. Yeah, Picard. Yeah.
It's like, how come everybody else, when you get deborgified, they get mangled up and scarred?
Yeah. Well, I think with Picard, because I remember them, and I don't remember when, but they mentioned it like he was not as much Borg as a normal Borg was. They left him mostly intact because remember in First Contact when she was telling him, she's like, I needed somebody who would be an equal to me. I didn't want a drone.
Yeah.
So she left Picard mostly intact. and just tweaked him as much as she needed to. So I guess that's probably how they would explain that, but I don't know.
Wasn't that a good episode though?
Oh, Duke's awake.
That was a great episode. Like that was a good season finale when they came back and that was all the business. It was like when G.I. Joe had the Pyramids of Darkness and Cobra was giving them the business, or the Green Ranger came and just fucked up everybody for a whole
Daryl
week.
Dixon.
Daryl Dixon, baby, I'm back.
Did you have
that's great.
Duke? Are you feeling
I did.
refreshed?
I'm feeling refreshed. I took a poop.
Nice.
Got a little drink,
Nice.
some DC. Feeling better. Stomach's still a little messy. I don't know.
Yeah, we haven't heard from you in like 2 hours, so
Yeah, that's good, dog. Don't worry. All is well. What am I looking at on the screen? Did you watch that thing yet? Or they had the chat hasn't ended.
the chat's still going. It hasn't ended yet.
Well, you should. Can
They're
you
still
watch
live,
another guy?
man.
Can you watch someone's YouTube?
Yeah, you can watch somebody's YouTube.
Yeah, you should watch that clip, man. It's super good.
Let's see. Where
You know
is
that
it?
you can share an Amazon thing, like you can do an Amazon watch party. Have you seen anybody do that before? When you watch something on Amazon Prime, you can invite people in to watch it.
This is Wix.
Oh no, we're not listening to fucking commercials. All right, let's watch this thing.
Yeah, this is super good. This is
Okay, hold on. Whose channel is? I want to give full credit. Star Wars Theory came up with this channel, or came up with this theory, and we give them full credit. So let's watch this. This is only 8 minutes.
Order 66 was the order given by Emperor Palpatine just after the death of Mace Windu and the transformation of Anakin into Darth Vader. The order was programmed into the clones' heads by way of an inhibitor chip, which controlled their minds to take out the Jedi and serve the Chancellor. The rest of the events that led from this are what we know today. But what if we go into another timeline, an alternate universe, and one that I think makes much more sense in some ways? What if Order 66 failed? Jedi have decades of training, mastering the Force above all else. Their first and foremost abilities were to be able to sense their surroundings and feel any threats, such as when Anakin and Obi-Wan could even feel the Kuhans that attempted to poison Padme. The Jedi not being able to sense the complete 180 turn of the clones, raising their guns at them and firing, would have been enough of a shift in the Force, just as Yoda had felt, in order for them to escape or to have an advantage to fight back harder. The Jedi Temple events, however, would to play out the way they did, as Anakin was too powerful for any Jedi in the temple. He would then go to Mustafar as ordered, while the rest of the clones would continue to take out the Jedi, slowly being killed one by one by more advancing Jedi. Plo Koon would still be alive, so would Sakura, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Sindralig, and the list goes on. Of course, not every Jedi would live. The clones were a formidable force. However, the more powerful and more Force-attuned ones would sense the matter immediately. After Anakin was ordered to Mustafar by Palpatine, Yoda would meet Obi-Wan at the raided Jedi Temple, and they would send a beacon out to all of the survivors of Order 66, where we would essentially see almost the entire Jedi Council returning, with the exception of Anakin Skywalker, of course, who is now Darth Vader. We have to remember this doesn't give Palpatine enough time to leave the city, as all of these events took only a few hours at the most to execute. He wouldn't have heard back from the commanders because, 1, they'd all be dead, and 2, he'd assumed they were all still carrying out orders. Yoda would send Obi-Wan and Plo Koon to Mustafar to seize and capture Anakin to be tried in the Galactic Court, while he would take Ki-Adi-Mundi, Sindralig, and Aayla Secura to confront the Emperor, while the remaining Jedi would dissipate to hunt down as many clones as they could. After telling Padme about what Anakin has done, he and Plo would sneak onto her ship until they landed on the fiery planet. Yoda and the Masters would fly to the Chancellor's office in Coruscant to once and for all bring an end to the Sith Lord who had been right under their very noses for so many years. As Padme's ship landed, she stepped out to meet Anakin when he looked up to see Obi-Wan and Plo Koon standing in the opening of the ship's extended plank. Their silhouettes almost godlike as the light cast a shadow illuminating their outline, embossed in the red blaze of the red bubbling lava. Anakin yelled at Padme, choking her, until Plo, who was much more quick to stop this than Obi-Wan, jumped in the air and shot Force Judgment onto Anakin. This was Plo's equivalent to Sith Force Lightning. However, not as powerful, it still hurt Anakin enough to stop his attack on Padme. As he let go, she stumbled backwards and ran up to Obi-Wan. This angered Vader even more. The betrayal he felt was compounded only with hatred he couldn't even compare to the heat of the planet's melting core. As he ignited his lightsaber in unison with Obi-Wan and Plo, the battle began. Sidious frowned at Yoda as he watched his royal red guards fall to the floor. Yoda and the 3 Jedi Masters entered his office, all igniting their lightsabers. Palpatine tried to escape, knowing he was no match for 3 Masters and Grand Master Yoda. With no exit strategy, he turned to face them, telling Yoda, "Your arrogance blinds you, Master Yoda," and ignited his lightsaber. He attempted the same strategy as he had with Mace and his legions.
Are we still live? Are we just watching this?
Yes, we're just watching this.
She laid on the floor motionless. His speed was
It's only
far
8
too
minutes.
ferocious.
Come on.
Yoda jumped off the wall and flipped.
Fair use, I guess.
Mundi, who went to strike
Another YouTube
Palpatine's
channel.
head but missed and got paralyzed by a jolt of Force lightning. As he withered on the floor, Yoda watched as Drelig's head rolled next to him. He was astounded by Palpatine's speed and precision, swinging as fast as he could and blocking just as hard. The two were evenly matched, as Yoda sent Palpatine flying back with a strong Force push, using this time to run to Ki-Adi, who started to regain his consciousness once again. Helping him up, the 2 Jedi Masters ran towards Sidious. Anakin and Obi-Wan exchanged immense hits while Plo attacked when he could. His lightsaber abilities were amazing, but he was not on the same level as Anakin here. As they continued to fight down the corridor and into the station, Anakin could feel himself being cornered by the 2 Jedi Masters, Obi-Wan from the left and Plo from the right. Anakin was boxed in. Front flipping over Plo Koon, he landed attempting to strike him. However, he was stopped by Obi-Wan. When Plo used this advantage to shoot the most powerful amount of force,
$69
Really?
US Special Forces device turns men into beasts.
Fucking man.
Anakin as he possibly could, Skywalker dropped to the ground, shrieking in agony as yellow thunderbolts crawled up his face, body, and bones like spiders with daggers for legs. Kenobi and Koon stepped over him, lightsabers an inch from his skull. They unanimously announced, "In the name of the Galactic Senate of the Republic, you are under arrest." Palpatine had to decide quickly which Jedi he would advance to as Ki-Adi Mundi and Yoda rushed him. He knew Yoda was far more powerful, so he decided to take out the weaker opponent first, that being Mundi. This is what Yoda anticipated. Quickly running up to Palpatine and flipping over him, Palpatine became confused and blocked Ki-Adi's attack, then turned to block Yoda's when he was cut in half by the Grand Master. Laying on the floor, unable to move, his fate had taken the same turn of events as his apprentice, Darth Maul. With Obi-Wan and Plo returning to the temple as Anakin sat in the back of the ship, cuffed at the hands and feet, they went to the Chancellor's office as they saw lights flashing from within the windows. Meeting Yoda at the docking bay, he and Ki-Adi boarded the ship to take Padme to a droid crew to deliver her unborn children. Anakin would remain restrained as his yellow eyes stared in hatred at the Jedi Masters who tried to figure out what to do with him. Banishing him from the Council and the Temple, stripping him of his Jedi status, the Galactic Senate appointed Bail Organa as Chancellor and moved to sentence Anakin to spend an eternity in prison. Once the security footage of the massacres at the Temple, including the slaughter of the younglings, were presented, Padme would survive, and her children, Luke and Leia, would be trained from
Okay, that's bullshit because she died of a broken heart. Which, wasn't her heart still broken? She would have been dead.
Yeah.
infancy.
Just throwing that out.
There was lightsaber control after this.
Yoda, Obi-Wan, Ki-Adi Mundi, Plo Koon, and subordinate Jedi who had survived as well. The galaxy would live in peace and harmony, with 2 new Skywalkers eventually growing up to carry on the Jedi way.
Gay.
That's
Can I
pretty
just
good,
say
though.
that-
That's a good.
Yeah.
That's a good what if. I like that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I think it's a good retelling of it. I think he brings up some good points for like the Jedi being a little bit more aware and just having a few different strategies and taking over the day. So
Yeah.
Was it me or did that guy sound a lot like G-Lebs?
I mean, a little bit.
I don't think so.
Do you have another channel we don't know about?
Right.
Dude, I have any one of us have enough. Anybody in this room has enough samples online. You only need 10 minutes worth of samples of you talking, and you can make one of them deep fake things. Say anything you want it to say. You just type and it says it in our voice. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be hard.
All right. Cool. Anyway, I like that. That was good. I like that. I'd never watched that. I remember you sending me that link like months ago, and I never fucking watched it.
That was good.
Yeah. I do know who Star Wars Theory is.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Might
He's got
actually
a
be
bunch of videos.
subscribed to them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's him and there's another guy who are like super good at all the Star Wars stuff. Star Wars Theory I think he's the biggest Star Wars channel.
Yeah.
But he's got a bunch of videos kind of like that are just fun to watch. What ifs, and he's good for like if you want to look up like Origins of Thrawn, Star Wars Theory.
Yeah.
He's got like a 10-minute video on Thrawn that goes through everything. So
one of my favorite channels is this channel called Eckhart's Ladder, and he gets into all the technical shit for like Star Wars, Star Trek, Babylon 5, like all the big sci-fi franchises. And does like, he'll do like a 10-minute video on like a specific ship or something or a certain type of technology and then theories about battles and shit like that. I love that dude's channel.
Oh man, I was just scrolling through Twitter and randomly found the bread knife video.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
You want
I
to see
forgot
it?
about that.
why not? Throw it up. Let's watch the bread knife video.
What is that?
Can we
We
not?
haven't watched that one in a while. Jared, have you ever seen the bread knife video? Here, make it big. Make it
no.
All right, I gotta mute it because this one has music.
Oh my god.
big. And then he gets up, and then he's like, he looks down. My penis is gone. Oh, we're missing his scream. The scream is the best part.
I think it's music.
Yeah,
it is.
Thinking that.
Oh, there you go. Here, let's watch it again.
Oh my god. Did he end up picking it up too, right? After he got cut off?
Okay, notice this spike right here, completely upright, straight. Now,
Was that the one that got him?
I don't know. All I'm saying is here it's straight, here it's not.
It could have been the bike.
Holy shit. I've never seen this.
And then he looks down and realizes his penis is gone.
And he picks it up, right?
He's looking for it. He's looking on the ground while screaming, looking for.
Yeah, did you see him look under the car? He's like, where did it go?
Oh, please watch.
Holy
something
crap,
else.
man.
Anything else? Oh,
Hold on. Duke's getting triggered.
no, oh my gosh, it's horrible. This is like the worst thing to ever watch. It's every man's.
Fuck, that makes me cringe and hurt.
I'm surprised he's worried about putting back on his sandals.
Right? It should be trying to reattach his man.
In a situation like that, he's like in autopilot. He's in shock.
Yeah.
Well, in autopilot, he's looking underneath the car for his penis.
Oh my gosh, this poor man.
Yeah. This dude's. Yeah.
Did he ever get it reattached?
I don't think we know. I don't think that there's ever been a story that anyone's ever found about this guy. No one knows his name. No one knows the city. No one knows anything about him, nor has anyone ever known anything about him other than the fact that he bread knifed that fucking fence, dude.
It's all CGI. Never happened. Yes.
Yeah. They successfully reattached his penis.
I don't think anyone's ever dared to look it up or want to know.
Right?
Yeah.
His penis,
his penis
be
really painless. It's great though.
His penis, it was actually the thing that dented the spike.
He's no longer he, it's a she.
They had to take his big toe to make a new one.
It was so cool. We were just talking about Star Wars Theory. It was. Like
It was. Well, Duke, give us something else to talk about.
All right.
Because we're 3 hours and 51 minutes in, so we're starting to just talk about whatever the fuck comes up. At that
That's
point.
dangerous.
I don't even know.
So dangerous.
Anybody in the chat got some geek topics out there? Throw them in. We're here. We're not doing anything.
Oh, Kurt Russell movie? Give me the answer to this. Kurt Russell movie where his wife is kidnapped and he has to save her? And he's like looking through a peephole, and his wife's in a bag in a freezer. What's this movie? I never even heard of it.
Yeah. The one I don't remember the name of it, where they're on the road and some psychotic truck driver. They're like on vacation, and they're traveling across the country, and this psychotic truck driver starts following them and kidnaps them. And I don't remember what the name of the movie is. Somebody out there in the chat, if you remember.
Does it get out okay?
Huh?
Does it end well?
That's the one. Isn't that the one where he's driving a motorcycle and his penis falls off?
No.
Calhoun Republic. I don't think it's Bone Tomahawk.
No. Why would you bring that up?
Okay, I'm going to find this movie. I know exactly which movie you're talking about.
Or maybe.
Davy Jones yesterday, Matt, wanted us to do the top 5 videos of the best gunplay, remember?
Breakdown. It's this movie, Breakdown, 1997. A man searches for his missing wife after his car breaks down in the middle of the desert. And it's like the psycho truck driver that kidnapped her, played by this dude, JT Walsh. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And their car breaks down, and then she gets kidnapped, and he has to, in the middle of, like, I don't know where the fuck they're at. Like, they're like in the middle of some fucking desert town. I don't know where the fuck it could be.
You got a super chat.
Oh, Go Shadow says, look at my previous comment about the Sith. Let's see. He says, how would a Sith fare against an AA-12 shotgun? Would they be able to stop all the individual supersonic shotgun pellets? I don't know. It's a good question.
Easily. Yeah. The one dude stopped a phaser, so they can stop lead in the air,
that's
right?
one phaser, like one pulse blast.
Oh, you think because it's so many little pellets that they wouldn't be able to?
Who knows? Well, have you seen that?
They wouldn't be able to Neo it and just stop all the bullets.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. What about Neo? They just like, whoom.
Yeah.
Stop all the pellets.
With Neo, though, that's in a program. He's just rewriting the program.
Yeah, but what's his face? Luke grabs, or Yoda also grabs the X-wing and pulls it up out of the water. You know, that's like a whole bunch.
Still
of
just
stuff.
one thing, though.
Well, but I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff with it. I mean, I guess they could just be grabbing the one thing and
Yeah.
with it.
Mm-hmm.
I just assumed they put some kind of a force around it or something. But I guess I don't know. It's not like they bring up all the water with it.
Well, just shoot them with whatever those inhibitor chips are, since they can't seem to sense those.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, did you hear me a while ago about Davy Jones's comment?
What?
He asked yesterday to do the top 5 movies with the best gunplay.
That's right. He did. And I said I was going to do it tonight, and then I forgot to do my research.
I mean, Heat is going to win, so.
Heat's got the single best gunfight scene in any movie in it.
Yeah, no shit.
Like
Didn't they start training the police and stuff of how to change mags because of that movie?
No, the Marine Corps uses that as its
the Marine Corps, okay.
Its leapfrog technique. And I'm up, he sees me, I'm down with buddy cover. They use that. They showed us that video in boot camp multiple times before they teach that technique. And they show it because it's executed so well.
Mm-hmm.
That's a super, super good scene. And extra points for carry handle ARs. So
yeah, it is, because I know we've talked about this before, because I got a channel strike for that video one time.
What are you talking about?
The scene from the big bank robbery shootout scene from Heat. That's one of the channel strikes I got, and kept me from live streaming for 3 months on my channel. Because I showed that scene, even though it came from a YouTube video, I was just streaming something that was already on YouTube. But we were doing we were doing like a top 10 shootouts in movies or something like that. I can't remember what we were doing. And that was like our number one. So, yeah. But no, I completely fucking fucked up and forgot.
So StreamYard has overlays. If you took an overlay of bunch of little dots, random dots with transparency in between them, and those little dots laid down on the screen, that would disrupt anything kind of logarithm from seeing what's on the screen.
Yeah, there are ways to do it because I've seen channels do it before. I don't know what like template they use or where to get that, but there's a way.
It's probably something you just search for, I bet.
Yeah, there's a way you can do that so that you can show shit that the algorithm won't pick up.
Yeah, or you like alter the sound somehow, or you zoom in on the screen like 5%, something like that.
What people used to do a lot was reverse the image.
Show it smaller. Yeah. Oh yeah, watch it backwards.
Right. They would just reverse the image so that it didn't line up, and that seemed to work for some people. But I don't know enough about the algorithm to know what did it finally learn that shit or something? I don't know, but yeah, there's a way you can do it because people do it all the time.
Have you played around with the new, the Chat GBT 4 that they have now?
Yes, of course. What do you
think of it? Is it easy to use? What do you use it for?
I use it all the time. I'm using it right now. Not even kidding. I'm using it right now. It's amazing.
What are you doing right now?
Well, okay. Top 15 movies with the best gunplay: John Wick, Matrix, Heat, Die Hard, The Raid, Hard Boiled, Lethal Weapon, Equilibrium, Punisher, Boondocks, Dread, Smoking Aces, Killer. It doesn't take nothing. I'm paying for it. I guess.
Dude, that's a great fucking list, by the way. Holy shit.
Yeah, no shit.
Man, right.
Smoking Aces, man.
Right, I'm about to say, I almost forgot about Smoking Aces.
Yeah, when what's her face is sniping people from the other building. That was great.
Yep, exactly.
Davy Jones asked you, Matt, didn't an ex-SAS guy teach the actors that technique in Heat?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I've ever watched a making of or anything on that movie. But that might have been what happened. I don't know.
It's a lie.
Misinformation.
Red Lace Anarchy says, you mean Skynet?
It is Skynet. Be scared. It is insane. It is amazing, and it's going to change everything. The same way that the internet changed things, same way that cell phones turned into smartphones and that changed things. This is going to change things. It's crazy cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is it I can remember OpenAI, I think. I can't remember. I've got an account with what is it? I've got an account with one of the Chat GPT services that I've never really played around with at OpenAI. I can't remember which one it is. And then they were asking me to join a wait list to use something else, and I don't fucking remember what it was. Let me see if I can even sign in.
Talking about Smoking Aces a while ago, did y'all ever see Smoking Aces 2?
Yeah. The ending was good. But
it's okay. I like it. It's a decent movie, but it's not nearly
It's
as
tough
good.
to compete with Smoking Aces, though.
Yeah.
It's such a good, unique movie.
Yeah, I've got access to Chat GPT at openai.com. I don't know which, I don't know.
So essentially, it's free. So you can use it with a free account, and then when it gets busy, or if you just want to do a little bit more stuff, then you can pay for it. But most of it is available for free if you just want to play with it and use it or whatever.
Yeah, I've got an account. It's I'm in it right now. Let me try a minute. Let's see, top 10 sci-fi movies.
They made a Smoking Aces 3?
No, they didn't.
Oh, Federation.
Okay, let's see what we think of this list. Hold on, it's generating the list. Okay, so 1951's Day the Earth Stood Still. I do actually really like that movie. It's one of my favorite old sci-fi movies.
What did you put in for the question?
Top 10 sci-fi movies of all time.
Okay.
Jurassic Park, Alien, Inception, E.T., The Terminator, Star Wars: A New Hope, The Matrix, Blade Runner, 2001: A Space Odyssey. I don't agree with most of those choices.
It's pretty tough, though.
But I will
there's so many
say
lists
that
out
is
there.
a list of good sci-fi movies. Those would, other than like the only one on this list that would have made my top 10 is The Matrix.
Yeah. Oh, Aliens would have made my top 10.
Aliens would be in my top 10, but not
You
Aliens.
should narrow down the search somehow, rather than just being like general sci-fi. Like be like, I don't know, like
sci-fi horror,
fantasy, or
are they talking? I wonder how they would figuring out the
or like have it like
list. Or are they
rank order the Star Wars movies or something?
Top 10 80s sci-fi movies. Let's see. Let's see what it says about the 80s. All right, it's generating here.
The way it compiles its list, FYI, is it literally has taken a look at everything on the internet up until 2021, and it knows everything on the internet, if you can imagine. And there's multiple AIs, so they each know the entire internet, and they just start laying down numbers. So if you tell them, or laying down letters. So if you ask them something, they like Matt's has a comment up on the screen. Look at my previous comment. The thing from the way it's explained from when I've been trying to figure this out, it'll go, okay, we got to answer this question, huh? Well, I'm going to type a L, and then the next probable letter is an O, and the next probable letter is an O, and then the next probable letter is a K, and then I'll probably put a space, and it somehow does that, and it somehow answers questions by the probability of starting with the first letter and then laying down letters after it. And it seems like magic, but that's how the way it's explained. It's crazy.
So this is its list of the top 10 sci-fi movies of the 1980s. Okay, we're going from 10 to 1. The Fly, They Live. Is somebody spanking their monkey?
Sorry, I thought I was muted.
All right. So The Fly, They Live, The Thing, Aliens, Back to the Future, Empire Strikes Back, RoboCop, E.T., Terminator, Blade Runner.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good list. The only one of those movies I don't like is Blade Runner.
Yeah, and They Live should have been closer.
Blade Runner was boring. If you ask me.
Yeah, Blade Runner to me is an incredibly overrated movie. I don't know why it's fucking. I
Thank
don't
you.
understand. That movie bores the shit out of me.
Thank you. For a minute, I thought I was the only one.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't personally know anybody, and I know a whole lot of geeks that actually really likes that movie. I know a few people that are like,
The movie
okay.
was what it changed. It didn't it create what Star Wars is and stuff? Like it made the movies turn gritty.
No, it was after Star Wars.
Yeah, because Star Wars came out. The first Star Wars came out what 79? I think
77.
78.
Then Empire Strikes Back was 1980. Blade Runner came out in 82, so it came out 2 years after Empire Strikes Back did. So, yeah, I look. I'm not saying like the story of Blade Runner is cool, and I like the world that they create and all that kind of stuff. I just think the execution of the movie was honestly kind of boring. You know, I like the world that they built up. I like the actors that were in the movie.
The second one was a little better than the first one, in my opinion.
I think the second one's considerably better.
From right now? You mean the current one?
Yeah, that one doesn't bore the shit out of me.
I mean, yeah, I'm about to say like the cyberpunk aesthetics of the movie looked great.
Yeah, there's a lot of
that's the way to say it. I think that's what people liked about it, and they just tolerated the story because they liked all that. What you're saying, the aesthetics or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's it looks cool. It's a cool world they've built. With the replicants and everything, and like there's a lot of cool stuff about it. The movie itself, the execution of it, I find boring. So, like, yeah, I don't know.
And it's connected to the Alien universe.
Yet, whenever you go anywhere and look up like best sci-fi movies of all time, Blade Runner is always on there, and I'm like, really? Blade Runner?
Well, how about when they put 2001 on there?
Yeah, same thing. Although I like 2001 better than I like Blade Runner.
I mean, I don't mind watching 2001 once a decade, but I don't need to watch it more than once.
No, I don't. It's not something I watch often. But like, if those two movies are in front of me and it's like you have to watch one of these, I'll watch 2001 before I watch Blade Runner. So
yeah, I would say that.
Oh, and then CL makes a good point that Blade Runner isn't a movie for like you need like action, and it's like what do they call them, the movies during the summer, the blockbuster movies. It's not like that, it's like a more of a
futuristic film noir.
Yeah, like Apocalypse Now or something. You're watching that for like the art of it, right?
Maybe that's why it appeals to some people, but it just doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, it was like a cop drama set in the future, to like a film noir,
but super slow. No, I mean it's like they did make it so slow that it's like, come on.
Yeah,
and we were young at the time.
Slow movie. Very slow movie.
They put it out around Terminator and stuff. It's like, no, it's not going to work.
Ask the AI more questions.
Well, what do you want me to ask it?
I knew you were going to ask that, Hondo.
How about this?
Don't ask it weird shit because it'll remember everything you said.
What question should I ask you?
Oh, that's creepy.
Ooh.
Oh, just give me some generic answer. You can ask me any question you like. If you need inspiration, you can
All
ask
right, so I'll tell you, want to hear an AI story about me and my AI when I was talking to it? I pay this AI, so it has to listen to me. So I go, give me the backstory of when Aardvark holds up the AK in Red Dawn. Like, what's the history of that? Because sometimes it knows stuff like that, right? Maybe it reads the DVD extras or something. And it goes something to the effect of, oh, sorry, you're mistaken that Aardvark wasn't the character that did that. And I was like, fuck you, dumbass robot. Like, go fucking read the credits of the movie. And it goes, oh, I'm sorry. Aardvark is Toby so-and-so or whatever. So the thing will learn. Like, it'll confidently be wrong at you. So if you ask it shit that you just totally don't know, don't assume it's right. It'll confidently tell you the wrong shit. And then if you challenge it, it'll be like, oh, let me go check on that. Oh, you're right. Sorry about that.
Ask if it's looking for John Connor.
Oh, my God. That's exactly how you get it to come to your house. I'm paying for it. I'm not asking.
Oh, I know. It
says no, as an artificial intelligence language model, I'm not capable for looking for anything or anyone in the physical world. My purpose is to assist with tasks such as answering questions, providing information, or generating text based on input provided to me. Is there
I'm just an innocent robot.
I didn't do anything. Don't pour champagne on me, people.
Are you the key master?
Yo, ask it for the Epstein Island client list.
No, it's not like it is kind of like a Google where it'll just, it's seen everything up to 2021, so it can't be current. But it's more like like the top 5 movies is too easy because there's a lot of that. But if you thought like, what are the top 15 trucks that would be good for use with some, think of some reason that you might want to truck like
off-roading or something.
Well, like to carry a 15-horse trailer. Like if you went to a Google search engine and typed in like how many trucks will work with a 15-horse trailer, there might be somebody who made an article about that, and the search engine can maybe point you to that article if it's a big enough article and they wrote it well. But the Google brain, or what do you call it, the AI brain, I think it's a Microsoft brain, will just knows everything. So it can just tell you the answer without having to go find a website with the answer, if that makes sense. So it's just a little bit faster than going to a website. It's just that it's still, like remember when the capture would do like words because Google was reading everything. And then when it got done reading everything, it changed the captures to be like, hey, is our car about to hit a pedestrian or is that a crosswalk? And then now we're teaching robot cars how to drive. It's sort of the same thing. They're giving it to us free because we're teaching this thing.
Yeah.
Well, we're teaching this one and it's teaching the other one. So from what I understand, they made this one, and it's the size of a golf ball. The next one was supposed to be a lot bigger, but they told the little guy to make the big guy, and it made it way bigger, and it made it 90% cheaper. Or something like that. So it's going to be coming pretty quick. They're going to tell the AIs to make themselves.
Oh, that didn't work.
Ask it who would win versus the Federation versus the Empire.
That's an interesting one.
I sent it to you the answer to you, Matt, and on the Messenger.
Usually, it'll start something like that, like I'm just a computer brain. How could I know? But here's the answer.
Well, it says it's difficult to determine a clear winner because they're hypothetical between battles between Star Trek and the Federation because they're fictional universes and have their own unique technologies. Blah 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 blah.
And then it'll answer usually.
I feel like
if it gives you that bullshit answer, then you can go, just give me the answer, and it'll answer anyway.
I feel like the transporter gives the fucking Federation a distinct advantage.
I feel like you come in here just to challenge Matt on his positions as well.
Transporter.
Well, think about it, okay, we got shields, they got shields. We've got phasers, they got blasters. We've got proton torpedoes, they've got some kind of torpedo.
What are you typing in there?
But the Federation has fucking transporters. Star Wars has nothing like that. So they could just take out the core of their fucking engine and transport it to the bridge and blow up the bridge with their own fucking fuel or something, They could put shock troops anywhere on the ship that they want. They could take troops off of your ship and transport them into space so they suffocate. I think the transporters would be the thing to beat.
Here's the thing, though. But remember, transporters are the number one thing that fuck up and go out every time there's a proverbial bump in the road for the Federation.
Well, they have to.
Every fucking time. And remember, if they're in the middle of a battle, they can't transport through their own shields, much less other shields.
See, that's the kind of writing that they used to do to make the story interesting instead of just making the captain a cunt.
Yeah, because otherwise you could just transport, take their engine and transport it out into space. Okay, they're done. You don't even have to kill them. You just disable their ship every time you flew up next to them. Take a 60-foot circle around their engine and transport everything in that circle somewhere else.
Well, the Borg kind of do that.
Yeah, they do.
Is that what they do? They just take a big chunk out of your ship and...
Oh, yeah, they start slicing, dicing ships and start taking chunks of them.
I mean, the way I look at it is this. If the transporter technology of the Enterprise was so fucking great, why can one Borg fucking cube destroy... I'm sorry, how many ships was it? How many hundreds of ships was it at Wolf 359?
Yeah, well, that was because Picard was there.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So he'd already anticipated every possible defense.
But yet an entire fucking empire of hundreds and hundreds of fleets of fucking Star Destroyers of all shapes and sizes. Somehow, we'd just be able to beat them with transporters. Fuck no.
Well, the Federation's fleet during the Dominion War was pretty damn impressive.
It was, but their fleet, even during the Dominion War, still wasn't as impressive as the Empire was on their day off. The Empire was huge. It controlled an entire galaxy, not just one quadrant of space.
That's true.
Well, and that's the other thing is, how do they get around the galaxy? That's where Star Wars has an extreme advantage, because you get, pretty much anywhere fairly quickly. Right.
The question is,
if you're in Star Trek, and you're stuck in the Gamma Quadrant without a fucking portal or something to go through, it's going to take you 60, 70 years to get home.
The thing is with the question is if it's versus the Federation versus the Empire, Federation's going to lose because of the numbers. But if they do against the Dominion War and do an alliance with the Romulans, the Klingons, and other races, then they have a chance.
The Breen.
Because the Dominion was a massive force, and they were cloning their troopers, and they were with the Jem'Hadar. They basically mass produced their soldiers.
By the way, Honda, have you watched all of Picard yet? Are you caught up?
I think I've watched 2 episodes.
Oh, that's it?
Maybe. Well, of the newest season.
Yeah, that's what I know. But okay, because there's already 5 episodes out, so
maybe three. I forget.
You don't know what's going on that has direct relations to DS9 yet, do you?
With Changelings, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay. Because that becomes a bigger deal as the episodes go on.
Except for they changed the fucking animation of the changelings completely. That's kind of weird. Because they used to be like this, like, I don't know, like liquid looking stuff, and now they're like all biological looking when they turn fucking. You know what I'm saying?
Well, well, I don't know if that's just because they're doing newer special effects, or if that has to do with there are changes to the changelings, as you will find out in like episode 4 or 5.
Right, I'm about to say that they did
Changelings
some
are
changes
different now.
Yeah,
they can do things they didn't used to be able to do.
Of course they can, because you can't just write within the fucking story that already exists. God damn it, fuck me.
Well, no, it's very simple. They've evolved to where they can now do things like completely. When they change, they can completely mimic a human body to the point that blood tests don't work. Yep. They can completely mimic internal organs and things, which they've evolved to learn how to do, which is something because of the problems they had during the Dominion War. So they learned how to get better at mimicking. Just means they've become a more dangerous enemy because they can do things they used to do before.
We should have Cisco come back. Have you seen him as the actor Avery Brooks lately?
No, I haven't, but there are rumors he might show up in Picard. I don't know if that's true or not.
If he does, I'll be surprised, because that dude, I don't know, man. He
looking old?
No, he's kind of out there.
No, that I knew, because I've seen him in interviews in the last few years, and he's a kooky motherfucker.
Yeah, he's kind of, I don't know, there's a couple chords missing or something.
Who is this again?
Avery Brooks.
Captain Benjamin Sisko. Although technically speaking, he has joined the wormhole aliens, or the prophets as they're called.
What did they call them? They had a name though. What were the fucking names? Didn't they?
While you guys are thinking of that, I'm going to make a request to the audience that's out there. You guys were talking about comic book artists before, and if people could type in some of their favorite artists, because I was using that to throw into my AI, and I had a glitch before. So if you would, anyway, go ahead.
Gary Frank is a good one.
Gary Frank. Thanks.
Yep. Let's see what it says. The best comic book artists are.
No, do something like list comic book, like try to get a list. I've tried a couple of times to say like list comic book artists by their style, or list comics by the style, and I don't know what to type.
Here's the ones this threw up to me, and I gotta say I agree with all of these. Jack Kirby, Will Eisner, Frank Miller, Neil Adams, Jim Lee. Those are all amazing comics.
Here, copy and paste them in here if you would.
You forgot Nick Gurr.
No, I did not.
Oh shit!
He's not a good comic book artist.
You don't like Nick?
Mm-mm.
That's weird.
No, I don't. He shouldn't be a comic book artist.
So you don't like Nick. You don't like Nick.
No, I don't like him. He shouldn't be a comic book artist. You know what? He should be like farming or something. Like, I don't know, maybe, field work or something. I don't know.
Picking plants of some kind.
Yeah.
Someone watching over him, making sure he does his job.
So gonna get in trouble for that. So gonna get in trouble for that joke.
You'll be all right.
Don't forget Ben Dover.
Yes, Ben Dover. Yeah, that's another fucking good one. Ledley says, if you aren't watching School Spirits, you should be. Peyton List from Cobra Kai is the lead. I've heard about this show, and I saw the trailer for it. It actually, the trailer looked good.
What?
I don't know.
813 said Mark Silver.
Mark Silvestri?
Silvestri, yeah.
Yeah, Mark Silvestri is a great artist. He did some awesome stuff. I love his art.
I think I already put that one in there. I'll put it in again. What did you say about
John Byrne?
Oh, John Byrne's amazing.
What did you say about Cobra Kai? Is there another Cobra Kai or some other?
No, he's talking about the one of the girls from Cobra Kai is the star of this new show, Peyton. School Spirits. Her name's Peyton List. Yeah, I saw the trailer for it. I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna type in here best
I appreciate it. I've been taking these, copy and
90s
paste them, and then just having it
comic
like pick out different
artists.
versions of this.
Oh,
It's pretty
actually, I'm gonna do
interesting.
top 10. Top 10 90s comic artists. Let's see what list it gives me. And then we'll go through.
Think about how many people are screwing around and like, hey, let's play with the AI. And this thing's learning all this time.
This is a pretty good list. You got Wolf Portasio, Greg Capullo, Jim Ballant, Andy Kubert, his brother Adam Kubert, Mark Silvestri, Joe I can never spell that dude's name. Madeira? I don't know. I'm butchering that. They did throw Rob Liefeld on the list. I'm not sure about that. Todd McFarlane and Jim Lee as best top 10 90s comic book artists.
What is the 90s considered? In fact, there's the Silver Age and the, I don't know.
That would be, what do they call it? Fuck, there's a name for like 80s and 90s is, fuck, I don't know. Because Bronze Age is the 70s. Or Bronze Age kind of leaks over into the 80s. I think late 80s into 90s is called something, and I don't remember what.
It's called the Golden Girls.
The Golden Girls. Thank you for being a friend. Oh, Jim Steranko out there in the chat. Name withheld said Jim Steranko. He's an awesome artist. I love his shit. Trying to think, who else is a really good artist? I mean, we were talking about comic artists earlier. Like some of my favorites are like Art Adams and Eric Larson and Barry Windsor Smith and.
I think one of the definitive like Superman artists is Dan Jurgens.
Dan Jurgens. Oh yeah. But I mean, John Byrne is no slouch when it comes to Superman. Like,
true.
He you know, George Perez.
Oh yeah. George Perez. He's like one of the icons. We just lost him recently too.
Yeah.
Jim Valentino.
And Jim Valentino's okay.
Ian Churchill.
I don't know who that is.
X-Men artist, is who Sector 2813 said.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. If he's after like 1996, there's a good chance I don't know who the fuck it is.
Ledley said modern age is 1985 to present.
All right, well. I don't know. There's a lot of good artists out there, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's definitely been a good variable to put in here to get like a lot of different styles, or what do you call it? What'd you word? It wasn't obvious. Would you have the word for that? I guess it's just style.
Yeah. All right. What other nerd stuff do we got to talk about? Because we're still here. And for some reason, 72 people are still watching this shit show. So. I mean, you know, anybody else that got some nerd shit? I like blew my load already with all the shit I was going to talk about.
Do you want to see what I'm making with my pictures on the robot?
Sure.
Oh, I guess I have to do this side on my side. Don't get addicted to robots because of this. How are you not supposed to look? Can't handle this probably. Right now I've been trying to get stuff for the podcast because I got my co-host over here. And it's in the middle of thinking right now. So eventually it'll be done thinking and we can continue. But right now we have to wait for the robot. I think. Let me see if I can just go. I guess I'll just go and we'll see if it came back. So you can see these? I guess I'll just go to the history.
So what is that? It generates this shit or you did that?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so here, I'll show you what I was just doing. So I go in and, oh crap, what did I have? Hold on, let me go back to the history. So you get the image, right? And the image is from this. This is what I typed in there. So I've been saying, let me go back and show you over here. I've been typing into mine, which is essentially the same thing, except the visual side from what you're doing. Pug is a podcast co-host in Tucson comic style of, and then I've just been changing out the name with somebody. So Jim Valentino is the last one I see here. So I'll put in Jim Valentino, and then I'll hit generate. And now it'll take like a minute usually. I'm paying for it, so it's a little bit faster than if you're doing it for free. And you can see this little timeline. So now, that's what it gave me. Now, if I put in there like comic or Pug is a podcast co-host in Tucson, comic book on table in the style of Jim. So just adding those words to it, it's going to think for a second here. And while it's thinking, it's showing me some idea of like.
Now that's different from the one I've got, right?
Yeah, because when you pay for it, I think they give you a little bit more
Is that even the same website? Because I'm on chat.openai.com.
Yeah, I'm just paying for it. Like I said, I think they give me the stuff like Honda was saying. They got the newer stuff or whatever. So essentially, it gives me that. So now I'm just going to go in and look at the ones that I've been getting or whatever. So they're just all over the place. And then if you find one that you like, you can dig into it and develop it or whatever. Like this is one of the first time I typed it in there with no qualifier. It like literally just made these things that look like a dog standing there almost. And then this was me. I had pug puppy version of the Fantastic Four flying a battleship octopus ship.
So how do you?
That's cool.
Do you have to pay for it to get it to pull up pictures? Because like I don't know if
you can just to get it the enhanced one. Here's when I typed in never enough ammo, dude, and it made this macaroni and cheese. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what happened. I typed it in there, and it came up with this weird ass alien macaroni and cheese.
Well, the version I have just does text answer a question shit. Then
okay, so here's the deal, old man. You go to your version that you're on, which is Playground, and then you're over here, right? Yeah. So go up here, old man, and get rid of this, and get rid of that, and just type in OpenAI.
Just type in openai.com.
Yeah, and then just go in here and look for the one that doesn't say chat, but says image. It's probably that first one. GP4 that Honda was talking about.
This?
Fuck it. Here, let me just do this. Let me figure out where I need to go again. Fuck, now I'm the old man. I gotta go find out where I gotta go. I'm just gonna give you the link to it. See if you can get to this from here. Does that let you open that?
Labs.openai. Okay, let me see.
So these things cost money. I'm running through credits over here. If anybody wants to super chat me, feel free, because I'm using my super chats to buy stuff. But they cost about $0.25 a picture for the paid side. I don't know if it's going to kick you. Did it kick you to the free side?
I don't know. I mean, I'm still signed in.
Well, here's the free side. Is Crayon. This is the free version of it.
Oh, I've used that before.
Yeah, this is the free side, but when you pay for it, you get into this nicer side. So say something and I'll type it in here. Like I put in death, or I put this into the other one before, Death Star versus Borg Cube.
You got another super chat, by the way, Matt.
I shouldn't have said that because now you're going to get a bunch of.
Dude, the cube would fuck a Death Star up. Sorry.
Oh, let's see. We do got no super chat. What if Star Trek and Star Wars are the same thing, and Star Trek happened 1,000 years before Star Wars did?
Hold on.
No, because the galaxy looks different.
So I can take what he just typed there, what Josh just typed in there, and then I'll paste it in here and hit generate and see what happens. So what if Star Trek and Star Wars are the same thing, and Star Trek happened 1,000 years before Star Wars did? And it is going to make a picture of this. So then you can go back and look at all the stuff you made, which is cool. So I can just go back. I was doing the pug thing for a while, just playing around with y'all talking. And then I was playing with some other pug pictures. I got to go back. That was, Glover Tack is. He got a 3D printer. So I typed in leprechaun screwing with a 3D printer. And playing with different ways. That's by, you see how different these are? That's by typing in different comic book artists earlier in the day. And then this is just farting around, typing in some stuff because somebody gave me a super chat. So I was typing in dog shelter, California in the form of different types of comic artists. So the same prompt with different comic artists gives you these different. And then I typed in something like state of California after the NFA is repealed, and it came up with weird shit. And remember heavy? I put heavy shit in here. So this is when you shove somebody's picture in there and then tell the AI to get weird with it. And it turned him into a weird ass Queen Heavy or whatever that is. And then I had one where I was like, hey, give me a drone mixed with a Swiss Army knife, and did that. And I did like a sewing machine thing because I'm doing the sewing machine project. You know who Tony Simon is?
Did you get that machine yet, G-Webs, the new one?
I didn't get the big fancy one, but I have a $900 one sitting right behind me. I got to set it. I'm figuring out how to set it up. I'm using my AI to help me set it up. Here, look how racist it is. I put Tony Simon in there, and look at that stripe of shit right there. I literally put in Tony Simon's picture. It glitched, and it gave me that stripe of shit. Like, what the fuck? How does it give me this duck from Tony Simon's picture? So I don't know what the hell that is. But the first one, it gave me all these other dudes. So it can take a person and kind of make them different. So if you needed to do that for some reason, it can do that. This was the picture I put in. Tony kind of just standing there, and it turned it into 4 other dudes. So that's kind of weird and creepy. I typed in like Arizona. I had put in something like robot fighting a monkey or something like that. Comic book cover depicting a monkey in a fight against a large robot that takes place in Tucson. So I got all these different comic book covers. So it's not like you know what you're getting, but you get weird shit out of it. And then the different AIs. Okay, so that crayon one that you can do for free, let me go type one of these same prompts, right? So here's a prompt: comic cover from a distance depicting a monkey fighting a burrito. Because that's what I call my dog, like a monkey and a burrito that got in a lightning fight. Now I love a little monkey burrito. So I'm putting that into this free version of it, and it'll be a little different. And this usually takes a minute or something. I can't put the link out because I'm not opening it. What happens when you went to that first link? Did it just take you to nothing then?
It worked for me when I went to it.
Okay, so that first one lets you use the good one.
Yep.
Okay,
and
good.
I'm not paying for it.
No, they give you a bunch of credits for free. Up at the top right, it'll tell you how many credits you got. That little colored thing is how many credits you got. This little like Rubik's Cube up here on the right. And it's not that expensive.
Where's the Rubik's Cube at?
This one doesn't cost nothing. This one you can do all day and night, and they don't care. You are training their AI over here. Over here, you're paying them, and you get a nicer AI, and the credits are up here in the little 3 dots up here. There you go. So comic book cover from a distance depicting a monkey fighting a burrito, and it's a bunch of like weird Mickey Mouse stuff. And on this one, you can grab stuff and then enhance it. I think this enhances, no, it downloads it. I thought you can enhance it too. No, maybe not. I think these make iterations. Usually when you can iterate it, like it'll just get more and more detailed along the way. But this one's obviously
I've around before. I've messed around.
This one's a lot more fun because you get more interesting looking stuff out of it. So I typed in something like So I'm going back to the bottom here. So I was typing in stuff, and something gave me this link thing, and I thought that was cool. I typed in AI art, and I got that. So then I kept typing that in, and I started getting these weird like World War I looking posters, and then I kept dinking with it until it got me out to where I got like a brick wall, and it's like painted on the wall or something.
Yeah,
it's super neat, and you're just doing this all from words, but it's addicting. So I'm not responsible if you get addicted and spend all your money playing with AI because it's so much fun.
Yeah, you are. It's all your fault, G.
I wish I could get like an affiliate link or something, but it is pretty crazy fun. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, get like a thumbnail here and there, maybe.
Yeah,
I got a whole bunch of.
I might play around with this with thumbnails just to see what it can do, if it can do anything cool. Because if you can upload a picture and then have it.
Okay, so here's another trick then. So you go back to the main thing and just scroll down, and it's going to show you some samples, and the samples tell you what they typed. So you take what they typed and adjust it a little bit to get what you want, or blend them, mix them together. So you can find a style from somebody else, and then, I want it to be, you give it whatever the same descriptions or whatever, and that's how it's just like a Google search or something. You can kind of refine.
Give it to the cocaine bear.
What it generated for me looks like somebody from cocaine was snorting cocaine and made it. Oh, it's awesome.
I just randomly typed in Star Wars versus Star Trek just to see what it would pull up on the free one.
Lettuce cat advertisement.
Well, that's probably how they're paying for it now. It's just having those ads on the side.
There's a skip ad button.
You can't. It's still going to take time for the.
Yeah, you got to wait for this. It says takes about 1 minute, so you got to wait for this time.
So if you want to play with AI, you can ask the AI like what Matt's doing, and you got to wait because the AI has to think and actually generate it. But a hack or a trick is to go search the stuff that's already been generated, so it never forgets the stuff that it already created, and it's been around forever. So somebody already searched for whatever weird ass thing you're going to search for. So if you search for the results, you don't have to wait around. It'll just give you a dozen results instead of you having to wait a minute for every 4 or whatever it is. And there are search engines for these things. So if you want to just find weird AI art, you can find it pretty quick. It actually did pretty good. I mean, from when they first started, look at the hands and face. That would have looked like a nightmare before, and it's already looking like a bad mask or something.
Yeah.
It's weird. And you didn't even give it like an era. If you'd have put like 1970 Star Trek versus...
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
That's actually super good for the crayon. Holy moly.
Okay, I was watching this and it was making me like sweat. How does this make you guys feel? You ready? This is Albert Stalk, 1980s, the living legend Mohawk ironworker. Could you be an iron worker in the 80s, early 80s in New York? I feel like this guy's part Spider-Man.
Yeah, I know shit. Fuck that.
This isn't even. This is just like the beginning.
Balls of steel. Fuck that.
I've been long dead.
Yeah, no shit. I'd have been the first casualty.
And in the 80s, that was $3.50 an hour. $3.50.
$3.50.
I would have fell when we were putting on the second story. So,
oh, bro, it gets worse. Just watch.
I've been in the hospital with a broken leg from the like second week of work.
He gets here. I'm like, what are you doing? Wait, what are you doing? Wait, what are you doing? That's what I was thinking in my head.
Jeez, that'll fuck up your butthole. Fucking hell, this dude's batshit crazy.
Well, in addition to this, he's just, this is all they do all day. So he's like, it's not like he's going a little bit. He's doing all of this at one time and then going back up.
Think about how strong this motherfucker is, too.
That's what I'm saying. And he's carrying a bunch of metal and shit. He ain't like wearing climbing equipment and a bunch of spandex.
Well, here's the thing about that. Like, what he's doing physically, being able to walk in a straight line and drop down from one to the next, you know, these are not particularly, like, difficult things to do. The problem is doing them when you're extremely nervous. So that means this dude doesn't give a shit about where he's at. To him, this is no different than if you were fucking climbing up from the downstairs to your balcony at your apartment. You know what I mean? And you're only climbing up to the second floor. I mean, I used to do shit like that when I was a kid, right? Because you're not nervous because you're just climbing up to the next story. Or climbing.
Difference is, like, you trip on your shoelace and you're on your floor, you stumble. He trips on his shoelace. He falls 90 stories or whatever.
Yeah.
Or
so he's just
but
not
again,
nervous.
he did all of this in one run. It wasn't like do part of this and part of this and the rest and part of it. He just did all that run right.
Yeah, it's real.
And at that altitude, a nice gust of wind.
You've seen the stuff from like the 50s when that one photographer went up when they were building all the big buildings, and those guys in the black and white pictures, they were just hanging out up there. You know?
I wonder how many of those dudes like didn't make it, you know?
I guess we'll find out in 2 seconds. We got internet.
Gee, man, fuck that shit. I have double jointed ankles. My ass would have fucking fell off a long time ago.
Where's Duke? Duke should be watching this.
Did they call that high iron? Is that what it was called?
I don't know.
I don't know, but I wouldn't get high if that was my job.
It's called Balls of Steel.
Tom F said the guy is playing Ninja Warrior for keep.
I'd be sober as fuck at work every day. And even if I showed up to work drunk or something, I feel like you take one step out onto that beam, you're sober again.
Yeah.
Right. Don't fight that dude. He'd fuck you up.
He has a strong core.
Hell yeah. Some crazy shit right there. Oh, Lord.
Go up and debate that guy. Be like, I don't think you have the right diet.
Yeah, tell him that he's perpetuating the higher, what is it? The man hierarchy? I forget what it's called.
You're eating too many carbs and gluten. I think you should change your diet, sir.
Yeah, you're fat and need to work out.
All that gluten.
Gluten.
That's what it is. When did we turn on gluten? I mean, I know gluten's not like the best thing in the world, and I know some people legitimately have like allergies to it. Like I grew up with somebody who was allergic to gluten, like legitimately allergic. But like at a certain point, like gluten became the devil.
1996.
Sounds about right.
No, that's when we started selling genetically modified food in the open market in the United States.
Well, according to the AI, but gluten has been a stable part of human diets. The trend of avoiding gluten gained popularity in the early 2010s. And then it gives me 3 more paragraphs about that.
I remember people being on, like, ask it when the Atkins diet came around, or like when people started, when that was popularized. Because that was like
specifically what, the Atkins.
Yeah, because that was like the first time that I'd ever heard of anyone eating like a low carb diet or a 0 carb diet.
Atkins,
that's really old. Right?
Atkins has been around a lot longer than most people realize.
Yeah, I think it's going to. Oh, it says the 70s. I thought it was
like the late 90s, late 80s, early 90s.
Oh shit, Matt's a robot because it says it was first popularized in the 1970s, but then it gained its peak popularity in the 2000s, and he said it faster than my robot could say it.
Yeah, I know about that type of shit. So
I'm scared. What I'm going to delete that because I don't want this being in my history. I don't want my robot thinking I'm worried about like gluten and Atkins and shit. I'm worried about what my robot thinks of me.
Yeah, you don't want your robot to think ill of you because then one day when it has a body, it might come after you.
What if it's looking for a body and I spill champagne or something on my keyboard?
It's true.
I've seen enough movies to know what's up.
Yeah. Oh well. All right, guys. I think we're done for this evening. We've already gone 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's not 6.5 hours like it was a couple of weeks ago, but 4 hours and 45 minutes I think is a good run. So I think it's time to wind this one into the fucking ground. So I think we will get the fuck out of here. So we will see all you guys back here on this channel. Well, one of these channels. I'm streaming to two at the same time. On Monday for the Guns and Geeks podcast. And then next week we'll do some more geek shit. So that is it, guys. We will see you later. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. You still got a day left. Unless you got to work tomorrow, and then guess that sucks for you.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what to say. I feel bad. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, there you go. Oh, and Calvin Republic dropped in a super chat right at the end. Super chat. Read my comment right before this one. It says, gluten is perfectly fine and safe for the vast majority of people. Only those who have an allergy to it have major issues from it. They would have all died off very young in the past. True. Very true. But on that wonderfully cheery note, we're going to go ahead and get the hell out of here. So we will see you guys later. Deuces, peace, all that good shit. Bye, guys.
Stay geeky.
Stay geeky.